Did you ever do that?
No,
Why?
because I'm not a monster.
And they were trying to get you to say that he shook the baby, were they not?
The baby had some blood inside the brain area.
And is there anything we need to take up before we bring the jury in?
Yes, Your Honor, some housekeeping, if that's possible.
Sure.
I'm gonna invoke the rule, but I wanna do that after we, deal with this first thing.
Okay.
Would you like to approach or we want to do it from here?
Y'all can come up.
Okay. Your Honor, what the state is gonna do, we're gonna orally amend at this time the indictment and take out some language that wasn't discussed in Rhode Island. It was
Amend or abandon?
abandoned.
Abandoned is better.
Better word. Sorry
Okay.
about that, Judge. Abandon the deadly weapon language.
Okay,
And go only on the serious bodily injury language.
okay,
What our suggestion is to take out the part that ends Palmer Jones with the defendant's hands, stop it there and take everything out until you get back against a piece of dignity of the state.
okay.
And that is
You
what
wanna
we
read that?
poured iron on, and
Yeah, no one brought up the other. And I do think I already started the charge yesterday and looking it up. I don't know that you need, I think that's
I
two
don't-
things.
Yeah, I don't have any objection,
Elements.
obviously. I will say, I also don't want to, by not objecting to this, I don't want to waive my prior objections in the motion to quash that you've already ruled on. But
Sure.
I just want to say, I don't think it affects it. But
Right.
just hypothetically, if somebody wants to say it affects it, I'm
No.
not waiving that.
I mean, in 2202 specifically, it's either or. It's causing serious bodily injury
Either
or
one
using a
can do
deadly
it.
weapon.
Correct.
So with both in there, it would make sense to abandon one. All right, so I'm going to
Thank you, Judge.
take out, end it at hands, and then take out the last sentence and a half.
that's correct, Joe.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, anything else?
We would invoke the rule, Your Honor.
All right, let's get any witnesses that are you have available in.
We got a couple upstairs, they gotta come get down here.
Okay. Don't need to, they should already be on their way. Do you have any? Okay.
We don't have anybody in the courtroom. Okay. Well, we do. but
Not in
witnesses.
guilt innocence phase.
Okay.
If we were to get to punishment phase, I'd reevaluate my situation.
Ooh,
Sure.
okay.
Yeah, that's different.
Different situation.
How long do y'all want for opening?
15 minutes, I might use that.
Okay. Good. I'm calling now the case of the State of Texas versus Austin Robert Jones, cause number 24 DCCR 0094. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you remain seated, but please raise your right hand to take the oath of the jury. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm that in the case of the State of Texas against the defendant, you will a true verdict render according to the law and the evidence? Thank you. And is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And defense ready?
Yes, Judge.
All right, you may read the indictment, Mr. Hoffpower.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. This is the court, counsel. Cause number 24 DCCR 0094, State of Texas versus Austin Robert Jones. Indictment in the name and by the authority of the State of Texas, the grand jurors of the County of Jefferson. State of aforesaid duly organized as such at the January term AD 2024 of the Criminal District Court of Jefferson County in said county and state. Upon oath in said court, present that Austin Robert Jones, hereinafter styled the defendant, on or about the 17th day of February 2022, and anterior to the presentment of this indictment in the County of Jefferson, State of Texas, did then and there intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly cause serious bodily injury to Palmer Jones by shaking Palmer Jones with the defendant's hands against the peace and dignity of the state, signed by the former of the grand jury.
And how does the defendant plea?
Not guilty.
All right, thank you. Y'all can all have a seat. And do you wish to make an opening statement, Mr. Hoffpower?
Say that, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Right, now, what we're gonna, now we talk about the facts of the case. What I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna kind of give you, we're gonna go back over some of the elements and laws that we hear, that pertain to the indictment I just read to you, okay? And that's your job, I told you before, but it's not your, if you decide whether I can prove that. Now, remember, I'll say it again, whose job is it to prove? It's mine. It never changes, it's my job to prove, and if I don't prove each and every one of these elements, you find the defendant not guilty, because that's how our system works, okay? So let's go over them really quick, excuse me. So aggravated assault, serious bodily injury, okay? I have to prove defendant Austin Robert Jones on or about February 17th, 2022 in Jefferson County, Texas, did intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly cause serious bodily injury to Palmer Jones by shaking Palmer Jones with his hands, okay? Now, we went over bodily injury, before, I'm gonna go over it really quickly, all right? Bodily, we have to prove serious bodily injury, but you can't know serious bodily injury until I let you know what bodily injury is. Now, quickly, it really is a fancy word for pain, okay? It doesn't require visible, doesn't require a trip to the hospital, right? Okay? That means physical pain, illness, or any impairment of the physical condition. You must feel some pain, okay? It doesn't have to be visible, doesn't mean it has to be serious. But for us to prove it, bodily injury is not enough, okay? When I find enough for bodily injury, I didn't satisfy that element. And then you find the not guilty, okay? If this is serious bodily injury, that's the term I got. That's what I have to prove for this second-degree felony, okay? Talked about examples of that, all right? Serious bodily injury is bodily injury that either creates substantial risk of death or that causes death, okay? Also, serious permanent disfigurement, we talked about that, okay? Either one of those two, and finally, the third one is protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ, okay? That's the law, that's the definition for serious bodily injury, okay? Now, we talked about in Voir, and I'm gonna reiterate this. Infant or child abuse is very hard to detect, okay? Especially what we talked about in a 3-month-old. They can't tell you who did it. They can't tell you anything at 3 months old. All they can do is cry, okay? That's all they have, all right? That makes it hard, but it doesn't make it impossible. Right? We can't just throw our hands up and say, they were too young, well, it just happened. No, that's not how we do things, okay? We have to do it, determine what happened, we have to look at the evidence presented, and I'm gonna tell you kind of a roadmap of what we're gonna get to, okay? What we expect the evidence will prove, and, the people that will come and testify to you, okay? And then we'll make that. Now, quickly. We're gonna look at photos, all right? We talked about that. We talked about medical records, testimony in lieu of police reports, all right? Testimony of people that were there, testimony of experts, circumstances, expert opinion. Now, main thing about this kind of stuff, right, there are two different things. There are intentional, right? Intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly versus accident. Reckless and accident are not the same thing. Right? There's a definition for reckless. An accident is something that happened that no one did. It wasn't just an accident, all right? No one did. Reckless is a state of mind, right? And it also is one of the three, okay? You don't have to mean if it's intentional for sure, but reckless is as well, all right? And we're gonna go for reckless, but reckless is what a normal, prudent person would know is possible, could happen. Right, an accident, that's not, right? So we're gonna go over that kind of stuff. However, what do we look at? We look at circumstances, we look at expert opinion, okay? They're the people that can tell us what Palmer can't, all right? That's why we do this, that's why we have these, all right? Now, we've got experts with the injuries that present in a 3-month-old that can tell you that, and that's what they do, all right? Now, we talked about abusive head trauma. Council talked about it in Board Iowa, it used to be shaken baby. We don't use that terminology anymore, okay? That's the only reason why, all right? That's the term, abusive head trauma, okay? So when we say AHT, there's gonna be some medical language here, but it has to be, right? Because the injuries are important, and the determination about whether or not this was an accident versus being reckless or intentional or knowing, okay? So we have to use medical language. Shaking, blunt impact, or combination can result in neurological injury, okay? 2 or 3 month old. Always remember that. This is not a 12-year-old. It's not an 18-year-old who's playing on a football team. All right, it's a 3 month old. She's not even 3 months when this happened. She's 1 day from being 3 months. Now, AHT is the most dangerous and deadly form of child abuse, okay? Abuse of head trauma typically involves injury to intracranial contents or skull of an infant or a child younger than 5 years old as a result of violent shaking or blunt impact. Now, what you heard in our indictment is shaking is what we're saying. We're not saying a blunt impact, we're saying the shaking. Okay? So, brain and head injuries are the most common cause of traumatic death for children less than age of 2. Okay? This is one of the major ways of child abuse. In fact, it is the top one for death. This is what we're talking about. These are the actions we're talking about. Okay, and it is not in this case, this is just to show you what we're talking about and what experts will talk to you about. Now, we'll talk further about what's happening, okay? What's different about an adult's head versus a 3-month-old head, which is not even fully formed at 3 months. Okay? Now, this is a picture showing what we're talking about. We're talking about the brain inside a head. It's not formed. Skull of a 3-month-old hitting the front and back when the shaking is going. Okay? And that causes hematoma. That's what we're talking about, bleeding of the brain. Those are the things you're going to hear about. Okay? I want to reiterate to y'all, we appreciate y'all and understand nobody wants to be there and do this. Okay? I don't want to be doing this either because I don't want Palmer to have suffered these injuries. Okay, but I can't do anything about that, and we don't just throw our hands up and say, oh, well, she was 3 months, so how are we gonna know who did it? We know that and we investigate, and that's the point, okay? And the injuries tell you what Palmer can with her voice, right? Okay? Now, early diagnosis is essential, but may be difficult because often individuals are evasive about it, okay? Because who would know, right? They make up things. They rarely admit to deliberate abuse, okay? They're usually evasive, fear repercussions, and they invent accidents, all right? That's normal, right? They fell down, I didn't see it. All those kind of things. That's what we have experts for, who come in and tell you, here's why I couldn't be falling down. In this case, I'll tell you right now, I can't be because she's 3 months old. She can barely lift her head more than any 3-month-old and roll over. We're not talking about a toddler in a playpen where she's running around. She's just rolling over. She hadn't been alive for 3 months when this happened. Babies having babies. I want to talk to you about this, okay? We talked about families are different now. In this particular case, I'm going to talk to you about the defendant. He's in his early 20s. The mother, early 20s, all right? Babies having babies, using that, these younger parents, all right? There's nothing bad on them, all right? But younger parents, it's a little bit different, okay? And it can be overwhelming on the first child, okay? So I'm putting that into this context. Young parents are raising their first children. We believe, the state believes evidence will show that on February 22nd, 2022, the mother of, well, first of all, let's talk about our complainant. Remember, it's Palmer Jones, okay? Palmer's alive, but only because we have Texas Children's an hour and a half away from us. You understand that? That's the best hospital in the country when it comes to children, okay? And we have the ability, but resource, life flight, from here to there, or Palmer, if it was any other place, I'm putting to you that she could not have been saved. And we'd be talking about a different thing. Palmer's alive, but only because of that, okay? And it could have gone a lot of different ways, all right? Now, Austin Jones, that's her biological father, okay? The defendant, That was their first kid. They weren't married. We're gonna talk about Kristen Brussard, who is the mother of Palmer. Okay? They weren't living together, they were dating. Okay? They have Palmer. Kristen, as a mother would, at that age, she'd be the primary caregiver. Right? She's still caring for Palmer at the house. Palmer is having a normal life at the time of February. She was born in November. She's developing normally, all right? She's moving her head, pulling her head up, rolling over, okay? The majority, and you hear from testimony, we believe, is that Kristen did most of that. The defendant didn't watch her 50% of the time. Kristen did, okay? There were only a few times, 4 to 5, we believe the evidence will show, that he had contact with Palmer alone, without Kristen there. Now, you're gonna hear from Carmel Armstrong, right? That's the baby Palmer's aunt. Now, when you say that's her aunt, but she's 12 this time, okay? Part of the family. She's Kristen's little sister. She was with them on the day in February 24th, okay? Let's start. Those two ladies, Kristen, the mother, okay, has Palmer, her 3-month-old. Karma, who is her sister, is 12. They spent the day together, and they had Karma, and everything was fine. There wasn't anything wrong. Karma was having a normal day. Now, in the afternoon, Karma has a softball practice, and Kristen is one of the coaches. So, the defendant, we believe the evidence will show, came over to the house where Kristen lived, and to watch the baby while the two ladies go to practice. All right, and at that time, we believe the evidence will show, Karma and Kristen, there wasn't a problem with Palmer. Nothing was wrong with her. She wasn't acting unusual. Now, from that time to not long after, there was a call that came, we believe the evidence will show. The defendant called the mother and said something's going on with Palmer. We believe the evidence will show here, saying her eyes are rolling back. She's crying, weird, it's just something. So he calls her while she's there coaching, right? So Kristen rushes home, and when they get there, she is acting weird, okay? Kristen and the defendant often take their important agents, they take her to Southeast Texas Medical Center, okay? The closest hospital. We believe the evidence will show. Now, I'm gonna talk about this interview in just a second. They take to the hospital, and at that time, the ER nurse and the ER doctor determined that they get a brief history, and what was told to them at that time versus what injuries they saw in the x-rays and the initial intake didn't match, okay? And we believe the evidence will show that they're trained to understand that, or if there's an issue, to contact CPS or law enforcement, okay, to do an investigation. However, but that's not the most important thing, is that they found severe brain injury, they found broken ribs, one that was our older one one that was acute, meaning happened now, one that was healing more, okay? And bleeding in the brain, okay, seizures, right? That's something in what the defendant and the parties told them would not have created that, according to the medical people at Southeast Texas. But they are on a timeline, they're on a clock, okay? Because why? She's a 3-month-old, and you ain't got much time when you've got bleeding in the brain, and you've got seizures, and she's crying unusually, and she's got broken bones. They contact Life Flight and Life Flight, Palmer and Kristen, to Texas Children's, because we got the best hospital possible within reach, all right? And they did that. They brought her there, and at that time, they were evaluated with Texas Children's. Now, this took, it's a long time because they saved her, all right? They saved her life. A couple more hours, we don't know, but the injuries she had, without the proper help and a specialist help, she's alive, okay? I believe we're gonna, experts talk about the injuries and what happened and how Palmer is gonna live the rest of her life. She got brain damage, okay? She had broken bones. She's not gonna be the same as she was before these injuries, okay? But she's alive. And that could have been easily another story, all right? Either one of those, the point is that we believe the evidence will show is that Palmer can do this by herself. She's a 3-month-old. She didn't fall out of the stairs walking around, all right? It didn't fall out of the sky, like all of a sudden it was, you're afflicted with it. That's not what happened, all right? Somebody older, or who had them, caused these injuries without access, okay? Now, we're gonna have a lot of these people come and testify to you. We're gonna have a Carthos interviewer, that's our child advocacy center. Now, we had,
Mr. Hoffpower.
yeah, I understand it. Before the investigation happens, I want to make sure you understand. There's a simultaneous investigation that goes on in these kind of cases. Child Protective Services, okay, and law enforcement. They run simultaneously, but their interest is 2 different things. CPS is looking for best interest of the child and future danger, all right? Who's going to have custody of them after this, all right? Law enforcement is trying to determine whether a crime was committed and who was the person that committed the crime, okay? Right there. They run simultaneously, they work together, but they're not the same. So that means there's civil court stuff going on, and then we're here on the criminal court stuff, okay? We're gonna have these people testify and why they're here and what they had to do with the investigation, okay? At the end of all this, ladies and gentlemen, the state believes, after we've heard all the evidence you have, the medical records, the expert testimony, and photographs, and all the things that we have, the injuries, and the accounts, we believe at the end of this, I will have proved all the elements beyond a reasonable doubt to find Austin Jones guilty of aggravated assault. Okay, it's a lot. I thank y'all very much, and I appreciate y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffpower. Mr. Gartz?
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for returning. Thank you for your participation. It means the world to Austin Jones and his family that you are here. We have come here to entrust you with this valuable component of our citizenship. We have a clear dispute with the state of Texas about what happened and who did what, and that dispute is going to play out right here in this witness stand, and you're going to get to decide what happened. And whatever decision you make as a group, that will be the facts of the case. You are the sole deciders of the fact. Now, one of the things the judges told you about, and we all talked about during jury selection, but you're also going to hear it in the court's charge at the end of the trial, is that Austin Jones is cloaked in the presumption of innocence. And you've now taken the oath to follow the law. And what that means is you have to, even as hard as it may be, you are required to presume that he is innocent and to require the state to prove their case to you beyond a reasonable doubt. That means prove that what they say happened, and that who they say did it, did it. That's what that means. You have to be confident beyond all reasonable doubt about who did it and what happened in order to vote guilty. And if you are not, you must vote not guilty. So let's talk about what actually happened here. Mr. Hoffpower, there's lots of different facts in this case, and I think inadvertently got a couple of facts wrong, so we'll go through some of those right now. But the first thing is this. I want to kind of introduce some of the players here. So on the far right side of your screen is Kristen Brussard. And Kristen and Austin, you can see them together there. They, on November 18th, 2021, had a daughter. And there she is with her grandmother, Christina, who may or may not be a witness in the case. And then next to Christina is Carmel, who is Kristen's sister. This picture was taken a few days before February 17th, and that's an important day. Mr. Hoffpower one time, I think, inadvertently said February 22nd. I know he meant February 17th, but I just want to clarify what we're talking about and the important day, and it is terribly important, this day and this time, February 17th. And here's why. On February 17th, this is another thing I think there's some dispute about. Palmer lived with her parents, who were not married, Kristen and Austin. They lived together. They weren't living separately. Austin wasn't living somewhere else. He wasn't maintaining some other residence. They lived together. And Palmer, on February 17th, spent the day with Kristen and Kristen's younger sister, Carmel, while Austin was at work. And what you're going to learn is on that day, February 17th, as he did every day, Monday through Friday, Austin went to work at a place called Coastal Caverns. He spent the whole day there for 10 hours, 10-hour shift. And he got home right about 5 o'clock. And he walks in the house and he sees, and you'll see a picture of this, he sees Kristen asleep on a couch or a chair, and she's got Palmer in her arms, and they're asleep. And he's a new dad, and those of y'all that have been dads know what this is like. You go by and you take a picture of everything, right? Right? Like, I mean, especially now that we have phone cameras and everything, you just, oh man, this is cute. Look at this, take a picture. Austin took a picture. He actually took 2 pictures, and in the pictures, Kristen and Palmer both appear to be asleep. And what you're gonna see at 5:09 in the picture, it shows Palmer with a dark circle around her right eye and a noticeable bruised area of blood vessels on her right temple, right here. And when you see the picture, at 5:09, when he walked in the door, that was the state of Kristen and Palmer. Now again, it's fortuitous for him that he took that picture at that time. And again, at the time, he didn't notice anything was wrong. But Kristen says to him, I've got to go coach Carmen's softball team. First day of softball practice. Here's the baby. And she leaves. And a few minutes later, well, first, importantly, Austin had never been left alone with the baby. In fact, Kristen will tell you, in the whole history of them being together, she could count on one hand how many times he's been alone with their now multiple children. Okay? He wasn't routinely or at all left alone with the kids, but on this day he was left with Palmer. And it wasn't a few minutes after this 5:09 photograph. And he noticed something wasn't right. So he calls Kristen, and she hadn't made it all the way to the softball field yet. And he calls Kristen and says, something's not right, I need you to come home. And she says, well, what do you mean something's not right? Send me a video. So he sends her a video. And she comes back, and they take the child, take Palmer, to the Medical Center of Southeast Texas for treatment. Palmer was then transferred by life flight to Texas Children's. She had no explanation for this, and it may not be important at all, but I think it's worth noting that it had some kind of burns on her from the medical treatment she received at the Medical Center of Southeast Texas. But nonetheless, at the Texas Children's Hospital, Palmer was diagnosed with subdural hemorrhaging, subarachnoid hemorrhaging, some bruising, and rib fractures, as Mr. Hoffpower said, in different stages of healing. And that's where law enforcement and CPS and the doctors, you will find, all begin to jump to conclusions. Austin had Palmer last. He must have done it. He must have done it. He must have shaken her. Despite the bruise on her face, he must have shaken her. Must be what happened. How do we reach that conclusion? That's a great question. This concept, shaken baby syndrome. Now, we talked about it yesterday. They've changed the name to try to spruce it up a little bit. But this is what it is. It is shaken baby syndrome, and it is this idea that stems from a study that you're going to hear about by a man named Dr. Omaya. And Dr. Omaya put some monkeys on sleds in 1968 and put them at a high rate of speed and ran them into a wall. And what Dr. Omaya noticed was that inside the monkeys' brains, when they impacted the wall, but not impacted their head, there was a reaction. And it caused shearing inside the brain, between the brain and the skull. There are two layers between the brain and the skull. One is called the subarachnoid layer, and one is called the subdural layer. And what it would do is cause shearing between the brain and those layers. Okay? High impact, high velocity with monkeys. That was what Dr. Omaya did. Over time, and the purpose of that was strangely enough about headrests in vehicles. Why do your vehicles have headrests? You get a vehicle before 1968, most of them don't have headrests. Dr. Omaya is why they have headrests. You're also going to learn, though, that in the 1960s and early 70s, there was a practice in England of disciplining young children by picking them up and shaking them. And somebody came up with the idea to make a connection between those two things. And they developed shaken baby syndrome, which is what it was called until about 8 years. You're going to hear about the shaken baby syndrome, abusive head trauma triad. And the triad is this. A child shows up and has retinal hemorrhaging and has cerebral edema, which is a fancy word for swelling of the brain. Now, cerebral edema, you're going to learn too, can be caused by all kinds of things. It can be caused by an external injury, as you can imagine. I mean, you know how this works. You hit your arm on something and it swells up. You know, you can get a knot. We call it a knot, right? Your brain works the same way. It can also be caused by things called hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy, which is essentially brain damage related to lack of oxygen or lack of blood flow to the brain. The third thing, and we talked about that subdural layer, and you can kind of see here, you'll see more about this with the doctors, but that subdural layer shearing inside the brain and what can cause that. Now, what pediatricians think, and the rest of the medical community debates about, but pediatricians think if you've got those three symptoms, it's pathogenomic. It must be shaken. It can't be a fall. Oh, it can't be a fall. Can't be that you were dropped. Can't be that a toddler fell down on the playground. It has to be shaken. Now, over time, what happened, that shaken baby syndrome, they realized, wait, people have witnessed kids showing up with these three symptoms. And they witnessed them fall on a playground, or they witnessed them fall off a slide, or they witnessed them fall out of one of those boppy chairs that people put on the counter and leave their kids in. People witnessed it. And so it undermined the whole concept of shaken baby syndrome. So the American Academy of Pediatrics said, wait, okay, let's change it. Let's call it something else. Let's call it abusive head trauma. And let's throw in the notion that it could be about hitting your head somewhere too. That's the change. Here's the problem. Y'all know the scientific method, you learned it when you were younger. To actually know why and how something happens, especially to call it pathogenomic, meaning nothing else can cause it. You have to be able to, over and over again, test it and get the same results. Now, the problem with that is this. You can't test this on real babies. So what do you have to rely on? Some parent comes in, says, here's my kid, I don't know what happened. Here's my kid. And then what you're gonna find is they've decided it's pathogenomics, so somebody must have shaken the baby. So they start with a caregiver. They say, did you shake the baby? And if they say, no, I didn't shake the baby, well, what happened to the baby? Well, I mean, you know, the baby had this problem or that problem or whatever. Well, that couldn't have caused it. What else happened? Well, he had the baby. Okay, well, so you had the baby. Did you shake the baby? And finally, when they find somebody that says, yeah, you know, the baby wasn't doing well, so I kind of, you know, went like this. Oh, we got him. We got it. We found the shaker. We got him. That's how this goes. And then what's even better for the scientific method, they use that inconsistent history and say, well, that's proof. See, shaking works. That must be what it is. There's a big conflict in the medical community and the legal community about this issue. Now, I suspect you're not going to hear, thankfully, Palmer survived. So the state's not going to call a pathologist. There's not going to be an autopsy because the baby's alive. So they're not going to call a pathologist. They're not going to call a radiologist. They're not going to call a neuropathologist. They're not going to call a neurosurgeon. They're going to call a pediatrician. And the American Academy of Pediatrics says, must be abusive head trauma. Because the baby showed up with subdural hematoma and retinal hemorrhage. Must be what it is. Here are the facts, though, ladies and gentlemen. The picture you will see shows an injury to Palmer that must have occurred prior to her being in Austin's possession. The picture is his alibi. The second thing is, Austin and Kristen are still together. And they have twins now. The reality is, Kristen doesn't think he did this. Because if she did, she wouldn't be with him. And Mr. Hoffpower said, this child is permanently disabled. I mean, this is if Kristen did believe that he did this, no rational human would stay with it. And then this fact. Because of these allegations and because of the CPS investigation, Austin was not allowed around Palmer for a long time. But on June 12th, 2022, Karma and Kristen were both with Palmer. And she somehow suffered another separate head trauma injury. He wasn't even there. Those are the facts. As I mentioned in jury selection, you started out the day with an empty backpack. And what Mr. Hoffpower and I tell you, this is not evidence. The evidence is going to come right from that stand. And that's when the state is obligated, when they start calling witnesses, they are obligated to fill up your backpack individually to satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt of the things they are accusing Austin Jones of doing to that child. And you must be 100% free of all reasonable doubt if you're going to vote guilty. After you listen to the evidence, after you see this picture, after you hear the testimony of the experts, you will have grave doubts. Reasonable, rational doubts based on reason and common sense. And we're going to ask you to vote not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gertz. Mr. Hoffpower, you may call your first witness.
They call us Carmel Armstrong.
Carmel Armstrong.
And you're going to have to speak louder.
Let's speak a little louder.
Carmel Armstrong.
Now, how old are you, Carmel?
15.
You're 15? And when's your birthday?
September 29th,
What year?
2009,
Now, Cole, where do you live?
in Orangeville.
Okay, and who do you live with?
My dad,
Okay, and what's your dad's name?
Kevin Armstrong.
Okay, does anybody else live with y'all in Orangefield?
All my siblings.
Okay, and how many siblings do you have?
Just my one sibling lives there, Kason.
Now, you have a sibling also named Kristen, is that right?
Mhm.
Okay, what's her last name?
Brussard.
Okay, and Kristen is how many years older than you?
Like 10.
Like 10 years? Okay. And have you known Kristen your whole life?
Yes.
Okay, and do you hang out with Kristen and like, is that one of your favorite siblings? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you love all of your siblings, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, now, what grade are you in Orangefield?
I'm a sophomore, 10th grade.
Okay, and what's your favorite subject?
Math.
Well, that's good. All right, now, do you do anything like sports or clubs or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Did you used to play softball?
Yes.
Okay. Back in what we're gonna be talking about today, Kristen, and you know, we're gonna talk back in 2022, all right? The first day, do you remember that time?
Yes.
Okay. Now, real quick, before we do that, okay, you have the same mother as Kristen,
Yes.
right? Now, she has children, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. How many children does she have today?
My mother,
Your mom? No, I'm talking about your sister.
3.
30, okay, and what are their names?
Palmer, Payson, and Pierce.
Okay, Palmer, Payson, and Pierce. Now, Palmer is older than Payson and Pierce, is that right?
Yes.
And Palmer is how old, if you know?
3.
She's 3? Okay, now, have you been in Palmer's life the whole time, ever since she
Yes.
was a really little baby?
Yes.
Okay, and are you still in Palmer's life?
Yes.
Okay, what do you do with Palmer? Do you watch her? Do you take care of her?
I babysit her.
Okay.
I
Do you
love
baby?
her a lot.
Okay, you're around her a lot? Or
Yes.
you were around her a lot at the time in 2022?
Yes.
Now, when we say a lot, let's go in a week. How many days would you say you saw Palmer in a week?
4 days.
So more than half,
Yes.
probably, but a lot of time. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the other two are twins, aren't they?
Yes.
Okay, how old are they?
They're 2.
Okay, and are they boys, girls,
Both girls.
both girls? Are they identical twins or fraternal? You know those?
Fraternal.
They're fraternal? Okay. Now, do you take care of them?
Yes.
And you love all 3 of them? Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also look after, if I'm right now, you look and babysit other people's children, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how did that come about? Did you just put your name up there in the neighborhood and then went on that, you know, people called you to look after their kids?
I think ever since everything happened with Palmer, it made me realize I want to help other kids,
Okay.
just like Palmer needs help too.
So, and Palmer now is special needs, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, she can't do what normal children that,
No.
so you look after other special needs children besides Palmer now, is that right?
Yes.
I'm gonna talk to you a little bit about that in a minute, but I wanna talk to you about February in 2022, right? And I'm talking about specifically the 17th, all right? Now, it's hard to remember dates, I understand, you know, this is a traumatic thing that went on, right?
Yes.
And is it hard for you to remember this
No.
time?
I remember the exact day.
You remember the exact day?
Yes.
Tell me and tell this jury what you did that day and who you were with.
Me and my sister, we woke up and we went to the grocery store and I gave Palmer my phone so she wouldn't cry as my sister pushed the buggy.
I'm gonna interrupt you, I gotta make sure you understand. So it's your sister Kristen,
Yes.
right? Kristen Brussard,
Yes.
and her daughter Palmer,
Yes.
right? Brussard. And Palmer is how old? Is she a little baby, like?
She was 3 months old.
Okay, so not, she's a baby.
Yes.
And you, there was the only 3 people that were with her.
Yes.
Okay, and is that normal that y'all would be with her? Like you'd be with her while y'all are going around town running errands?
Yes.
Okay. What house were you at that day? Were you at your house in Orangefield?
I was at my sister's house
And where was her house?
in Port Neches.
And that's in Jefferson County, Texas, right?
Yes.
And who lived at that house?
Austin, Kristen, and Palmer.
Okay, so the two ladies I just asked you about and you, and there's Austin, right?
Yes.
Who's Austin?
My sister's boyfriend and the father.
Of Palmer?
Yes.
And he's the father of the twins, right?
Yes.
Now, do me a favor, do you see Austin here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay, and this is Austin Jones, is
Yes.
that right? Would you please point him out and describe a color of his shirt or what he's wearing for us?
He's wearing a blue button-up.
Let the record reflect that was identified the defendant, Austin Jones.
The record will so reflect.
Now, Carmel, how long have you known Austin?
For a good 5-6 years.
Okay, did you know him before this day
Yes.
in this hour? Okay. How did you know him? Who introduced you?
I kind of just met him around the house whenever they first started dating.
Okay. So they dated for a long time?
A few years.
Okay. Did they date full time or did they break up, get back together, break up? How, if you know, if you don't know, it's okay.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, were they living together in February 17th of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Where was the defendant Austin when y'all were at the store with
He
Palmer?
was at work.
Okay. Was that normal?
Yes.
Okay. Did Kristen work that time?
No.
Okay. She just had a baby, not that long.
Yes.
Now, what'd y'all do at the store?
We grocery shopped.
Okay. At that time, was Palmer acting unusual from the other times you had seen her? Now, she wasn't that old, roughly 90 days is how old she'd been on the earth, right?
Yes.
Was she acting any different on that day with y'all?
No.
Okay. Was she happy?
Yes.
Okay. Did she cry unusually for you, like you noticed?
No.
Okay. Did Kristen act unusual?
No.
What'd y'all do after you were at the store?
We went to McDonald's.
Okay. And is it important nature to support author? Or?
I'm not sure.
Oh. Okay. Now, y'all got some food and y'all did what next?
We went home.
Okay. And went home, not your home,
No, to Kristen's house.
Kristen's house in Port Neches.
Yes.
What did y'all have left to do that day?
We put up the groceries and we ate, and I had softball practice later that night.
Okay. So y'all had softball and Kristen was involved with your team, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, what was she doing?
She was my coach.
Okay, she coached you at softball.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when y'all had practice, I assume that wasn't the first practice, right?
No.
Okay, when y'all had practice at this time and they had Palmer, who watched Palmer when you two were at softball practice?
Austin.
Okay, so he watched her.
Yes.
Do you know how many times he watched her for that time and on his own without anybody else there?
Rarely.
Rarely?
Yes.
So it wasn't every day,
No.
okay? And it wasn't like every Tuesday, Thursday, and he took her on the weekend,
No.
okay? Who had Palmer most of the time?
Kristen.
Okay. Now, so on that day, did he come and to the home and then y'all could leave? Or did y'all leave before he got there?
He came home and we gave Palmer to him.
Okay. Was there anything that you remember about that time that was odd or different from what you?
That every time we gave Palmer to him, she wouldn't stop crying.
And every time you saw that, when y'all or Kristen gave the baby to Austin, the baby would cry.
Yes.
And was that normal when you were around?
Yes.
Okay. What about, did you think anything that was odd about that? I know you were 12, I understand, but you remember that every time you handed it to Austin, the baby cried.
Yes.
Now, you know the baby as much as anybody because she's not that old and you were with around, right?
Yes.
Did that make you think, why is that happening?
Yes, I always asked Kristen if she wanted me to go get her from him, but, I just kinda thought that she wasn't really used to him, so that's why she was always crying.
And I'm not, you're not an adult, but you've been around babies and you've been around Palmer, is that right?
Yes,
And you understood how their cries.
yes,
That doesn't mean you went to school to be a doctor at that time, but you knew that,
yes,
okay, you noticed it. And you told the jury you noticed that every time the baby went from y'all to Austin.
yes,
And when you say that, I'm talking about handing the baby over, right?
yes.
Did Palmer walk anywhere at that time?
No,
About how big was Palmer at that time? I mean,
she was like this big,
not this big.
yes.
What do you remember about what she could do in regards to physically? Like, we know she couldn't walk, right?
Yes, she could kick her feet, she started giggling a little bit, but she was still too little to,
So she could cry, right?
yes, she hated tummy time.
Now, tummy time, is that would you tell us what that means?
Whenever she was little, we would put her on her stomach, so it kinda get her to start crawling and stuff, but she would cry every time, she didn't like it.
She liked to lay on her back.
Yes,
Now, could she, if you know, could she go from on her back to her stomach on her own?
I don't know,
She couldn't crawl around though,
no,
and she wasn't talking to y'all,
no,
but she was starting to giggle.
yes,
And would she make change expressions to you? Meaning like you could tell if y'all could tell if she was happy or if she was sad,
yes,
or if she was in pain.
yes,
But she couldn't say, I'm hurting,
yes.
right?
You can just tell in the tone in her voice and her cry.
Now, did Kristen, when you've been around Palmer for a lot did you ever see Kristen hurt or treat Palmer bad?
No,
Meaning like treat her rough?
no,
Okay. Did you ever do that?
no,
Would you ever do that to Palmer?
no,
Why?
because I'm not a monster.
Well, you love Palmer, right?
Yes,
You love the twins,
yes,
and you love Kristen,
yes,
right? And you're telling us, dear, you never saw Kristen, your sister, do anything that would hurt Palmer. Is that fair, or is that not? If there is something, you tell us.
she would never hurt Palmer.
So, on that day, when you were at softball practice, right?
Yes,
She was happy when y'all left and Austin had Palmer.
yes,
Did you know about a call to Kristen, or a video, or a text or something?
yes, her phone was ringing and she had to step to the side and answer it, and then she had to leave practice early because Austin told her that something was wrong.
Okay. How long had that been since y'all left the house in Fort Myers?
Not even 45 minutes.
Were you worried?
Yes,
Okay. Did it scare you?
yes, I wanted to leave with her, but I couldn't leave.
How did Kristen act?
She was panicking, freaking out, and ready to go.
Okay, did she feel like she had to get back?
Yes,
Okay. Was it unusual for Austin to send videos or texts or anything like that, if you know?
no.
Did you have a phone where he sent you text messages or anything?
I had a phone, but he never sent me messages.
Did you get along with Austin?
Yes,
Okay. Now, once this happened, did you find out later on that it was a serious deal and that Palmer may be really hurt?
yes.
Okay. When did you find out?
They told me about her brain bleeds.
I'm
and
sorry,
her
I'm gonna
seizures.
object to hearsay, Judge.
Sustained.
Were you able to see Palmer after y'all left there with Austin that day?
No,
For how long until you got to see Palmer?
it was at least a few weeks.
Okay. Do you know where Palmer had to go?
To the hospital in Houston. She got life flighted.
She got life flighted that night, same
Yes.
night?
Yes,
And did y'all ever go to Houston to visit Palmer or Kristen?
I went the next 2 days and I stayed up there for 3 or 4 nights with May and Kim.
Okay. Now, were you scared at that time?
Yes, I thought I was gonna lose my niece and my best friend.
And how long did they have to stay at Texas Children's?
It was at least 2 months.
Did you ever see, while you were around, anybody do anything that would hurt Palmer?
No,
And you didn't do anything?
no,
Did Kristen do anything?
no,
Did you see Austin do anything?
no.
Okay. But you know for sure that there wasn't anything wrong when y'all left the 17th?
Yes,
Okay. Now, after that, you got to go see Palmer a long time after that, right?
yes, I didn't get to visit her in the hospital.
Okay. And this has been pretty hard on all of y'all, is that fair?
Yes,
Okay. But at any time you got to be back with Palmer ultimately, right, and watch her, is that right?
yes,
Okay. Is she different now? Meaning that you still love her, right?
oh yes, of course,
Always, right?
yes,
But she got badly hurt,
yes,
and she's not really the same, is that fair? From the way you know that,
yes.
okay. What about how she acts in relation to the twins?
She just kind of walks around, does her own thing. She don't really realize or know.
Can she talk?
No, sometimes she can mumble mama, but that's it.
And so do you watch her now that you're 15? Do you watch her for your mom?
Yes.
Okay. And we talked about that you watch other children, is that right?
Yes,
Okay. You watch other special needs children, is that right?
yes.
How many of those children besides?
I babysit for over 12 families.
Okay. And how did you get that? And but these are special, all of those are special needs?
Not all of them.
Okay.
6 of them are special needs, and the other half are just little kids I like to watch.
Do you like little kids?
Yes,
And do you like caring for special needs kids?
yes.
Okay. Is there anything that I didn't ask you about what you remember that night or that day?
No,
This occurred on 17th. Okay. And let's be clear, you didn't do this. You
no,
didn't hurt.
no,
And did you ever see Kristen act or do anything to her? Well,
no,
and I know it's your sister, but do you think she would do that to her own daughter?
no.
That's with us.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffpower. Mr. Burks?
Morning. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. My name's Ryan Gertz. We've never met before, have we?
No,
Back in February of 2022, were you actually living with Austin and Kristen?
no,
Okay, you were just there routinely.
yes,
February 17th was a Thursday. It was a school day. Were you not in school that day?
I think I was out of school that day.
And that's why you remember going grocery shopping and stuff like that during the day.
Yes,
And during the course of that day of February 17th, you and Kristen were the people that were with Palmer during the day,
yes,
prior to 5 o'clock-ish.
yes,
And about that time is when Austin came home, correct?
yes.
Now, did y'all immediately leave at 5 o'clock when he got home? Did you immediately hand Palmer off to him and rush out the door?
We waited till he got home so I could get ready, and then we went out the door.
Okay. Do you remember what Kristen was doing when he got home?
She was taking a nap and Palmer was laying on her chest and I was laying beside her.
Okay. And Palmer liked being held,
Yes,
yes? Judge Matthews, the witness?
Yes, sir.
Without showing this to the jury, I just want to show you a picture and see, can you identify the person in that picture?
Palmer?
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of what she would have looked like on February 17th?
Yes,
This is Defendant's Exhibit 3, I'm sorry for the record. And do you feel like it's been altered in any way in terms
No.
of how she appears?
No.
Your Honor, after tendering to counsel, I'd offer Defendant's Exhibit number 3 into evidence.
No objection.
Defendant's 3 is admitted.
So this is what she would have looked like that day when y'all went grocery shopping and stuff, right?
Yes.
Now, this is not necessarily on that day, but this is what she would have looked like about that time, right?
Yes.
Now, Austin took lots of pictures of her, did he not? Did you ever notice that?
When he was with her, yes. When he would actually come home, yes.
Sure. Now, he had to work, right?
Yes.
I mean, do you recall that he worked 10-hour days?
I know that he went to work, but sometimes he would never come home.
Okay. But he was, to your knowledge, you're not aware that he was working 10-hour days?
No.
Okay. So Palmer liked being held,
Yes.
is that right? And she particularly liked it when Kristen would hold her, right?
Yes.
And you,
Yes.
right? And like some kids that age, she didn't like being put down, right?
Yes.
When you put her down, she'd get upset, right?
Yes.
Or you put her in tummy time,
Yes.
she'd get upset, right?
Yes.
Or you hand her to dad, she'd get upset, right?
Yes.
She just liked being held by you guys,
Yes.
right? That's what she liked, right?
Yes.
She kind of had y'all trained.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. Now, Austin didn't watch. It was not routine, you said, for Austin to watch Palmer alone. Is that right?
Yes.
And in fact, I think you used the word rare,
Yes.
right? Is it possible that it was never before February 17th? Or do you have some distinct memory?
I don't understand.
Is it possible he'd never watched Palmer before February 17th? By himself?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure, okay. If other people say that he'd never watched Palmer, you don't have any evidence to contradict that though, right?
No, but I believe it.
You would believe it?
Yes.
Okay, good, that's fair. Y'all were living in Port Neches, is that right?
They were.
They
Yes.
were, I'm sorry, yes. Where were you living?
In Orangefield.
In Orangefield, okay. And you still lived with your dad back then?
Yes.
All right. Is that where your softball practice was?
It was at the batting fields in Bridge City.
In Bridge City, okay. And they were living in Port Neches, is that right?
Yes.
How far away, for those of us that are geographically challenged, how far away is Port Neches to the batting facility?
It's about 15-20 minutes.
Okay. And so in practice was what time, 6 o'clock?
Yes.
Does that sound right to you?
Yes.
You got there a few minutes early?
Yes.
Okay. And Kristen drove, right? You were too young to drive.
Yes.
And so Kristen drove, and when did Austin call? Were y'all actually in the facility?
Yes.
By the
I
time
had
you
just
called?
started hitting.
Okay. So you just gotten there basically.
Yes.
Okay, it wasn't long at all, right?
No.
And Austin called and was concerned, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever see a video or anything like that that was sent?
No.
Did she explain to you what was going on?
No.
After when Palmer came home from Texas Children's, did you become aware that Austin was no longer allowed to be around Palmer?
Yes.
Was it a known thing in the family?
Yes, but shortly, a few months after, he started seeing her when he wasn't supposed to.
Okay. But my question is, he wasn't allowed to be around her, is that right?
Yes.
And in fact, we had to come into this court and get permission for him to see her. Do you remember that? Were you here for that?
No.
Okay. On June the 12th, 2022, do you remember Palmer having to go back to the hospital again?
No.
You don't recall that at all?
I do, yes.
Okay. On June the 12th, were you with Palmer that day
Yes.
when she had to go to the hospital?
Yes.
Was Kristen with Palmer that day?
No.
No, it was just you?
It was my mom, Jason, and me.
Okay. Judge will pass the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Hoffbauer?
Thank you. Just a few more questions, okay? Now, counsel asked you a question about, you didn't know if that was the first time Palmer on the 17th you know, on the day we're talking about, when she had to be life flight, right? She asked you about whether or not this, which Mr. Jones Austin had, you want to stop your arm and take a break?
No, we're just making sure, buddy.
I'll begin again, okay? Defense counsel asked you a question about if you knew if that was the first time Austin had been looking after Palmer on his own on that day, but you didn't know, right?
Yes.
But you also said, but you wouldn't be surprised, or like, I believe it.
Yes.
Okay, why is that?
Because he would go out and drink every night and never come home.
Did he come home every day after his 10 hours at work and sit with Palmer and play, or put her in a chair or anything like that?
No,
Rock her to sleep?
no,
Now, if he did when you weren't there, you don't know about it. Is that right?
no,
Did you know if he ever was like that with Palmer in those 90 days that she was alive?
no,
Okay. In regards to June 2022, right? That's after, a couple months after February, right?
yes,
And were you with Palmer that day?
yes.
Okay, and your mom? What's your mom's name?
Christina,
Okay. And Brussard, is that?
yes.
Okay. And who was the other person you named?
Jason Bull,
And who's Jason Bull?
her ex-boyfriend,
Okay. Now, y'all were babysitting?
yes.
So where was Kristen that day?
I'm not sure.
Would that be normal for you and your mom to watch Palmer after she got out of the hospital in the summer in 2022? For y'all to be watching Palmer that day?
Yes, she was in my mom's care.
Okay. Do you know what happened, or why did she get hurt?
Yes.
What happened?
I was changing her and she fell off my bed.
Okay. Did you do that on purpose?
No,
How did you feel when that happened? Or how did it happen? Was it? You explain it
she
to
was
me.
in the middle of my bed and I turned around to grab a diaper and the next thing I know she was on the floor.
Okay. What did you think? Did that ever happen to you?
No, I grabbed my mom and she took her straight to Houston.
Was she acting? How did you feel? Sorry, you have to talk about that.
Horrible.
I understand. Did you mean for that to happen?
No,
And did your mom mean for that? I mean, was that on purpose?
no,
And Palmer had already gotten out of hospital and she had bad injuries, right?
yes,
And y'all didn't hurt her anymore or something? You didn't hurt her that day?
no,
Was that an accident?
yes.
Okay. And what happened to her in regard, did her injuries get worse, or did she have to go through CPS or anything like that, if you know?
No,
If you know.
no, she didn't.
Who had custody, if you know, at that
My
point?
mom, Kristen Bruce Brussard,
And Palmer lived with your mom, where did she live?
in Bridge City.
And you live in Orangefield, and she lived in Bridge City, is that correct?
Yes.
And where did Kristen live at that time?
Her house currently in Bridge City.
So she wasn't living in Dawson in June, right?
Not for a while, no.
Okay, were they still dating? Do you know?
I don't know.
On the times that you know about, Austin touched or held Palmer, was Kristen always there with him?
Yes,
Okay. There weren't any times where she stepped outside and came in, didn't leave the house, but like went outside, where he was alone, if you know?
I'm not sure.
You don't know? Okay. Who would know? Who would know? Kristen?
Kristen and Austin,
Okay. Palmer's parents, right?
yes,
Once again, you didn't hurt Palmer in February or June, is that right?
no,
And if she got hurt in June, was that intentional or reckless to you, or was that an accident?
it was an accident,
Would you go back in time and stop it if you could?
yes.
Thank you, Colin, appreciate it. That's what.
Anything else, Mr. Gartz?
So I just want to clarify, you were entrusted in June with helping out with Palmer, right?
Yes,
And you would never intentionally hurt Palmer,
never, no,
and you would never knowingly hurt Palmer,
no,
and you wouldn't recklessly hurt Palmer,
no,
because you cared about her.
Yes,
You love her.
yes,
But while on your watch, there was an accident, right?
yes,
And Palmer fell off a bed, right?
yes,
You said it was your bed, right?
yes,
And got hurt again
yes,
and had to be taken to the hospital in Houston.
yes.
That's the witness, Judge.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any objection to Ms. Armstrong being excused?
Please.
No, but I'd like her to remain under the rule, please.
Right, so you remember the rule that I gave you earlier. Make sure you follow all of those instructions and you can step out now. Thank you.
Your Honor, would you like to proceed or take a break? This is a longer witness.
Longer?
Long.
Let's go ahead and take a mid-morning break. It is almost 10:40. We'll take about a 10-15 minute break. I'd like to get started by 5 minutes to 11 or so. Please keep in mind all the instructions that you were previously given. If everyone else would please remain seated, you are excused for 15 minutes. All right, for the record, the jury's outside the presence of the courtroom. Anything we need to take up before we take a break?
Nothing to say, Your Honor.
Not for me, Judge.
All right, we'll be in a recess for 15 minutes.
It's at least reasonable suspicion, right?
All right, we're back on the record. State's attorney's present, defendant, defense counsel are present. Anything we need to take up before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Not that I know of, Judge.
All right, you can bring the jury in. All right, let the record reflect the jury seated. State's attorney's present, defendant, and defense counsel are present. Mr. Hoffpower, you may call your next witness.
State calls Kristen Brussard, Your Honor.
And Ms. Brussard, you were previously in here and sworn already, correct? And if you'll just pull that microphone down, it doesn't come all the way, but get it as close as you can, and be sure to answer loudly and clearly into the microphone so everyone can hear you. Also, if it's a yes or a no question, be sure to say yes or no and not just a head nod or an uh-huh, so the court reporter can take everything down. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please, the court, counsel. Would you please state your name for the record, please?
Kristen Brussard,
Okay. Now, Kristen, how old are you?
25,
And where do you live?
in Bridge City,
What's your birthday?
01/28/2000.
Now, you live in Bridge City, and that's in Orange County, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but back in February 2022, did you live in Jefferson County, Texas?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what city was that?
Fort Natchez.
Okay, in Port Neches, and what was the address?
836 Goodwood Avenue.
Was that in
Can you
Jefferson
speak
County?
up a little bit, please?
What do you think? I'm sorry.
Was that in Jefferson County, Texas?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Who did you live at that residence with?
Austin Jones.
Okay. Austin Jones, do you see Austin Jones in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
Could you please point him out and describe an article of clothing for the court?
Right here at this table in a long sleeve blue shirt.
Let the record reflect the witness identifying the defendant, Your Honor.
Record will so reflect.
Okay. Now, who is Austin Jones to you? How long have you known him?
About 6 years.
Did y'all go to school together? Did you go to Port Neches with him?
No, sir.
Okay, where'd you go to high school?
I went to Orangefield.
And did you go to any other school other than Orangefield ISD your whole life?
No, sir.
Okay, so you lived there the whole time,
Yes.
right? Did you ever move anywhere else other than to Port Neches?
We lived in Bridge City prior to Port Natchez before we bought my house, but
Okay, you in Austin?
yes, sir.
Okay, so tell us when you started dating.
The end of 2019,
Okay. Now, how did you meet Austin?
through a mutual friend,
Okay, did y'all meet at a house or like at a party or at the bar, or how did you meet?
a party.
At a party?
Yes, sir.
And did you know him before or seen him before?
No, sir.
Okay. Did anybody of your friends know of him? Or was it a mutual friend that introduced you?
Mutual friend, that's who introduced us, yes, sir.
Did y'all start dating pretty quickly, or it took a while?
I mean, we hung out a little bit, but we didn't start like officially dating until a few months later.
Okay. And roughly when was that?
Like officially started dating March of 2020.
So, now we're here we're about February 17th, 2022, right? That's about that day, or what went on that day, correct? But you started dating the defendant 2 years before, roughly,
Yes, sir.
right? Okay. Were y'all monogamous, meaning y'all only dated each other, you didn't also see other people while you were together?
Correct.
Okay. Did y'all do that the whole time? I mean, or were y'all off and on, or, yeah? Explain to us the relationship.
Off and on,
Okay,
a few times, yes, sir.
okay. What was the reasons why y'all broke up?
I'm sorry, Judge, I'm gonna object to relevance.
Talking about, further down.
I'm just the background of it. We'll move on the date, their background or their relationship.
Well, but if it has to do with any other potential bad acts or anything like that.
Or some kind of bad act that I'm not aware of. I just want to make sure I don't know what we're getting into, but I'm just roughly the background. That's it. I'll move on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Kristen, did y'all move in together quickly? Did y'all move in together in 2020? Or did y'all move in together later on?
Later in the year in 2020.
Now, how long had you lived with Austin in 2022 on February 17th? Did you live with them from 2020 to 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, but y'all aren't married.
Correct. Not.
Now, y'all are together today,
Yes, sir.
is that right? And so y'all weren't together and then you're back together since this happened.
Correct.
Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, do you have any children?
I have 3 children.
Okay, would you tell me their names?
Palmer Jones, Pierce Jones, and Payson Jones.
All of them are Austin's children too,
Correct.
is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Palmer's the oldest, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Palmer, in February 17th, 2022, how old was Palmer?
It was a day before she turned 3 months old.
He was very, very young.
Yes, sir.
Now, was Austin involved with you when you had the baby? Like, was he there with you and y'all lived together with Palmer for the time, for those 90 days roughly?
Yes, sir. We lived together.
Y'all lived together and so did Palmer, right?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else live with y'all?
No, sir.
Now, well, your pregnancy with Palmer, did you have a rough one or was it
It was pretty smooth.
that was your first one? Is that
Yeah.
right? Okay.
I got really big, but other than that, it was fine.
Okay. And were you happy when you were a mom?
Yeah.
Now, was Austin happy?
I think so.
Now, were y'all both nervous about being young parents?
100%.
100%.
Yeah.
It was tough,
I mean,
right?
it's nerve-wracking becoming a parent, especially, I mean, we were only 21, so
Y'all were under 21 or y'all both?
we were 21.
Okay. Now, did you think that Austin was as nervous as you when y'all had the baby?
I feel like the feeling was pretty mutual, just kind of like we were 21 about to have a baby, not really sure what either of us were doing.
Okay.
It was just kind of like,
Now, were y'all on your own in regards to your families? Were they involved with
but both of our families are very helpful, yes.
and y'all have big families, right?
His family's a lot bigger than mine, but we do both have
Okay.
quite a bit.
And you're not estranged, meaning y'all have good relationships with your families. Is that right?
I would say so, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, during the short time that Palmer was before these injuries, okay, in February, did the family, both those families come and see her or take her and keep her for a night, stuff like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many times would you say? That'd be a hard question for me to ask you if she's 6, right? But when this happened, she was 90 days. There's not that many days in there for everybody to see him. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Who were the people that saw Palmer?
My mom and then his parents and obviously siblings, I would say, were the main people who came and saw her.
Okay. Did anybody take her overnight or without you?
I want to say she stayed with Austin's stepmom and dad once, and then my mom once.
Was there times when, so y'all lived at this place together with Palmer, right?
Yes, sir.
Who was primary caregiver at that place? Did y'all split it 50-50 down the middle, or would you say you were more of a caregiver than Austin was?
I would say it was more me, but also I was not working at the time, so he was working during the day, so I had her majority of the time.
And she's 3 months old,
Yeah,
she's a little baby.
a little bit,
Right.
yeah.
Okay. Now, did he ever watch Palmer without you there or close by?
I can't really think of any times off the top of my head that I left her there, but
Would there have been a lot of times in those roughly 90 days?
not often, no sir.
Where you left, like you didn't go out of town, right?
I'm
Did
sorry,
You didn't go out of town and leave Palmer with Austin?
no, no sir.
If he had her alone, where would it have been that you remember?
Maybe if I went to like get my eyelashes or nails done for like an hour, but
But not like a whole day or multiple days?
no sir.
Okay. Had he ever done that before?
No sir.
Did he want to do that? To give you a break?
It never really came up, so
Right.
I'm not really sure.
What about like when he had her, how was he with the Palmer when he had her?
I mean, I feel like he was fine. I mean, I never like was concerned, I guess.
Okay, when you say trying, you weren't concerned,
I mean, not whenever he was just like holding her and stuff, I wasn't, no sir.
but were you in the room?
I mean, not always, I guess, but
Okay, were you ever worried about when you went out of the room for a long period of time? No,
but I never really did that. She was always with me.
okay. Was she a happy baby?
Palmer?
Yeah.
Very.
Was she active as much as she could be?
Yes, sir.
So how much, you tell us on February 17th, 2022, how much could Palmer move on her own?
She was like scooting around. I want to say she was about to start rolling over. I can't remember 100%, but she was lifting her head fine. She was,
And what you knew at the time, was she progressing on?
yeah, she was at like a normal like track for how old she was.
Yeah, but she couldn't say, hey, Mom, what's going on?
Right.
Okay. And she couldn't stand up and walk out of the room.
No, sir.
Could she crawl out of the room?
No, sir.
Could she get out of her seat or anything?
No, sir.
She can't move. If she can, it's rolling over or her moving her head up.
Right.
Right? Okay. But she could do that on February 17th, 2022, right?
Correct.
And after that day, that changed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what happened? Tell us in regards to February, what you remember from February 17th, 2022, from the day and, you know, when it started and what you did that day.
Yeah, so I remember going to HEB with my sister. We went and got groceries. And we went to McDonald's and grabbed food, and then we went back to the house. I remember us taking a nap on the couch. And then I coached my little sister's softball team at that time. So I was late, like we fell asleep on the couch. Austin got home and I handed her to him. And then we left and went to Grid City for softball practice.
Okay, now, that's a big summary of that, but I'm gonna ask you about some things in there, okay? You and Palmer and Carmel were together that day,
Yes, sir.
is that right?
Correct.
And y'all were at whose house?
Our house, me and Austin's house.
In Port Neches?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, the whole day y'all were together before you went to the store? Did Karma stay with y'all that night?
I can't really remember if she stayed the previous night or not.
Was it unusual for Karma to be at your house with you and Palmer?
No, she was always at my house.
What was their relationship like that you remember?
Karma and Palmer's or Austin's? Palmer's. Great. I mean, Karma's literally like a little mom. She's,
She still loves Karma?
yes.
You loved her then?
She loves Karma, yes.
Now, were you ever worried to have Karma around Palmer when you weren't around?
No, sir.
Were you ever worried for Austin to have Palmer when you weren't around?
No, sir.
Did you ever tell him to do certain things with the baby or be careful about certain things with the baby?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what were those?
There was a few times that he bounced her and I had told him to just be a little more gentle.
Now, tell me what that means with bouncing. What are you meaning when you say bouncing?
Like holding her on his knee and just bouncing his leg. But
Okay.
it was
How was he holding her? Was he holding her this in bouncing, was he holding with two hands?
Two hands, yes, sir.
Where were his hands on Palmer when he would be bouncing?
I wanna say one was like on her waist and one was like on the back side of her, because her head, I mean, it was, she had lifted, but it was still wobbly.
Was her head, could she keep it sustained on her own?
I mean, not completely, no, sir.
But that's normal for a 3-month-old, or even earlier, right?
Right.
But, so when you say bouncing, was he bouncing her on a knee, or or just like rocking her with his knee? I mean,
Just
how
kind
was
of
it?
bouncing. I mean, it wasn't like extreme, but it was, I mean, just on his knee like this.
You saw that,
Yes, sir.
okay. How many times did you see that when Austin had Palmer?
I would say maybe a handful, 5 times or so.
5 times, okay. Did you say something to him the first time you saw it?
I don't remember exactly, but I believe so. I mean, I remember saying something, I just don't know exactly what exact time.
Why did you say something?
Because it scared me, I guess. I mean,
Why did it scare you?
it just seemed a little too rough.
And did somebody tell you that? Did you go to a class to determine that? Or did you just feel like, be a little careful with it?
Yeah, I didn't do any classes, it just scared me.
What did he say, or did he respond to you talking to him about being a little more, not so rough?
I don't really remember his exact words, maybe, I truthfully don't remember.
Did he say, okay, Kristen, I'll do that, I'm gonna try? Or did he respond at all?
I would be lying if I told you that.
Did he do it again after you asked him not to?
Yes.
Did he do it just one more time after you asked him not to?
Like I said, I'm not sure exactly how many times, I would say maybe 5 or so.
About 5, so
5, 6, 7.
you told him pretty soon in that, please, look, don't be a concern to you.
Yeah.
You don't remember what he said any of the times. How did he act and attitude
Maybe a little irritated, but
with you?
for like being bossy, I guess.
Okay. Was that normal?
Yes.
Now, in regards to him handling or Palmer when y'all were together, who was holding Palmer the majority of the time?
Me.
Okay. Those times when he's bouncing on, where are you? Are you in the room watching TV, or are you in another room?
Probably in the room or picking up or something.
You don't know, but you said something because you felt like it was more than she could handle. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And he was holding her the same way all the times.
Yes, sir.
Meaning he was holding her with his hands, supporting her body around the torso. Tell us, I don't know. You
Yeah,
don't
I
know.
wanna say that he was holding her like one hand around her waist and then like other on the back side of her.
What were you worried she could be hurt while he was doing that?
Not necessarily hurt, I just feel like it was too much for a 3-month-old.
You weren't worried that she was
I
gonna
mean,
be a stronger
I didn't-
baby by being held rough, right?
Right,
So were you worried? That's why you said something?
yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you think he was trying to hurt
No, sir.
Palmer at that time?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you think that, I mean, my question is, do you think that he took what you told him and took it to heart, and you saw him trying to make progress with being a little more delicate with Palmer, who's 90 days old, or before that?
No,
He didn't, right? Okay. Now, on the day that y'all went to the store, and y'all came back, okay, got McDonald's, and you and Karma and Palmer, did you take a nap with Palmer laying on your chest?
yes, sir, I did.
How long was that? You remember, like a full afternoon, or?
Maybe like an hour or so, wasn't too
Okay.
long.
Now, defense exhibit, double check.
Yes, sir.
Number 3, entered into evidence, okay, we have request of others.
Sure.
Who's that right there?
That's Palmer.
Okay, that's Palmer. And about how old would Palmer have been right there in that picture?
2 months.
So 2 months, buddy. So about around in those days, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, did Austin take a lot of pictures of Palmer and post them and do all that kind of stuff?
He took a lot of pictures of her, but he's not as active on social media as I am, so,
Okay. Did you take a lot of pictures and post them?
yes.
Yeah, like anybody would, right?
Yeah.
Your first baby, right? Now, so taking pictures and those kind of things, did he liked that and he wanted to do that all the time?
Yes, sir.
Or more than you in any way?
I wouldn't say more, but I mean, it was equal. He just doesn't really post.
Okay. Now, fair. Now, when y'all went, you had been coaching your sister's softball team how long?
I wanna say that was one of our first practices. Like, I don't even think we started games at that point yet.
Okay. Had you ever left Palmer at that time with Austin while you were the coach?
I don't believe so.
Could that have been the first time that Austin ever had his 3-month-old baby alone at the house with nobody there with him?
I don't think that was the first time. I mean, I had run to the grocery store and stuff before, so.
Okay, so if somebody thought that, would say that's the first time he ever was there, like where he had her all by himself.
Yeah, I don't think it was. No, sir.
Okay, you don't think?
I don't think. I'm not 100% sure, but
So it was that few times where he was, that you don't know, it could have been the first time, or it could have not been the first time.
Right.
Is that fair? Okay, so you didn't leave him with Austin a lot,
not a lot.
or excuse me, you didn't leave Palmer with Austin a lot.
Correct. I didn't.
Why?
I don't really leave the house, so there was.
Right, okay, but were you worried after the things that you said you saw, that you want to be there?
I mean, I was worried like when it was happening, but it wasn't like an everyday thing that I had said something, so it wasn't like that was always on my mind, I guess.
That you saw though, right? I mean, these are the times you watched Austin with Palmer doing what we're talking about, bouncing,
Correct.
okay. Could he have done that while you weren't watching or weren't there?
Object to speculation, Judge.
If she knows, John.
Could she have done that, or could he have done
Now,
that?
could he have done that? I said he. Could he have done it on the times when she wasn't there? That's my question.
Right, but if she wasn't there,
Right.
then she doesn't know.
If she doesn't know, well, I mean, could he have possibly done that? You understand, like, because she knows him, correct? I'll move
Asking
on.
her to speculate.
Anyway, I'll move on.
Sustained.
Now, on that day, did you get a call from Austin while you were coaching?
Yes, sir.
And how far away is practice field from y'all's house in Fort Nixon?
I'd say roughly 15 minutes.
So it's not right across the street, it's a little ways, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what kind of contact did you receive? A call, a text, what happened?
I want to say he called me first and said that Palmer was acting funny or crying funny. And I was like, I'm not home, like just send me a video or FaceTime me. And he sent me a video, but I couldn't really, like, I saw she was crying, but I wasn't in person, so I couldn't really tell necessarily what was.
Yeah, what about his reaction when this was going on? Was he in panic?
I wouldn't say full-blown panic, but he was freaking out, like he was worried.
What does freaking out mean to you in regards to Austin?
Well, he was just kind of like, Kristen, like, Palmer's crying, I don't know what to do, like, I tried to feed her, and
He tried to feed her?
he tried to feed her a bottle.
Now, did you think once you saw that and the way he was acting, you needed to get home?
Yes, I mean, the way she was crying, it didn't look any different than like a normal, like, fussy cry to me.
Okay.
So I wasn't like in an extreme rush, but, I mean, I was leaving practice, and once I got home and like held her, I realized that like, okay, something's like really wrong with her.
All right, well, tell us what you noticed. I know it's a hard thing to talk about and it's hard to think about that, but tell us what you're saying by unusual, there's something wrong.
When I got to the house, he had undressed her, and I went to pick her up, and her whole body was just like limp, and she was actively seizing
Okay,
and
so-
like crying.
And is that unusual? Didn't know for him to undress her.
I think he was
Okay.
trying to like cool her off because she was crying, like just trying to like do skin to skin. He did that a lot, was like skin to skin with her.
Okay.
So I think he was just trying to like calm her down.
Is that something you would do when she was fussy? You go find Austin and give the baby to her?
No, I mean, I usually like to be the one to comfort, but I mean, sometimes he would like to as well.
Okay. Was she fine when you left?
Yeah, she was sleeping.
She was sleepy, was she doing any of the things that she was after you got back to the house?
No.
And so what did you think to do and what y'all talk about?
I would be lying if I told you any words that were said in the midst of those 15 minutes that we were home, because I don't remember. But I remember putting clothes on her, and then we rushed to the medical center.
Right. Let's go back. What were you saying? Like, you don't know or you can't remember because it was frantic?
Like the conversation when I got home?
Right.
Correct, that was absolutely traumatizing. I don't remember a single word that was said in the house.
But what, y'all weren't blaming each other, you did this, you did that.
I mean,
Okay.
I may have asked, like, did something happen, but I truthfully don't remember. I would be lying if I said.
Did you think something happened?
I truthfully didn't know. I didn't even know she was seizing at the time because I'd never seen a seizure in my life.
But she was not acting like you had seen her act.
Right,
Fair?
correct.
There was some questions about whether or not she had a bruise on her head before you left her. Do you remember that?
No, and I just found out about that yesterday, but I don't believe that was a bruise.
Okay.
Because she saw the pediatrician the day prior, and that was never brought up either, so.
Okay, and who's her pediatrician?
It was Dr. No at the time.
And that's a local, right? She's local and she saw Palmer how many times in those 90 days between the day she's born and this occurs?
I would probably say 10 times. We were seeing her for like the last month or so, every single week.
Okay. For what reasons? For seizures and brain injury?
No, sir, Palmer was having trouble gaining weight.
Okay. And were you concerned about that?
Yes,
Was the doctor concerned about that?
I guess, yeah,
Were y'all trying to remedy?
yes.
Was it working?
No.
Okay. Now, if someone would say that she had an injury on her head and you're saying that you didn't think that was an injury, did you do something to give an injury on her head prior to her going to Texas Children?
No, sir. If she had a bruise on her head, I 100% would have seen that.
In your experience with Palmer, you know Palmer better than anybody.
Right.
Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Was she acting like she was hurt or that she had a bruise on her head before you left?
No, sir.
Would you have left her if you thought her head had been knocked or?
No, sir.
And you only learned about that not too long ago, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You didn't do anything, is that right?
Correct.
Did Karma do anything to Palmer?
No.
Okay,
Not that I'm aware of.
okay. That's your sister.
That is my
Right.
sister.
Would you trust Palmer with her today?
Yes, sir.
Do you think Karma would ever hurt Palmer in any way?
No, sir.
Okay. She loves her.
She
Right.
does.
Do you love her?
I do.
Okay. Now, she's showing no injury, she didn't have any physical problems, and she was developing normally, right?
No, she was not gaining weight.
She wasn't gaining weight, but y'all were trying to remedy.
Right.
Okay. But when you got home, that's not the condition she was in, right?
Right.
There were things that you didn't understand, and she was doing things you didn't understand.
Correct.
Was she crying differently?
Yes.
Okay. What if, about in regards to crying, if somebody had talked about her crying in different ways when different people held her? Did you notice that about Paul?
No, sir.
Okay. So what happened when you got to the hospital?
We were frantic going in there. I remember telling the ladies, like, I don't know what's going on, like, she needs to be seen. I remember them weighing her, and then we went to,
Wait, hold on, let's slow down. Y'all went there,
yes.
and y'all, who carried the baby in the hospital?
I believe we left her in her car seat.
Y'all was carried her in a car seat.
Yes, sir.
Were y'all both frantic, running around like chickens with their head cut off?
100%, yes, sir.
Both of you?
Yes.
And if people at the hospital said that wasn't the case, would they lie about how y'all were acting, meaning one was acting a little bit worse and the other one wouldn't?
I don't think so. I mean, I wasn't really paying attention to anything around me other than Palmer, so.
You never got mad at Austin for acting, or not taking it as seriously as you did ever on that day? Is that what you're telling me?
Not there, no, sir.
Yeah. Okay, somewhere else?
Yes,
Where
sir.
was that?
Texas Children's.
Okay, what happened in that? The way he was acting at the hospital?
Just very quiet, standoffish.
Okay, was he worried about Palmer at the hospital?
I think he was worried about her, but I think he just handled it different than I did.
What do you think that was odd? Did you notice that?
I did notice it.
Now look, you're with Mr. Jones today, right? You got back together with him, you have two more kids together, right?
Correct.
Okay. But on that day, right, y'all both brought, and nobody knows what happened, but when you left, she was fine, and then you show up and there are these things you don't know about. Y'all went to the hospital in Voir, right?
Correct.
So who did you see when you first got in there? Hospital.
At the ladies at the front desk.
Okay.
In the
What
emergency
did
room.
y'all tell?
I would be lying if I told you. I just said she's like crying funny, like she's limp. I didn't know she was having seizures, so.
But she was shaking, you didn't know, you're not a doctor,
Yeah.
right? Kristen, right? Austin's not a doctor, right? Or he
No,
is?
he's not, sorry.
Okay, right? But y'all took him to the place and he said what was worried about, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did they take the baby and did you feel like they were taking it seriously, what you had taught them and what you told them was happening?
I guess so, yeah, they got us back for a CAT scan like pretty quickly and started.
While they're doing that, what are you thinking?
I'm just freaking out because I don't know what's going on.
Okay. Did you make any calls to anybody?
I think I waited a little bit to call my mom just because I kind of wanted to see what was going on first before I want to become dramatic, so I didn't want her to just pull up and just start
Okay.
freaking out.
Did the doctors ever come out and ask y'all, okay, or did anybody come ask y'all what happened, how this happened, or if you know?
I think they did, but that whole day is a blur to me, I'm sorry.
Now, but you told them what you thought happened, right?
Well, I didn't know what had happened, I didn't know what was going on with her.
But you told them what went on in the day, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but you're saying you don't remember what you told them?
I don't remember, don't even remember speaking to anybody. I truthfully would be lying if I told you, because that day was so hectic.
Okay. Now, what about having to go to Texas Children's? Did they come out and tell you, look, this is serious, we have to go and the team has to round up and life flight her to Houston,
Yes.
right?
Yes, sir.
But how long from the time y'all first arrived until that happened?
I want to say that was, it was later in the night, probably like 10, 11 o'clock by the time they did that.
So y'all still in Voir, but y'all didn't leave, y'all stayed right there?
We stayed there, yes, sir.
Okay. Did he stay the whole time with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did anybody else come to meet y'all there?
My mom came up there, and I think her boyfriend at the time.
Now, when they came out and told you we got a life flight, what did they tell you about how you get there? Like, did both of y'all fly, or tell us
We
about
were
that?
not allowed to fly with her, we had to drive.
Okay. And did they tell you why, or in any way?
I think they just weren't allowed to have any more people in there, so.
Did they tell you, do you remember if they told you that, look, because she's a 3-month-old, that, and these are injuries that we have to call CPS and we have a protocol we have to follow. Do you remember any of that?
No, I
Hold
swear-
on.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna object to that whole question is asking for a hearsay response, Judge.
Were you notified about CPS? That's all.
Let's
Well,
do
that wasn't
this.
what the question
I'm just gonna
was.
sustain it and just break it down, and so we can go one at a time and make sure.
Were you notified that they have to do a standard investigation with something like this?
Yes, someone came in and talked to us.
Okay, so somebody from the hospital or CPS, or if you know,
I think it was CPS, but I'm not sure if she worked for the hospital.
did you tell them what happened, or did Austin tell them what happened, or did both of y'all?
I want to say that they talked to us separately, but I didn't even know what happened, so I don't really think either of us knew what was going on.
Did you tell them that of any kind of acts or things that you might have saw that could have hurt her, or that you, like a history?
That day, I want to say our conversation was very brief in there because, we were going to Texas Children's. I was really in no place to be talking to anybody at that time.
Oh, okay, so you didn't tell them what about the bouncing on the knee Southeast Texas Medical.
No, that our conversation, I wanna say was very brief with them.
Need you realize you're under oath, and we have the medical records.
Okay,
Okay? Are you saying that you didn't tell them?
I've said it, I don't remember any conversation. I wanna say that it was very brief with them, I don't remember anything that I've said to them. That day was extremely, extremely traumatic for me.
Kristen, are you telling us everything about this? Like you told the investigators and everybody that talked to you? You told the same story?
After
you've always
everything that
told?
you've asked me so far, yes, sir.
That's not what I asked you. Are you telling me what happened in the same way that you told people that asked you questions about this?
Every question that you've asked me so far, I've answered truthfully.
Okay. You never told anybody else that you were worried with what you saw about the bouncing on the knee,
As in who people like from the
meaning
hospital
the
or?
hospital person.
I don't remember telling anybody else that at the medical center.
If the medical records say something different, but you
I just
say
said
that
I
they
don't
did.
remember. I mean, if I don't remember, I don't remember. You know, that was so long ago, it was traumatic for me.
Right.
I almost lost my child, like.
Yeah, right.
Sure.
Now tell us what happened when you got to Texas too.
They were only allowing one person in there at a time, in the emergency room, so I was the only one that could go back there. So my mom, her boyfriend and Austin sat in the waiting room until we were out of the emergency room and could go into a room.
Now, did y'all know if Palmer was gonna make it? Did they tell you anything about that, or was it still up in the air at the
I
time?
mean, up in the air, she was on a ventilator. I mean, she was
But she was alive, right?
alive there.
But she had suffered traumatic or brain injury, right?
Correct.
Is that what they told you?
Yes, sir.
If you remember, did they tell you that this can be solved or healed in any way?
I want to say that they told me that she would have permanent damage forever, like the bleeds would heal eventually, but the damage would always be there.
So that's permanent, right?
Permanent, yes, sir.
Now, at some point, Austin had to leave, is that right? Or he couldn't be around, is that correct? Okay, and you could be around,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Did anybody tell you why that was there?
I remember the doctor, one of them came in and said this is caused from, abuse. And then a lady, I want to say from CPS, I don't know if she was working for the hospital or just out, she came in and had Austin removed. And I want to say maybe a week after we got there, I'm not sure exactly timing on that.
Okay. Now, did you do anything to hurt Palmer that will cause traumatic permanent brain injury on your daughter?
No, sir.
Do you think that Carmen did that?
No, sir.
Do you think that Austin could have done that?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know
Why don't you know?
because I was not there that day.
But out of all three of you, who you say, you can't say for sure, is that fair to say? Is that what you're saying to us? I just want you,
But I don't know for sure.
you don't know for sure? Why aren't you 100%? With the guy you're with and I had two more kids with, right? Why?
I was not there. I mean, he was the only one with her. I'm not sure what happened.
But you remember seeing multiple times bouncing,
Correct, yes, sir.
and you told him that, and he didn't stop doing that.
Correct.
All right. Did you tell the hospitals that when they asked you questions
I
about it?
probably did.
Did they tell you anything about that being used for termination? If they did or they didn't, I don't know. Did they tell you that that's why he had to leave?
I'm sorry, Judge. I'm gonna object to hearsay.
I'll move on, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Were you being notified of everything that was going on with Palmer and your access to Palmer and Austin's access to Palmer?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't lose my access until like the last week or so, but before then, I mean, they just came and removed him and I didn't. hear anything else, so I wasn't.
Did y'all keep, like, were you mad and you kept calling to get him back in there?
No, I mean, my main concern at that moment was Palmer.
Right.
So I wasn't really,
And it's traumatic, I understand that, right? Now, after all of this, and y'all, how long did y'all stay at Texas Children's?
we were there about a month.
Okay. Now, when she was released, okay, was she released to go home with you and stay with you?
No, sir. She went with my mom.
And your mom got temporary custody, is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Now, look, y'all, there was a civil case going on, meaning through who could have custody, right? It was up in the air at that time because of the injuries.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that fair to say? Okay. Then do y'all have hearings, and when I discussed what went on at them, but that was a proceeding that went on,
Yes, sir.
right? Now, during those proceedings, were you accused of being the one who did this to Palmer?
At one point, they had tried to put me in there, yeah, and say it was me.
Okay. How did that, tried to, what are we talking, what are you saying?
His attorney had said maybe it's mom, and then I lost my visitation as well.
Okay.
But that was the only time.
Did you, if you know, did you ever know if Austin was saying, she did it, I didn't do it, she did it?
I don't know what him and his attorney talked about.
You don't know. Could he have?
He could have.
So the guy, and once again, you see why I'm asking, like, if that's possible, he's telling that you did it, right? And then y'all got back together, had 2 more kids, right? And that,
I'm sorry.
life's crazy. I'm asking,
I'm sorry. We got the last 2 questions we haven't had an out loud answer. So the
then
last
I'll
2
leave it
questions.
here.
Make sure, give her an opportunity to answer out loud so that the record's clear on each question, please.
Thank you. Through this, okay, were y'all together? Or did y'all break up during the proceeding, the civil proceeding?
We did break up.
Okay. Y'all weren't on the same page in regards to, they were, after you saying you did this, it wasn't Austin, it couldn't have been Austin. And you were the one who did all of this.
We were on bad terms, yes.
Somebody tell you that, try to say you were the one who did this? Did they accuse you of doing this?
Yeah.
Okay, how did that make you?
Angry, upset.
Did Austin ever tell you, go and confess, or that, you did this?
No, sir.
Did you ever tell him, you need to tell them you did this?
I don't think so, no, sir.
You don't think so?
I don't remember ever saying that. I will say no.
Okay. But that's a proceeding over custody with Palmer, right?
Correct.
But you say that the blame was on you in a civil proceeding.
I mean, not 100% on me. There was just allegations, them saying like, if we don't know who did this, why does mom get to see her and dad doesn't?
Okay.
So
What about, did you testify to what in those proceedings about what happened?
we didn't really, I mean, our attorneys pretty much spoke for us.
Okay. Now, how long before y'all got to have Palmer back and to see her?
I went without visitation for a month, and then I was allowed to see her at my mom's house. I want to say it was 3 days out of the week for 2 hours each day. And then after that, I was moved to where I could do overnights with her at my mom's house.
That was hard. Is that
Yeah.
fair? Was that hard for Austin?
I
Was
think
he in the same way? Did he have the same visitation as you did?
so. No, sir, he did not have the same visitation as me.
Were y'all talking at that time?
I think we were communicating, but I don't think we were together at that point in time.
Did you eventually get custody or care of Palmer back?
I could see her whenever I wanted to spend the night. I just had to have my mom or someone over the age of 18 with me while I had her.
Did Austin have the same requirements and restrictions on?
No, sir. He only got supervised visitation.
Now, did y'all have to do certain things a part of that, meaning go to classes, and were y'all required by the civil court?
Yes, we had to do multiple classes.
Now, did you do your classes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did you learn anything from the classes?
Yes, sir.
Were they good for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, since then, have you ever, someone approached you and blamed and accused you of being the person who did this to your daughter?
No, sir.
Not in any way did someone say, look, everybody knows it's you, and, you know, it couldn't have been Austin.
No, sir.
Yeah, okay. Now, did anybody come to you in the opposite? Say that.
I don't think so. I mean, really, it's only our families that know, so.
Right, and, you know, but, you understand, like, it's a confusing for everybody,
Yeah.
because there's a civil, right, and then there's a criminal, about what happened to Palmer. So what we wanna know, what happened to Palmer, and Palmer can't tell us
Right.
that it was that person and it was on Tuesday. She can't, right? So all we have is what happened and what the people that were around her said, right?
Right.
Right. And you telling this jury it wasn't you who did that.
Correct.
You never handled Palmer in any way to cause traumatic brain injury in the way that the experts said, an injury she has sustained and or will live with the rest of her life, right?
Correct.
And you telling them that you couldn't have been Karma, she wouldn't have done that,
No, sir, she would not.
but you don't know if Austin would.
I was not there at that time, so I'm not sure.
That's what.
Mr. Gertz?
Hi, Kristen.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
Good. Back in 2022, Austin was working full-time, was he not?
Correct, yes.
And at some point in there, he was also going to school as well, was he not?
Yes, sir.
He graduated from college or associate's degree, right?
Yes, sir.
And so he was working and going to school.
Yes, sir.
And he was working at a place called Coastal Caverns back in February of 2022, is that right?
Yes, sir.
10-hour-a-day shifts.
Yes, sir.
And so and this, when I say this, it's gonna sound like I'm being critical of you, but I'm not. You were the one home watching her all the time, right? And you described her as being a happy baby, right?
She was, yes.
And Karma told the jury too, that when she was with you or with Karma, she was very happy.
She was.
And that's your recollection as well, right?
I mean, she was happy pretty much all the time.
Yeah. You wanna wait till that? That's all, once you pass it back.
Just helping you.
Oh, hey, man, I appreciate that.
Judge Mackler's with us.
You may.
I'm gonna show you state's exhibits number 1, 2, and 3. Do you recognize those pictures?
Yes, sir.
Were you the photographer of those pictures?
Yes, sir.
Are they a fair and accurate representation of what you saw when you took the pictures?
Yes, sir.
They've been altered in any way?
No, sir.
All right. Judge, I'd offer, on behalf of the state, offer state's exhibits number 1, 2, and 3.
By all means, Judge, I have no objection.
I just don't know that that's gonna,
I would reoffer them, I'm gonna reoffer them again to be safe.
Well, you can go right now, and I won't object.
okay.
I offer states 1, 2, and 3, Your Honor, without objection.
And I don't object.
To the opposing
No, but
counsel.
they're admitted under all the different ways y'all just
Thank
said
you, Your
that.
Honor. That's
Sorry
the
to be
first.
confusing.
No, that's okay. I just want the record clear. If you're calling it states, I think that would look, we all
Weird.
see this, but if somebody's reading it, it's not gonna read right.
Yeah. So, that's her. Yeah?
Yes, sir.
And here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Here?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that Karma was with her a lot, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And particularly on that day, on February 17th, Karma was with you all day.
Yes, sir.
That sound right?
Yes, sir.
And what, Austin would normally get home at, say, 5 o'clock, is that about right?
Around that time, yes, sir.
And you said he took lots of pictures of Palmer as well, right?
Yes, sir.
And Judge, can I approach the witness?
Yes.
So I'm gonna show you. We'll start with Defendant's Exhibit number 4. You recognize that picture?
I have not seen that picture.
Have you never seen that before?
I don't think so. I mean, I have
Okay.
1,000.
Who is in that picture?
It looks like Austin's arm.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of how she would have looked back in early 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you feel like it's been altered in any way? Is anything different about it?
I don't think so, no, sir.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit number 1. Do you recognize the people in that picture?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you recognize the date and time on this picture?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And same questions, does it accurately depict what would have been going on when this picture was taken
Yes, sir.
on February 17th?
Yes, sir.
And this one is just at a different angle. You recognize that as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Judge, we would offer.
What was the
Defendant's
last,
exhibits,
what was the last number that you showed her?
1, 2, and 4.
I have no objection.
4, 1, and 2 are admitted. Defense.
And then I'm gonna show you 2 more that are just, I'm gonna call them Defendant's Exhibit 1A and 2A. Those are just blown up versions of those ones we just talked about, right?
Right.
Just bigger versions?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'd offer just size-wise, easier to see.
And the correlate A1 is just.
Correct, they match up. No, they do. Sure.
No objection.
1A, defense 1A and 2A are admitted.
And so those photos would have been taken, the ones from February 17th, that would have been right when he got home, before you even woke up, right?
Right.
And then you were still asleep on the couch.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Carmel was there with you.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall if she was asleep on the couch too?
She may have been. I'm not sure if she napped or not.
Okay. If she said she took a nap with you,
Yeah.
you don't have any reason to dispute that?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point y'all woke up and you and Carmel went to softball practice, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Had you, before you became a mom, had you babysat at all?
A few times, but it wasn't like a regular thing.
Okay. But you were familiar with children generally, right?
Yes, sir.
You have some younger siblings?
All younger, I have a lot. Yes, sir.
Yes. Yeah. And so you'd been around babies your whole life, basically, right?
Yes, sir.
And you knew what to do and what not to do, right?
Yes, sir.
And how to leave babies in an appropriate place and make sure that they're secure and safe and things like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were familiar with all those things.
Yes, sir.
And on this day, Austin calls you and he's noticeably upset, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you could tell something was different, correct?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you've known him a while, right? And you could tell something wasn't right?
Yes, sir.
And he was concerned about Paul.
Yes, he was.
He was very concerned, right? And he wanted you to take his concern seriously.
Yes.
In fact, so much so he sent you a video,
Yes.
right? And you said you didn't really notice anything in the video.
No.
But he was concerned enough that he convinced you to come home and help him go to the hospital.
Correct.
And y'all went to the hospital.
We did. Yes, sir.
And how long had you been at the hospital before a sheriff's deputy came over and started, essentially initiated a criminal investigation? Do you recall?
I don't remember talking to a cop. I remember like a caseworker or CPS coming in and talking to us.
Okay.
I don't really remember talking to them.
Was it minutes, hours?
I would say maybe 45 minutes, an hour. It wasn't like very, like we didn't even have a lot of time to settle into the room.
So I mean, it didn't take them long to think somebody had done something, right?
Correct.
And they were looking for somebody to blame,
Yes, sir.
basically, right? Did they separate y'all?
No, sir.
Okay. They just talked to you both together?
Yes, sir. I think so. I believe so.
Okay. Well, let's clarify too. Earlier you said something about Austin's lawyers blaming you. Do you recall saying that, telling the jury that?
Yes, sir.
Now, that wasn't me that was blaming you, was it?
No,
It was
it
a different
civil
lawyer,
case.
just to be clear,
Yeah.
right?
It was what? I'm sorry.
It was a different lawyer
It
than
was
me.
a different attorney, yes. It was.
And you would never intentionally or knowingly or recklessly hurt Palmer, right?
Correct,
Or your other children, right?
correct.
I want to talk to you about this bounce thing. Toby, may I borrow your book here?
Oh,
I'm not gonna do this with your laptop.
well, stop it there.
So I want to get a little better demonstration. So you said he would hold her kind of like this and like this. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And do like this?
Yes,
And you felt like it was just a little rough. Is that right?
yes, sir.
And you agree with me that that's very different than
Yes,
going like that,
Yes,
right? You never saw anything like that.
no, sir.
Nothing even close to that.
No, sir.
If you had seen that, would you have told all these people in here? I saw him do that. I saw him violently shake her.
I would, yes, I would have.
Would you have told CPS?
Yes,
Would you have told the police?
yes,
Would you have told his lawyers?
yes,
Would you tell me?
yes,
Would you tell this jury?
yes,
But you never saw anything like that at all,
no, sir.
right? Pass the witness.
Mr. Hoffpower?
Yes, sir. Greg, a few more questions. Greg. Now, do you love Austin?
I do,
And all of this going on, you love Austin, you're with Austin,
yes,
correct? And you want to stay with Austin, right?
correct,
Okay. In this case, it's about what happened to Palmer,
right,
correct? And okay, what council just did with this book is shaking like an old school washing machine, right? With that, and you're not a doctor, but do you think that that's what he was doing?
no,
Like that horse running through here,
no, sir.
right? But it was enough that you said, hey, can you be more careful, more than one, more than twice, more than three? Like, be more careful, right?
Right,
And he wasn't more careful, right?
right,
Does it take this to get the injuries?
I'm gonna completely object to that speculation.
Sustained.
And all of that stuff about you would tell other people in his family that, right?
right,
But you told the family that you saw him bouncing on a knee. Did you keep that from them or anybody else?
anybody that's asked, I've told them,
You told them that's what you saw, right?
yes, sir.
Okay. Did you tell them that you did that? I do the same thing with her. She's tough. She didn't take it.
No, sir.
The only person you told her was who held Palmer in the 90 days before she was hurt was him, right? Because that's what you saw.
Yes,
And that's what you asked him to be more careful, and he did not change.
correct.
That's what.
Anything else, Mr. Kurtz?
Would you agree with me that, like any mother, you love your kids probably more than you love Austin or a spouse or anything like that, right?
Correct,
And you would do anything to protect your kids,
100%, yes, sir,
no doubt about
no doubt.
it. Pass the witness.
I have no further question, Joe.
All right, any objection to Ms. Broussard being excused?
Please, Joe.
No objection. She
Thank
just
you.
needs to remain
And
at the
Ms.
rule.
Broussard, keep in mind those instructions that you were given before, okay? Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is just 5 minutes till 12, so we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. I'd like to get started at 1:15. Back on the record, state's attorney's present, defendant, defense counsel are present. Anything we need to take up before we bring the jury in?
I think we might, Judge, I've talked to counsel about it. In light of the testimony of the last witness, okay? I had a meeting with her and then she did not get up there and say the same thing that we talked about. And I have a request, why I just specifically now, are you sure, and you're sticking with this? And I've had that video, we have a video of her interview that I'm gonna enter now. If she'd have said what she said, I wouldn't put it, it would be hearsay, but now I have to do impeachment through prior inconsistent statements of that witness. And it's a video interview.
Mr. Kurtz?
I don't think that we're anywhere near following or complying with Rule 613.
I think you'll have to get her back, for sure.
She's here.
She's been released, but it's his witness. I'm not gonna get her back. Now,
Well, she hasn't been released. She
But-
was just
but she's
excused.
outside.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
that's
you
fine.
would have to, I think
Okay.
to comply, you've got to, and videos are the hardest things to do that with, but it's not impossible. But you do have to go through, and it may be that there are specific sentences and parts, and so it would be a big redacted, it's not the whole video, I don't think, that comes in, unless, I think there was a time where, someone said, I don't remember saying anything, or I didn't say any of that. Well, that's different. So you're gonna have to go through the specific statements,
Yeah.
and then, once you do that, we'll, at the appropriate time, have to look at that video and then redact it to those specific parts.
No problem.
So, make
How
sure
would-
she's
how
not
would-
released,
How
so
would
that,
you like to do, I've got witnesses lined up with her, but I would, like, we can do what we need to do after,
you could recall her,
but when do you want me to recall her, like, or are you gonna do my
I don't care when you
stuff?
do it.
I don't wanna, I've got on a schedule.
Okay,
I would like to keep her and have her and do it at the end, or I didn't do this.
no,
Alright, so
yeah,
you
I
can,
mean,
you
I'm
can
gonna
call
do
her.
it
Toby, I'm-
Monday, tomorrow morning if we
Yeah.
need to.
It's your case. You
We're
can
not
call her back.
releasing
But I wanna be clear about what we have to do to comply with the rule, just so we're all on the same, I'm not telling you what to do, but I wanna be clear what my objection is, so we don't have to do this 3 times.
I get that.
Rule requires that you tell her what the contents of the statement are, the time and place of the statement, and the person to whom the witness made the specific statement. It's not, you made a video, you don't remember saying anything in the video, okay, I'm just gonna play the video. It's gotta be very specific contents. And then it says, extrinsic evidence of a witness's prior inconsistent statement is not admissible unless the witness is first examined about the statement and fails to unequivocally admit to making the statement. And so she's gotta be given an opportunity to do that, and then you've gotta give her an opportunity to explain before you can show the extrinsic evidence. So
Understood.
those are all the component parts,
Yeah.
right? So, I'm not trying to be difficult, I just wanna,
I get it.
what we did this morning wasn't even close.
No, I agree.
Here's and I agree with that. That's why I'm saying that, to have it and to do it tomorrow.
Do it whenever you want.
Okay, I understand what I have to do, but we will do it.
Yeah, it'll need to be
Take the
very
time.
specific so that I can make notes
For
as
sure.
well, and then we'll go back
She's
through.
been- To let you know, the witness has seen the video the day before.
Okay.
She's been watching it, so we will move as quickly as we can, but we will do
It's
it.
not a hurry at all. It's just making sure for each statement,
For sure.
everything that the law requires is done for each statement that are
We understand.
inconsistent with the
I will.
statements on whatever video or to whatever interview.
And I understand it's not admissible until we do that, but I'm going to do it.
Sure,
I'm going-
and then just be prepared, and maybe somebody can start being prepared that the video in full doesn't come in. It's gonna be a lot of redacting, so there's gonna, stay late, come early,
For
do what
sure.
you need to do to get that part
I'm letting him
going.
know, hey, look, our redacting we've done is for things that are inadmissible in that, but we're ready to do it,
Okay.
redacted.
All right, we'll do it whenever it comes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, anything else, then before we call the next witness, or before we get the jury in?
Not that I can think of.
No,
Okay, you can bring the jury in.
That would be 4.
4.
You want me to get those in for you, Beth?
Hey, take a break.
Thanks, man. I appreciate you.
Appreciate it.
All right, let the record reflect the jury is seated, state's attorney's present, defendant and defense counsel are present. Mr. Hoffpower, you may call your next witness.
State calls Dr. No.
Dr. No. Come on up, man. Good afternoon. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may have a seat. And then if you'll do your best to kind of slide that microphone over closer. There you go. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, counsel. Good afternoon. Would you state your full name for the record, please?
Nancy, no,
And how do you spell your last name?
NGO.
Now, let's know, what is your occupation?
I'm a pediatrician.
So you're a doctor, medical doctor,
Doctor.
is that right? Now, what education did you receive in order to be a medical doctor in the state of Texas?
You have to finish your schooling for medical school, and then after that, do your residency program. I did my residency at the University of Texas, Carmel Hospital.
Okay, is that in Houston, Texas, or was that
In Houston.
Okay. Now, where did you go to undergrad?
Undergrad, I'm from the Philippines.
Okay, you did that in the Philippines.
Yes.
Okay. Now, where did medical school? You went to UT? Carmel?
No, my medical school is in the Philippines.
Okay.
I did my residency program at UT.
Okay. And what year did you do your residency?
It's 1994,
Okay.
finished 1997.
So in 1997, you became a certified medical doctor in the state of Texas.
Correct.
And you've been certified since that time till today, is that correct?
Correct.
Ever lost a certification in any way? Been suspended?
No, sir.
Okay, do you have a specialty, or have you?
Pediatrics.
Your pediatrics, and is it fair to say like a general practitioner pediatrician?
It's primary care.
Primary care, okay. Now, in order to do that, has that been your discipline the entire time since '97, or have you done other things?
No, I finished my residency in pediatrics, so I've been a pediatrician
Okay.
since 1997.
Now, in 1997, where did you open a business? Did you work at a hospital? How'd that work?
I was employed by Christus Medical Health for 5 years. After that, I went into my private practice.
Okay, in what city do you have a private practice?
It's all been in Port Arthur
In Port Arthur? Okay, since '97 or like?
since 1997.
Now, have you treated patients in Port Arthur and surrounding areas since that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and your patients are babies?
Yes.
Okay, and mothers and babies, is that correct?
Mothers come bleeding, but I treat the babies.
Right. Okay.
Uh-huh.
All right. Now, in this particular case, I'm gonna, well, first of all, let me ask you, were you the pediatrician for a baby named Palmer Jones?
Yes, sir.
Okay, are you familiar with the?
Yes.
Okay. Did you treat her for multiple years, or have you been, it was short time? Tell us about just a summary, how long you treated Palmer.
Palmer was born in November, and I saw Palmer for the first time about 10 days after birth, and I continued to see them up until, I would say, August August of 2022.
Okay. So, and she was born in November 2021,
Correct.
and you, 10 days after you saw her,
The first visit.
and then you treated her roughly a year or 2 years after that?
No, it was less than a year.
Less than a year.
Uh-huh.
Now, do you, may I approach you?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 4, right? If you take a look at it without discussing the contents, you recognize State's Exhibit 4,
Yes.
okay? And what are you looking at?
These are my medical records
Okay.
of the visits that Palmer has with me.
Okay, now, are you a solo practitioner?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, so are you are the custodian of your medical records at your practice, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if you keep those, are they maintained in a computer that you have access to and you are the custodian of those records in that digital format?
Yes.
Now, the papers you're looking at, are they representative of what's in the digital format?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Are they kept in the regular course of business?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are these relied upon by you, the physician, right? When you're treating patients, you've got a history. You've also got, you know, what their criminal, I mean, not criminal, their medical history there.
Correct.
All right. Now, and that's done in the normal course of business, and that's how you conduct your business as a solo practice. Now, were they done, is it entering the data in those records? Is it you, or do you have an employee that does the data entry?
I have a medical assistant that does the history and the vital signs. And I will go in and confirm what was written in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that
My physical.
you're custodian, like you don't work at a hospital doing all of this.
No, sir.
You're the only doctor, and you're the only one who sees the patient.
Correct.
All right. And do the records represent the patients you see? And are they made at or near the time when you see them, the notes and reports,
Correct.
et cetera? Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Now, was it working properly, your program, to produce those records?
Yes, sir.
And hadn't been altered in any way?
No, sir.
And it's a clear representation of what's on a digital format?
Yes, sir.
Now, how is it secure? How do you keep the security of it? Is it password protected and
Oh, yeah.
encrypted?
We use electronic medical records, so it has all the securities in place.
And that's normal, and that's what you do, and that's the standard practice for a solo practitioner.
Correct.
Now,
Yes, sir.
and that's what's represented in what's in previously marked stated before, is that right? And these pertain to which patient?
Jones.
Palmer Jones? Okay, and she was, back in February 2022, she was a newborn.
November of
November.
2021.
And then you, at the time of we're here for, I apologize.
Yeah.
You saw her for roughly 3 months before there was a significant change.
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'm tendering closing counsel statement exhibit number 4, barring any objection, and ask to be admitted for all purposes.
State's force admitted.
Well, Commissioner Bubbles.
Yes, sir.
All right, Dr. No. I'm showing you what's on State's Exhibit 4. Okay? Tell us what we're looking at here. What does this sheet represent?
This sheet of paper just shows the summary of visits.
Okay.
This is like all the visits at the glance. I use this to give me of course I see many patients in a day, and this is just to jog my memory and easy way to see what transpired during each visit.
Okay. Now, on those dates on the column, those are the times that you visited or that Palmer was brought in for you to treat her.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so you saw her, pretty significant amount of times, but is that unusual for a newborn life? I mean, that's.
Well, I did see Palmer more frequently because I've noticed that she's not gaining weight. She hasn't been feeding well. So at first, during the first visit, mom was breastfeeding. So that's why typically when you're breastfeeding, what is lacking is vitamin D. So during the first visit, I did recommend her to get some vitamin D drops.
All right, so now, if you don't mind, what would you point, what you're telling us is line by line in the order that it happened, is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. And that's what's written on in your handwriting,
Correct.
right? Are those for your purposes of the notes of the last visit and, you know, the progress?
Correct.
And that's represented on stage 4 right there, right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you indicate on there who brought Palmer to see you?
It will be on the other detailed visit
Okay.
chart.
Each individual visit, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. This is a summary of all the treatments, is that fair?
Correct.
Now, on that treatment, I mean, you've got your notes, and in these records is your assessment in treating Palmer, correct?
Correct.
Now, were you treating Palmer for a significant illness or for a special thing, or was it just a normal course of treatment for a newborn at that time?
As I mentioned, Palmer wasn't gaining weight, so there was concern about poor weight gain. At first, mom reported that some feeding difficulties. Initially, she was breastfeeding, and because there's some issues with milk production and not gaining weight, that's when decided to go to formula. Initially, the baby was on a sensitive formula, Similac sensitive, but then still not gaining weight. That's when I decided on the January 19th visit to change the formula to a hypoallergenic formula. So we've been kind of following the patient like a weekly to see if the change in the formula is working or not. So subsequent visit, we decided to add some cereal to the formula, thinking that the added calories will help boost weight gain and at the same time help with the possibility of reflux. And that's when, because of the persistent non-weight gain, that's when we decided to refer the patient to Texas Children's for gastroenterology for further evaluation.
Okay, was that prior to February 22nd?
Yes.
17th, 22nd?
Yeah, that was, that visit was in February the 2nd.
Okay, so that would have been the same month, but earlier in the month.
Correct.
Now, what you're speaking of about the failure to gain weight, correct? Is that a rare thing you see, or is that a common thing? How does that work?
It's fairly common. I mean, you know, in the newborn period, it can be intolerance to formula, or a big issue is also reflux. So those are the most frequent issues facing in the newborn period.
Were there any striking or, you know, serious medical conditions that presented when Palmer was brought in, other than what we're talking about in failure to gain weight, prior to February 2020?
It's mainly the failure to gain weight, but in the last visit on the February 16, we did see a modest amount of weight gain, so I was kind of hopeful that, okay, we're finally getting a little improvement, so maybe we found the solution to the poor weight gain.
Okay. Now, as part of this, you obviously, Palmer can't do this herself, right? It's the parent, the caregiver. Part of this is then they have to follow what you say, or, you know, to try to solve the problem. And we're not robots, right? Certain things, you have to try certain things that will work. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay, did Kristen Bruce Brussard, Palmer's mother, follow what you suggested for the treatment of Palmer to gain weight? Did she follow up with that?
As far, it's, as far as I know, as far as she told
Right.
me that she's doing it. So
Okay.
I wouldn't know if it's
Right.
actually done or not.
But that was the problem. There's nothing else prior. I mean, there's not a traumatic brain injury that you're treating, right? Okay, and she doesn't have physical ailments or anything like that that would concern you, meaning injuries that concern you. Did you see any of that?
I didn't see any physical evidence.
Now, you saw her multiple times within that period, which is roughly 3 months, right?
Correct,
Okay, now, and that, the only thing was the weight gain.
correct,
And you started to see a little improvement, right?
correct.
Now, other than that, was through your experience with this and also treating her, being a pediatrician, was she following the regular progression for her age at that time? If there is such a thing as a regular progression, I understand.
Well, the baby's only 2 months at that time, so
Okay.
really, even a regular 2 months, there's really not much they do except that they follow with their eyes, and they mostly just eat, sleep, and poop, and
Right.
mostly those are all the things that they do.
Right.
Uh-huh.
So, and development, just to be clear, like at 2 months, and that, there's not much a baby of that age can do, because physically, they haven't developed enough,
Correct.
correct? At a 3-month-old, what is a general movement that a 3-month-old can do on their own without help from a caregiver or someone else?
They're still very limited. They'll just be laying there, follow with the gaze, turn their head.
Can they roll themselves over?
Not typically.
What about their head and neck? Can they have the ability to control their head? At
It's
3
still
months.
very fragile.
Now, that was my next question. How fragile are they, like a skeletal structure? Meaning, or like the skull, is it formed fully at 3 months?
No, you still have open fontanelles, and you still have to support their neck. The head is bigger, so you really have to support the neck when you carry the baby.
Is it dangerous for them to put them in a position where they have to try to support their own neck and they're unable to?
They're physically not capable yet most of the time. Of course, there's some babies who are more advanced, but typically you still have to support the neck.
Correct. What are the dangers of not doing that at that particular age and a general development?
Well, the head is kind of fragile, and so if the head flaps back and forth, you can have injury
Okay, meaning
to the brain.
on striking an object or just moving it back?
If you shake baby heavily, the brain is like a jello, and the skull is a hard structure, so the brain can hit the skull and develop injuries from that
Now,
motion.
In that moment, or any moment, like brain injuries to a 50-year-old are concerning. Is that right?
Correct.
Because it controls everything, right? Now, for a 3-month-old, very important, right?
Correct.
Okay, so, and you're not asking you a shaken baby, or you're not saying anything like that. I'm just asking you about what is the normal development and the ability of a normal 3-month-old, right? And what they can and can't do, right? Okay, and it's imperative that the person who's doing that makes sure to control and keep them safe while they're moving them, while they're laying them down, all those things, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, should they be left alone at 3 months, anytime?
We never advise that.
Okay. Understand, well, it's important because they can't control that and it needs to be washed over. Is
Correct.
that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Now, on your report, you've got a star here on the margin. See that right here?
Correct.
What does that indicate and why is it there?
I put a note there because that was the timeline wherein, I was told that they were rushed to the emergency room for a seizure.
Okay. Now, you said like they brought for acid reflux, correct? And were you ever told or was it determined that it had to do with the different kinds of formula and, you know, trying new things to make her gain weight? Is that the result of that or was that the result of some kind of abuse, if you know?
Well, I wouldn't know because at that time when they told me that they were rushed to the emergency room for a seizure, I was shocked because I don't know what happened to have caused the seizure.
Now, what I was just now was asking about, but for another reason, right? Well, let's talk about that. On this date, on the 17th, is that where the star is?
Well, it was, I'm not sure exactly the date, but I think it was on the 22nd, 23rd.
When you found out?
When they went to the emergency room.
Okay.
With the seizure.
Okay. Now, you were surprised to learn that that happened to your patient, Palmer, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, had you seen anything like that with Palmer when you treated her?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, once she's gone to Texas Children's, what does it work like? They become, you're still the general practitioner, right? But the hospital, like such as Texas Children's Hospital, and if a serious traumatic brain injury, that becomes their patient until if to keep the baby on ICU. If you know do you know anything about what went on with the treatment in Texas Children's?
I get only reports sparingly, not the whole thing. All I know is that they went in, patient was worked up immediately with CT scan, MRI, skeletal survey. Immediately they have suspected non-traumatic brain injury, and patient had to be sedated and given several anti-seizure medications.
What is now, and I understand, at that time she's with experts and specialists for her,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
But do you have any, through your training and experience, seizures of a 3-month-old? Do you have any experience or training in regards to, have you ever had that before?
I've seen seizures, but not, because the kind of seizures that Palmer had when they did the CT scan was a brain bleed.
Okay. All right, would you tell the jury what a brain bleed is?
There is bleeding inside the brain that causes the seizure. See, our brain has a covering, okay? And if you bleed through the covering, it increases the pressure in your brain. And that would cause all kinds of problems, including seizures.
Seizures and what other problems?
Of course, the sequela of the seizure, eventually, developmental issues, whether it be motor, sensory, mental, cognition, eventually.
Okay, so, and what, you weren't there, but that's what they were sending you in regards to those injuries. And to be clear, she didn't have any of that when you were treating her.
No, sir.
Now she does, and she's being treated. Well, first of all, is that the best hospital in the country in regards to pediatrics and treating injuries like that?
Yeah, sure.
We're lucky, aren't we?
We're lucky that we have Texas Children's nearby.
Right. So is there any better place for Palmer to be on that date than right 150 miles over there, right?
That's the place to be.
And they know how to treat her and they're the best to do it.
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you do anything else with that? You didn't go to Houston.
No,
They send you updates because you're her general pediatrician.
correct.
Right now, did you ever see Palmer again?
After discharge, yes.
Okay, so after she wasn't discharged like the next day, it was multiple weeks.
Yes.
Okay. What happens? Is it normal for you to see a patient that now has different issues now to deal with, markedly different issues, for you to continue to be the general practitioner when you had her before and then after an injury like Palmer received and went through? Is it normal for you to get them back as a patient?
Yes,
Okay, so that's not unusual and that's what happens.
so for continuity of care.
Now, did you continue care with Palmer?
I did continue care for Palmer for a period of time, yes.
Now, who brought Palmer to that care or to your visits with her? And if I'm not mistaken, on page 1, the rest of those dates are after February 17th, 2022, right?
Correct.
So multiple times she came back in and you treated her.
Correct.
Who brought her to those visits?
It's grandma who has custody of Palmer.
Yeah.
So from March onwards till August, it's the grandma who brings the Palmer in.
Was her name Christina Brussard?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did she follow through and bring her to the appointments that were scheduled? Did they miss it, or was she bringing her regularly?
Yes, she's very diligent and compliant with her visits.
Okay. And from that on, did your treatment change? Obviously, it had to change some, right? But because it's different.
Correct.
Okay. But you could treat her and do the best you could, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you ever have contact with the father of the child?
No, as far as I can recall, during these office visits, it's always either I see mom for the first 2 months of life, and then it's mostly grandmother after that. The only time that I seen dad was, I believe, the day after, I believe it's a day or two after the seizure incident, wherein he knocked on the office door to get medical records.
Okay, to come personally get medical records from you? Is that right?
Correct.
Did you ever see him with Palmer bringing in for treatment?
No, sir, I don't recall.
So the only time that you had contact with Austin Jones was when he came to get records right after this happened to Palmer in February?
Correct.
I don't have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffpower. Mr. Ertz?
Hi, Dr. No, how are you?
Hello, just fine, thank you.
I want to talk a little bit more about these records. So, may I approach the witness judge?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to give you Exhibit 4 and we can kind of talk through them.
Uh-huh.
The first thing I noticed from these records that we were provided was that in terms of your assessments, I see the cover page that has your notes, right? You agree with that?
Yes.
But the actual assessment pages, at least in what we have here, stop on February 16th of 2022. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. So we don't, at least in what we were given, we don't have any records subsequent to February 16th of 2022.
The only reason is I have electronic medical records, and I did not print out all the rest
Okay.
of the medical records.
And I'm not being critical of you, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
the notes go longer in terms of
Correct.
dates
Correct.
than the records that we have that the jury is gonna be able to provide. You agree with that? Okay, so I wanna talk about the weight gain issue for a minute. So let's go back to, on page numbers are not helpful because they're for each report. I'm gonna go back to the first report that I see here is from November 29th of 21. And you note that her height is 19.5 inches,
Correct,
correct? And her weight is 8.2 pounds.
correct,
And for a newborn, that's a pretty normal weight. Would you agree with that?
correct.
Okay. Now, if we flip all the way to February 16th of 2022, her height is now 22 inches. So she's gained 2.5 inches of height, correct?
Correct.
So she's gotten longer, right?
Uh-huh.
And I imagine her limbs are getting longer and everything else, right?
Correct,
And that's all normal, right?
correct.
But her weight is now 9.1 pounds, right?
9 point, uh-huh,
Now, there are babies that are born, like, it would not be irrational to have a baby that's born that's 9 pounds, right?
correct,
So this is, I mean, especially for the way she's growing lengthwise, this is not a normal weight. You agree with that?
correct.
Okay. Now, were you aware of, or have you heard any talk about problems with or recalls of formula that they were administering here? Do you know anything about that?
Yes, for a period, I can't recall when was that, when they have recalls of formula.
And what was the issue that was driving the recalls?
I think it was a little contamination.
Okay. Contamination of what nature? We don't know?
I just know that the company issued some recalls with the different lot numbers that we have to give back to them.
Okay. Were
Just
the
out of
formulas-
precautions.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah,
You said it was just a precaution?
that's what the drug rep, the rep told me.
Yeah, that's what the drug companies always say, right?
Yes.
I guess I'm wondering though, was the type of formula that was being recalled, were there any health or side effects that you were aware of related to the recalls?
As far as I know, that they have been removed from the shelf.
Mhm.
And the reason why I got a letter from that is because of our samples, that we have to make sure that we don't give out samples of formula that are in the recall list.
Okay. At any time, do you recall, and again, we don't have these notes of these subsequent visits with Christina Brussard,
Okay.
did you talk with her at all about issues with formula or anything of that nature? Do you remember?
Well, after the visit, the weight gain is not an issue anymore, because she really did catch up with her weight after discharge from Texas Children's.
Okay. Okay. What are some other things that can cause seizures in infants, little infants like this?
Well, as I mentioned, initially when they did the CT scan, they showed the bleed.
Sure.
And so that speaks more of injury to the brain.
Did you look at the CT scans?
No,
Okay. So you don't have an opinion as to whether the brain bleeds were acute or chronic or subchronic or any of those things, right?
no, sir.
Okay. Do you have an opinion about whether a child falling off of a table or something like that, could that cause a head injury, traumatic head injury?
Oh, yes,
Okay. And if that happened, could that result in a brain bleed?
it can, but the baby is not rolling over yet.
Sure. I understand.
Uh-huh.
I'm talking about, I'll give you an example from another case. I've already talked to the jury about this before, but do you remember those cribs that you used to have to pull both levers at the same time to lower the crib?
Yes, sir.
And you ever seen anybody or heard of anybody dropping a kid trying to do both levers and hold the kid at the same time?
Yes, sir.
And that was a reason they stopped doing that, wasn't it? Because people were dropping kids. Yeah? So it could be something that an adult did by accident,
Mhm.
right? You agree that results in a fall for a kid? You agree with that?
Yeah, sure.
Very plausible, right?
Yes, sir.
And it happens,
It can happen.
and it's an accident.
Yes, sir.
Could a young caretaker have that same kind of accident?
Accident happens all the time, so
Okay.
it's
And
unheard of. It's not unheard of.
It's not unheard of. They happen all the time, to use your words.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would those type of accidents, they're not intentional, they're not, intending harm, that kind of accident, could that result in a head trauma that results in seizures?
Yes, sir.
And could it result in a brain bleed?
Yes, sir.
Could somebody trying to feed a child that's having trouble feeding, was that ever result in things like aspiration pneumonia or something like that?
It can.
It can?
Sure.
So let's tell the jury what aspiration pneumonia is.
Aspiration pneumonia is when you accidentally food, instead of going to the esophagus, went into the trachea and into the lungs. So that's
And that's what we call going down the wrong pipe.
correct.
That's the American idiom for that, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, but that's the kind of thing that can happen to an infant, right?
Correct.
Unbeknownst to a caregiver, right?
Correct.
And if their lungs begin to fill up with fluid, that can cause brain damage as well, correct?
Well, it will cause respiratory issues first.
Okay, like what?
And if you aspirate, you will have wheezing, you will have choking, you'll be coughing, and that's the first response.
Sure.
Okay, and it's when you did not, if the aspiration is bad and they stop breathing, that's when they, for a period of time, that's when they develop brain injury because of decrease in oxygen.
Right, we call that hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy, do we not?
Correct. Uh-huh.
All right. Now, I noticed over and over again in these records, parents are concerned about wheezing and congestion.
Correct.
That was just what you just described just now, right?
That's why I'm treating her for the reflux.
Right. So the reflux, potentially these issues, again, especially with an unskilled caregiver given a bottle, could result in aspiration pneumonia. Do you agree with that?
That's the danger of reflux.
That is the danger of reflux. And that can happen even when they don't have a bottle in their mouth, right?
Yeah, sure.
Because
The food in the stomach comes up,
and then goes down the wrong pipe.
goes down the wrong pipe.
And that deprivation of oxygen can cause a brain injury, right?
That will be, I mean, before you get a brain injury from that, you'll be turning blue, you'll be stop breathing.
Eyes rolling back in your head,
Correct.
okay?
Uh-huh.
And the brain injury would actually be like a swelling of the brain. You agree with that?
Not
necessarily?
bleeding, not a bleeding, but hypoxic.
The hypoxic encephalopathy,
Correct.
swelling of the brain, internal,
Correct.
cerebral edema.
Correct.
Judge, I pass the witness.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Hoffbauer?
Just really quickly, we'll treat these, sorry, I apologize. May I approach you on again?
Yes, sir.
You have that, you have your copy, or you can keep that for right now. Now, counsel asked you questions about records that aren't in that stack, right? You got reports from Texas Children's on Palmer as part of being her pediatrician, right?
Correct.
And that is in your file, but we also have copies of the full records from Texas Children's, so
Correct.
we took that out of there because it's the real records from the hospital.
Correct.
Were you getting different records? Did you know somehow you were getting different records than the hospital or anything like that?
If ever I got less, because it depends on whether they fax it to me or not,
Right.
so.
But they're just keeping you up, what's
Up to
going on
date,
with
that's
your
correct.
patient.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Correct.
And we didn't leave it out somehow because there's something in there that you didn't want anybody to see in regards to these records.
Oh, no.
Okay, these are the records that you did, and then you get records from the other facility, especially in Palmer's case, where she had an extended stay in the ICU. Nick, you see those kind of things, right?
Correct.
You keep those in your file when you get sent from that facility. Is that right?
Correct.
So we didn't keep it out on purpose.
No, sir.
I mean, in regard to the records you got from them, but we have the full records.
Correct.
Right, and there was counsel asked you a lot of questions in regards to reflux, okay? And reflux, ultimately in his example, turning into traumatic brain injury, I think was that. But answer that question in regards, there's a lot of other symptoms that come with it, right? And you didn't see these things when you saw Palmer, is that right?
No, sir.
And you didn't go up there and treat her at Texas Children?
No, sir.
And they didn't bring Palmer to you on the 17th to
No, sir.
observe?
No, sir.
That's what, I'm a retriever.
Sure.
Sure.
Thank you.
Just to be clear though, the types of injuries we're talking about from hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy that might result from aspiration pneumonia, for example, those types of injuries, it only has to happen the one time, right?
That's a question.
It's not like something that has to occur over and over and over again for it to result in an injury, correct?
Yeah. It has to be a catastrophic one for it to cause that kind of injury.
Right, and that can just be one bout of aspiration pneumonia. It doesn't have to be over the course of 6 months, correct?
No, sir.
Or 3 months or 2 months or, right?
I just want to be clear that for the reflux, you get a hypoxic injury is different from a bleed injury.
I understand,
Uh-huh,
but it's creating the same type of cerebral edema,
correct.
correct? And it's
It can
creating
cause
encephalopathy.
seizures. Okay,
right?
yes, sir.
And
Yes,
that cerebral edema, depending on how severe it is, can create that same kind of axonal tearing injury in the brain, correct?
correct.
And you don't have to have an impact or shaking for that type of axonal injury, correct?
Correct.
And so I'm not saying that's what happened here. I'm just saying that's something that we would need to be able to rule out, right?
Yes, sir.
If we were going to do it, well, as a medical professional, you do something called differential diagnosis, do you not?
Correct.
You try to rule certain things out and say, well, it can't be this, and it can't be this. We start shutting those doors of what it can't be, so we land on maybe what it is, right?
Correct.
And so one of those doors here, someone that's a child that's being underfed, might have reflux issues, et cetera, like you're talking about. We need to be able to close that door to confirm that that was not a cause of this seizure, encephalopathy, and cerebral edema, correct?
Correct.
And you don't have any idea whether that was done here or not.
To be clear, sir, the seizure occurred after, so all these diagnoses were done at Texas Children's.
Right,
So I'm just getting what
they told you.
they found, and from the reports that I received, it showed that the child has a brain bleed and some, I believe there's a rib fracture.
I understand.
So those are the things that I received. I wasn't the one who diagnosed it.
I understand.
Uh-huh.
What I was clearing up though was that Mr. Hoffpower said you weren't treating her for those kind of, the head injury kind of problems prior to the 17th.
Correct,
And what I'm asking you is, you saw the child on the 16th.
correct,
Whatever happened on the 17th is what happened on the 17th, and you wouldn't know about that.
correct,
And you can't rule out the type of issues that I was talking about, correct?
correct.
Pass the witness.
I have no further questions.
Any objection to Dr. No being excused?
No, Judge.
Please, John.
Thank you, ma'am, you're excused. And Dr. No, you're placed under the rule. And so that just means don't discuss your testimony with anyone else other than the lawyers. You can't stay in the courtroom during anyone else's testimony, and don't watch anything on YouTube,
Okay,
just in case we need to get you back.
okay.
Okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You may call your next witness.
State calls Cassie Thompson.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You can have a seat. And if you'll do your best to kind of pull that, no, that's okay. The microphone, you might just have to get close to it. And make sure, if it's a yes or no question, be sure to say yes or no and not just a head nod or an uh-huh, so the court reporter can take everything down. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Quickly, before we start with this witness, Your Honor, the state's got something that's been previously filed. We've got it previously marked as State Exhibit number 5. We filed that timely with counsel and with the court, and it involves medical records from the Medical Center of Southeast Texas, and it's 117 pages. Medical record been previously supplied to counsel, and it's represented by an affidavit of custodian of record. We are offering these barring any objection. That's State Exhibit number 5.
We're not under objection, Mr.
State's 5's admitted.
Thank you. May I proceed to?
Yes, sir.
All right, would you please state your name for the record, please?
My name is Cassie. My last name is now Ariola, but I was formerly Cassie Thompson.
So Ariel, I'm sorry about the voice trouble, but thank you. Now, where are you employed?
Right now,
Ariola,
it's okay. Right now I work at Christus St. Elizabeth ER, but I used to work at Medical Center.
you work here in Beaumont
Yes.
right now, but back in February of 2022, did you work at the Medical Center of Southeast?
Yes, I was a contract employee.
Okay, what was your position?
I'm an RN.
You're a registered nurse. Okay, would you tell the jury what's required for you to be a registered nurse in the state of Texas?
Schooling, I spent more time than I should have, but you need at least an associate's degree and pass the state exam to become a registered nurse.
Where did you receive your undergrad degree?
I went to Voir in Orange.
And then to get your certification, it's pretty tough. Testing, and it's pretty tough to become a registered nurse, is that right?
Yeah,
Okay. Now, at that time, how long had you been a registered nurse in the state of Texas in February of 2022?
I graduated in 2016.
So that's that time, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, did you work anywhere else besides the medical center prior to that?
I worked at St. Mary's. I worked St. Elizabeth Medical Center.
So those were all, at one point, they were all in Christus, right?
I worked for a few different hospital systems, but I traveled nurse for a while. So.
Okay, you traveled to other states or other areas? Okay. Now, what was your position on that date? Besides being a registered nurse, what was your assignment on February 17th, 2022 at the medical center?
I was in triage.
Triage, tell the jury what triage is.
So the triage nurse, we do a rapid assessment of the patient. It should take no more than 5 minutes, and we're trying to determine if you're having a medical emergency. Who needs to go back first? Who needs to see the doctor first?
So you're the point of contact in the ER, if somebody brings you in,
Right.
you assess and then you start directing. Is that correct? So what shift do y'all work by shifts back then in 2022 or how
Yeah, we
did it
usually
work?
do 12-hour shifts, nights and days.
Now, you were working, was it a graveyard shift you were working or if you remember?
I believe it was a night shift,
What would the night shift entail? What are those hours?
7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Now, ERs are busy every night. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay, were y'all busy that night?
We're always busy.
Always busy. Okay. So, do you remember at some point on February 17, 2022, where 2 younger parents brought in a 3-month-old that was acting strangely and they were worried about? Do you remember that? Okay. And the infant's name was Palmer Jones. Okay, do you remember that?
I remember the baby.
Okay, you remember the baby. Okay. What did you observe about Palmer when she was brought to you at the medical center?
So I believe the mom carried her in, and they checked her in. I don't remember exactly what they stated, but I heard the baby crying and they said she had inconsolable crying. She wouldn't stop crying.
Now, your experience as an RN, had you seen children that young brought in with crying or in that?
It's a fairly common complaint, but usually with experience, you can tell if a colicky baby or a baby that is just irritable, fussy, and there's different things.
Now, you're training that, but also your experience teaches you as well, right?
Right, I would say it would take a little bit of experience.
Okay. Now, in this case, what did you observe any unusual, like what did you observe that did you make a decision? Can you make a split-second decision on what's going on?
So, usually always the parents are, they seem overwhelmed and they're pretty frantic because they can't figure out why their baby's crying. So I try to take them in quickly. The first thing I'm looking for is obvious stuff. A lot of times small babies will have pieces of hair wrapped around their fingers or toes or genitalia. So I try to look at that really quick and to see if I can console the baby, but I didn't see any of that.
So there wasn't anything on.
There wasn't
You saw.
anything obvious.
Okay. Now, did you think that the crying was unusual or that you could make a determination for the tone of the crying?
So, every baby sounds different, but even the parents said her cries sound different, and it sounds like a high-pitched cry. And it can be affected by many things.
She can't be soothed.
Cannot be
Is that
soothed
fair?
is a concern.
Now, would you tell the jury what's the protocol when, in an example of just like this, when a 3-month-old is brought in with this, what is the protocol that you have to follow by law on cases like this? What are you required to do?
As a triage nurse, I need to make sure she's alive. So if she's crying and she's breathing, that's number one. So then I'm trying to see if it's anything obvious that I can fix right now.
Right.
And then if I see in my assessment that something is wrong, then I get her to the doctor.
Did you do that on the 17th?
Yeah, I remember we put the baby on the scale because everything with babies is by weight. So that's where I would usually do my assessment is on the scale. And she was very rigid and tense, and I was trying to touch her in different places to see if she would respond to me. She had purposeful movement, which is good, but whenever I checked her pupils, she had a deviated gaze to the right, which was very concerning to me that something was going on neurologically with her.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna break down what you said. You're looking at the eyes and a deviation,
Right.
right? And
Her
that
eyes
means
were fixed and upwards towards the right.
that's not the normal way.
It's not normal.
Is that something indicative, like only one thing can make that happen?
There's probably a few things, but it could be like mostly neurological, like seizure or brain bleed, increased intracranial pressure, anything that could.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how serious is that for a 3-month-old?
It's very serious.
Meaning 10, right? Like quickly, they need to see somebody.
They need to see some.
Now, you completed what you needed to do, right? Or did you immediately get the doctor after you saw
We
that?
immediately brought the baby back to our trauma room, and I went and told Dr. Colson that he needed to go see this child, that I thought something was wrong with her.
Now, when you brought to that room for a purpose because it is, the
For
clock's ticking,
emergencies.
right?
Yeah.
Now, in case, babies like this with any kind of injury, it's on, the clock's ticking, right?
Right.
Because their bodies aren't developed yet and they can't move and they can't control. Everything is about who's caring for them, right?
Right.
So, once you notified Dr. Colson, are you doing anything else in regards to calling, look, we need somebody down here, you need a specialist for here, you need an x-ray, is that what you're doing? Or tell us what the
So
first.
the triage nurse will hand off to the primary nurse, and I let the primary nurse know that day that I was going to tell Dr. Colson what I saw.
Okay.
And they usually coordinate all that, and I have to go back to the lobby.
Now, did you see anything other than the very serious thing with the deviation of eyes? Do you recall?
Not that I can recall. I mean, her body was tense. The main thing is I want to see an infant interacting with their environment. I want to see her looking at me and making purposeful movement, and she was not doing that.
And you got her to the next step.
Right.
Now, what's the next step at the hospital or the protocol?
So the physician should see, I have ESI her at level 2, which means she needs to be seen within 10 minutes by the provider. So that's why I went and got him immediately, and then I believe he saw her and ordered all her CAT scans and lab work.
Now, as far as the triage, but do you still, is that your patient or you're assigned one area? How's that work?
It's just really, we try to stay in the area because I'm responsible if anybody else comes in the lobby.
Right. Are you required to notify anybody, through your job, like with an age of a child, like notify law enforcement?
Usually the primary nurse, we can, if we suspect any kind of abuse or anything really, a concerning injury, we have to report it.
And that's by law,
By-
right? And if you don't, you can be charged for the
Right,
crime,
and
right?
then say why they do.
Teachers can do that, or required to do that, a lot of people are required to do that. Right? So if the charge nurse, Ms. Thomas at the time, you know Danielle Thomas?
Yeah, she was technically there's a charge nurse and she was the primary nurse over we were assigned to certain rooms, so that was her room, so she was the primary nurse, but yeah.
So if you were, now I'm not saying this, I'm just talking about protocol. If you saw some injuries or something that, or are you required to ask certain questions if you're the charge nurse in regards to how the injury occurred? Or does the doctor do that? How does it work?
We can ask, but if we can make it even if we suspect it's a suspicious story or.
Okay. Have you had suspicious stories come in before?
Yeah.
Or a few times, or many times, or?
It's not very frequent, but when they do come in, we're like, this is not right.
Okay. And it's pretty clear, at least in your experience, is that fair? But you don't make the diagnosis, or even, like, you're not doing the criminal investigation.
No, I wouldn't trust myself to do it.
But you're notifying the people that would do it,
Right.
if you saw that, right? Now, that includes CPS and law enforcement, correct? Okay. Now, Dr. Colson, was the on-call doctor or the ER doctor?
He was the ER.
And were there any other doctors working that night?
I don't think so.
Okay.
We
Now,
have like some nurse practitioners, but I'm not sure she was seen by them.
with her at the level you said, would it be a nurse practitioner taking over and being treating physician?
They could be, but they're, over the doctor oversees the care as well.
Now, was that done to your knowledge, treating Palmer?
I don't think so.
Okay,
Pretty sure it was just Dr. Coles.
just go, what I'm saying is like, I apologize, that was my fault. Was the protocol that you followed and what you dealt with and what you saw Dr. Colson and Ms. Thomas, the other nurse dealt with, y'all were following protocol
Yeah.
with what Palmer presented?
Right.
All right? Now, in cases you've been on before where it's very serious and involves a child, do you have the abilities at the medical center to have specialists that treat, infants at this time and the time that they need to be treated here in Fort Hall? Okay. Is there a place where, that can be done and that your hospital at the time worked with?
Yeah, we frequently send infants, children, to Texas Children or Galveston, to work with specialists.
Sometimes at Galveston, like Shriners, that's the burn hospital. They have very good specialists there, right? Now, do you know of a better hospital in the country that treats infants than the one we have in Houston, Texas Children?
Very prestigious.
And we're lucky in that we can use them as a resource. Now, y'all did that in this case for Palmer,
Right. Yeah.
right? And that was done all that through your protocol, right?
Yes, sir.
Do they have the better ability to treat her and give her the care she needs than you do at medical center?
It has to be them.
Now, Dr. Colson is the one who treated her and ordered everything that went on, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and did you do anything else with, this case in regard to Mr. Palmer?
I may have walked by a few times, but after triage,
But you don't have anything to do with coordinating the transfer team,
No.
like. Now, do y'all do that, or did you do that a
At the
lot?
medical center, they have a unit secretary is what we call them, and they coordinate with the doctor, and, it's basically like it's called a transfer center. They would call Texas Children and get her accepted, and,
Okay. But it's a well-oiled machine when it comes to that.
yeah, our secretary was very fast.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Pastor Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffbauer. Mr. Gertz?
The eyes that you observe being focal and up to the right, is that indicative potentially of a head injury in your mind?
Head injury, seizure, or something neurological.
Potentially something on the right side of the brain too. Would you agree with that or no? Or if you don't know, you could say.
Yeah, I don't know for sure. I mean, seizures are crazy, anything can, but I don't know about I know it should be, like a stroke, you would have something on the opposite side of the brain than the body, but the eyes are a little bit different, because I know that the baby was having seizures, so that could be from seizure as well.
Did you observe any seizures yourself?
What I saw in triage with her rigid and tensing and the deviated gaze, that could have very well been a seizure.
That's witness, Judge.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, any objection to Ms. Thompson being excused?
Please, Your
No,
Honor.
Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. You're excused. You are also placed under the rule, and what that means is you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone else other than the lawyers or investigators in the case. You're not allowed to be here in the courtroom during anyone else's testimony, and you're also not to watch anything about the case on YouTube. Thank you. You may call your next witness.
Judge, would you like to take a break, or would you like me to call? It's not a long witness, but I
No,
want
let's
to
go.
make sure you
We
know.
just got started at 1:15.
Say call Jennifer Luna.
I'm sorry.
Jennifer Luna.
Thank you. I say that. Everybody good over there? Okay. I have to be
Check with the real
careful because
bosses.
I know, and this one right here too. Good afternoon. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You can have a seat. You may proceed.
Thank you. And do, Ms. Luna, would you please state your full name for the record?
Jennifer Luna.
Okay, and where are you employed?
I'm employed at Garth House.
Okay, and would you tell the jury what the Garth House is?
The Garth House is a child advocacy center where we provide services for victims of alleged abuse.
Now, it is, why do we have a child advocacy center like the Garth House? What's the purpose of it?
The purpose of it is to provide a safe, child-friendly place where a child can disclose if there needs to be anything to disclose about the allegations.
Now, before we had these kind of facilities like the Garth House, correct? Children would be interviewed by law enforcement, child protective services, maybe lawyers on what they saw, multiple interviews, is that correct?
I'm not sure.
Well, a long time before we did that for the purposes of the child protect, CAC is that we do it once and we video it, right?
Yes, sir. We try to minimize the trauma that the child receives.
And because whatever they're there talking about it can re-traumatize them. Is that fair to say?
That's a possibility. Yes, sir.
Being talking about it multiple times.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, your training, you're a forensic interviewer, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, now tell the jury what a forensic interviewer does and how you gain that certification.
So as a forensic interviewer, my primary role is to obtain information of the allegations. So I have a bachelor's in criminal justice. to be hired onto a child advocacy center, you have to have a bachelor's in a related field. And then we receive specialized training through Child Advocacy Centers of Texas. So I go through about 8 to 10 days of training, it's 3 separate blocks that we call it, to be able to forensically interview.
Now, with that, how many interviews have you conducted as the forensic interviewer at this time?
As of last month, I've conducted 1,723 interviews.
That's a lot, right? Now, at Garth House, do y'all service only Jefferson County, or do y'all surrounding counties as well?
We do surrounding counties. We service 6 counties, which that includes Jefferson County, Tyler, Newton, Orange, Jasper, and Hardin County.
Now, when it comes to these, are you doing it only for law enforcement, only for police departments? Or are you doing it for CPS as well?
Yes, sir. We do for investigative agencies, so law enforcement and DFPS as well.
They bring them in, and look, even the interview, you've got multiple agencies watching what's going on in the interviews at first.
Depending on who's involved in the case, yes, sir.
Now, would you tell us how the room's set up so that a detective, like an example I gave, say in just in a criminal case, and for a witness who is a child, right? You all interview complainants with people that have suffered injuries, or maybe witnesses, children witnesses who have witnessed violent or traumatic. You do all of those, is that correct?
So we interview alleged victims of sexual abuse, physical abuse, severe neglect, witnesses to major crimes, as well as for child death cases.
Now, the purpose and Garth House actually tell us about the design of the room and that you do your interview in. Is there anybody else in the room with you while you interview a child?
No, so at Garth House currently what we have is what we call the interview room. It is just myself and the child, and then we have an observation room where whoever the investigative agencies will sit in the observation room watching the interview live.
So they're watching it simultaneously while you're interviewing, correct?
Yes, sir.
What's the importance of that?
It is not my investigation, it is their investigation. I solely conduct the interview.
Yeah, so, and they get to watch, and they don't have to be the children don't have to be interviewed again and again, right?
Yes, sir. And then we try to reduce the trauma to the
Right.
child.
And you also, it can be simultaneous so that if you can step out and ask questions that maybe need to be asked by the investigator, and you do the questioning, is that right?
Yes, sir. So in my, the protocol that we follow is a semi-structured narrative process. And throughout that, there's a stage on that we call the detail gathering. So that's where I ask all the questions that I know to ask as an interviewer. And then I step out into the observation room where again, either law enforcement or CPS, depending on who's involved in the case, will be sitting watching the interview. I'll ask them if they need any, if they have any other questions that I need to ask, or if they need for me to clarify anything. And then I'll go back into the interview room and clarify those questions.
Now, when you do, is the interview recorded?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and y'all record it at the facility and copies are given to the investigators, is that
Yes.
right? Okay. Now, in regards to you asking, you said I asked the questions I'm supposed to ask. Are they all the same for every age of child you interview?
No, sir.
Okay, would you tell us let's use an example of a 12-year-old, okay, who witnessed something, right? Maybe it's a violent crime, right? A shooting. What questions would you ask that 12-year-old when you're in there? You wouldn't ask the same questions you would ask a 5-year-old, right?
No,
Because
sir.
they're older.
So all the questions that I do ask are very open-ended, non-leading questions, so that it doesn't matter what age. But compared to a 12-year-old and a 5-year-old, maybe I wouldn't use any bigger words I would use their language.
Okay.
And we kind of assess that while building rapport. That's the first stage in our process. We build rapport with the child, and we're also assessing their verbiage and seeing what words they're okay with and what they understand. So that's how I would assess the interview and how to speak to the child.
Now, at some point you ask whether or not they understand, for their age level, the difference between a truth and a lie.
Yes, sir.
So you give them examples, and if they give you examples of truth and a lie, if it's satisfactory, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why do y'all do that?
That's part of the Texas law. We have to ask for them to promise to tell the truth in their interview.
Okay. Now, it's not a detective in a uniform. You're in there talking to them, right?
Yes, sir.
You have a specific way you're trained at to talk to children that's non-persuasive, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, do you do interviews of witnesses that aren't especially victims, but witnesses that are children? Do you interview a lot of those?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what kind of cases? All kinds of cases?
All kinds of cases. Anyone that's just major crimes.
Now, is it the practice of the agencies in Jefferson County and others that, look, if there's someone that's a 12-year-old, for example, we don't interview them, the detective, we set up an interview at the courthouse for someone like you to do the interview?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's a protocol, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, do you remember interviewing a 12-year-old by the name of Carmel
Yes, sir.
Armstrong?
Yes, sir.
Now, you interviewed her in 2022, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and Deb, you remember that interview and when all was set up?
I've had time to review the interview. Yes, sir.
Okay, now, what was the purposes of that? Was she, I mean, yours just to interview what questions from, who requested it?
I'm sorry.
I'll fix it. Who requested you interview Carmel Armstrong?
I believe it's Detective Goodwin.
Now, CPS may be involved in a lot of cases and also law enforcement and CPS, right? But they're two different purposes.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that fair? Okay. Now, when you're doing the interview, are you doing it for a CPS case, or are you just doing an interview of what they saw and what the investigators asked you to ask? Is that correct?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Meaning you don't have an agenda going in for it to get with the child, do you? Like a pre-agenda?
No, sir.
Okay. You follow your protocol and ask them about what happened, what they remember about a certain day. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I remember you throughout the whole process.
Okay. Now, when you conducted this on Carmel Armstrong, did you follow the protocols you did on all your other interviews?
Yes, sir.
Now, could she tell, without saying exactly what she said, did you determine that she understood the difference between the truth and a lie?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that she could give you, and, she could answer the questions you were gonna ask her?
If she was able to answer the
Right.
questions. Yes, sir.
Okay, and give you answers to that appropriate for her age level?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in regards to your interview, are you only listening for what they say, or are you observing all those other things that are going on during the interview? Now, would you tell us what those are, like sensory details? If they're paying attention, if they're not, stuff like that?
I mean, we're assessing their demeanor as well. Although our primary role is to obtain information, we're also assessing the child and making sure that the child is okay. Again, we try to not re-traumatize the child. So if a child doesn't want to talk about anything, I'm not going to force the child to say anything that they don't want to. So I'm assessing their demeanor. I'm assessing if they're able to answer questions, if they're not wanting to answer questions. So we look at the overall, at everything regarding the child.
You're trained to do that,
Yes, sir.
what you observe. Now, did you observe anything different? Was the demeanor of Carmel Armstrong, that was saying what she said or anything, could she talk to you and you understand what she said?
Yes, sir.
And did she answer your questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could she track what you were asking?
Yes, sir.
Now, was she age appropriate in how she answered, meaning her vocabulary and, maturity level of a 12-year-old?
Compared to the other children that I've interviewed, I'd say she was a little bit more mature for her age.
Okay. And was there anything that stood out to you in regards to Carmel Armstrong and the questions you asked her?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, you did an investigation in this particular case because of the age of Carmel. Is that right? That it needed to be you do the interview as opposed to the detectives that were interviewing for whatever kind of case it is, right?
Yes, sir, I did an interview because she's a minor.
She's a minor and 12 years old. We have specialists that do that.
Yes, sir.
And that's what happened in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. That's what it was.
Mr. Kurtz?
Judge, I don't think I have any questions.
All right, any objection to Ms. Luna being excused?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Kurtz, any objection? Thank you, Ms. Luna, you're excused, and you're placed under the rule, and you know what that means.
Will we approach?
Sure. Okay, let the record reflect the jury is outside the presence of the courtroom. I just want to make sure I understand what you're asking for.
Oh, Judge, I think you misunderstood what I was trying to do. I just want to let the court, how many witnesses I have left and how you wish to do it as efficiently as we can, knowing what we have to do prior with laying the predicate for what the state has to call these witnesses for. I was letting you know, there are 2 doctors that can't be here till tomorrow morning.
Okay,
So the only people left are, I have 2 detectives, and one of those detectives is the sponsoring witness for the video. So
Okay.
I wanted just to suggest how you want me to do that and have them scheduled. If the court wants me to do, I'll do whatever, but I
No.
can't put the doctors on who are scheduled for tomorrow, and my 2 detectives, that's all the witnesses I have left. But one of those,
well, and
multitude of.
Kristen, again.
Kristen, I assume that's part of it. I'm calling her as part of that. That's why I wanted you to give me a direction of how you would like that done, in the order you would like it done. And I understand you do not want me to tell me how to do my case, but that's why
I
I
don't-
walked up and asked.
I know, so I guess
I'm not trying to confuse anything.
no, I can, so what I'm trying to understand
Okay.
is Detective Crosby, if there are parts of the video that come in, obviously would come in through Detective Crosby.
Yes.
We can't do that
He's
until,
here. Right.
can't do that until Kristen testifies again and you specifically go through whatever you need to go through
Yes, Your
with those certain statements.
Correct.
Okay, so
The
can
other-
he testify and lay the foundation, at least just for authenticity of the video, and you call him back again some point, so we
And-
don't stop now?
The thing about it, just the only other witness, Detective Goodwin, he's the only other witness besides the 2 experts.
Where's Kristen?
She's here.
Okay,
But that's what I was asking, how would you like to do the work between that? I don't have another witness to call to fill the time because it's 2 experts and they're scheduled tomorrow morning.
do y'all agree, I think you have to ask the questions of Kristen, though.
I agree.
Not outside the presence, and like in front of the jury,
For sure,
right?
yes,
So,
I agree.
Absolutely.
I wanted to know, my question was to you, would you want me to do that now? Or do you want me to do that on tomorrow morning? That's what my question is. Well, I'm just asking for efficiency. I'm trying not to waste the court's time.
it's not even, it's not about that. I mean, it just, if you have her and you want her to be the next witness and are you ready to go through?
Actually, I mean, I have to talk to her, explain that I'm calling her back. So I haven't had that opportunity yet because it didn't come up until the testimony.
Sure, no,
That's the point.
I agree, I don't disagree
So,
with that.
no, I need to explain and admonish what's about to go on. Before we do that, that's why I want to make sure, I understand it has to be a broken jury. I wanted the court to tell us how she wanted it done. That's the only thing.
Okay. It's not how I want to have it done, because it has to go, at least with Crosby and Kristen, it has to go in an order. And if you don't have anyone else here, where's Detective Goodwin?
He's to come tomorrow. We will get on the phone to get him here as fast as possible.
I mean, is that something you could do this afternoon
The thing
since it's
about him
early?
is he no longer is an officer. He works at the plant.
Oh, okay.
And his schedule is for tomorrow, like all the other ones. Now,
This
look,
is my favorite thing.
I love it, Judge, but get.
Favorite thing
Hey,
is
look,
not
I
having
can't-
people
I
ready.
can't get it right no matter how hard I try, I promise. But I will do it however efficient you want me to.
I don't have any objection, Judge, though, to calling Detective Crosby and saying, have you interviewed Kristen Brussard, did
But
you
if that,
report
if I'm gonna rule that things are admissible,
You need
we're gonna have to
see.
have him back anyway. So I don't
That's
wanna,
fine.
there's no reason to get him here and then have to have him back. I'll make that ruling through her, and then he will be able to be the one that goes through and says, this is what she said, and we show that part. And so,
I
okay,
have quickly to go speak with her.
no, I don't want you to hurry with her because honestly, I want it to be succinct when we get her on. So if you need time to go through yourself and remind yourself of whatever the statements are, you need to do that, because it is, like Mr. Kurtz was saying, it's every single one that you think she said, you're gonna have to make sure and ask those questions. If you're ready to do that in
I'm not ready
15
to do
minutes,
that, but if you're telling me you see what I'm saying?
I'm
If
not
you
telling
allow
you,
me to-
I'm asking you,
I'm not ready, I need to.
do you need more? So do you need the afternoon?
It's
Do
an
you need
afternoon.
30 minutes? Do you need?
Afternoon.
Okay, that's just need to know what you need. All right. If you will please let the jury know that, let me bring them back in. Let's do that. We'll take a break. I'll bring them back in. I'll explain not all of this that's going on, but just explain that with scheduling and some different issues, we're going to work on some legal issues this afternoon, and we'll get started again tomorrow. So I told them another 10 minutes. As soon as they're ready, just let me know and I'll come back in. Is there anything else we need to take up before we break for the day, Mr. Hoffpower?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Gertz? All right, court will be in recess until tomorrow at 9 o'clock. All right, let's go on the record. This is cause number 240094. Mr. Gertz is here with Mr. Jeffries, and sir, are you Austin Robert Jones? And Mr. Hoffpower is here. Is everyone ready
Yes,
for trial?
Yes, Judge.
It looks like Mr. Gertz has filed the election for punishment.
For the jury.
It's still, for the jury, it's
I
still
hope it
coming up.
says that.
It does, for the jury, and
I
so,
know it. No, I don't.
and
It
then.
wouldn't be the first time I've said the wrong thing.
It's there, and that's what it says. Is there anything else that we need to take care of pre-trial before jury selection?
No, Your Honor, we have our motions standard. We didn't have a motion in limine we filed, but that's not that particular kind of case, the sexual assault kind of case. We didn't file a motion in limine.
Okay.
It's not like our standard.
Okay, so there's not one,
No, Your
okay.
Honor.
We know the normal rules anyway, though.
I don't, did you file one at all, or no? I don't see one.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. And it doesn't look like you filed anything in limine either, Mr. Gertz. There was the case was re-indicted, and there was a motion to adopt all the previous motions and notices, and so anything that was done prior to that, but that's been some time. I think we're all fine on that. Okay, how long would y'all request for our?
Judge, I know the hour we usually do, the reason why I'm asking for just a little 15 longer to make sure I can talk all about abusive head trauma, and that's being added, the nature of this case. Just
So you're
for
asking for an hour and 15
I
minutes,
hope to not use that.
Mr. Gertz?
But
I'll be less than that, Judge.
it's just more information that I gotta.
And he'll probably cover stuff that may pull stuff off of mine.
Okay, and that'll be the extent of it. I will let you know when you get to 1 hour, and then I'll give you a 5-minute warning after that.
Perfect.
Good?
And I should be less than an hour.
And just be prepared, since we'll
I
take
got
that amount of time, we'll take a break.
Thank you, Judge.
That's great.
And let them take a break between, so we don't have to stop in the middle of yours if someone
I'm doing
needs.
that as a bonus of caution. I don't want to be
That's
talking
fine.
for that part.
That's okay. So in negotiations, nothing changed with regard to offers or rejections or anything like that?
Same always been on there. Not for me, from the prior prosecutor.
I don't even remember what it was, but,
Kinderberg.
oh, yeah. Well,
Okay,
for
so
a
y'all,
guilty person, that would be great.
okay,
Judge, I'm gonna make sure we're on the record, we're gonna be discussing eligibility for probation. Not yes, I mean, I'm sure it is. He doesn't have a history, right?
No, he has no criminal history.
Did
We
you-
filed an application.
Right. So we're gonna discuss that more.
He signed it last week, Judge. Normally we file those together. I got the e-notice that it was filed this morning. So it's been filed, though, I have it.
Okay,
I didn't see.
it's not in our
It's one of those
system.
ones I suspect that hasn't come through yet or hasn't been processed yet.
Refresh maybe, because it just showed up on mine.
Ah, there it is. All right,
So I apologize,
so the punishment range is
2 to 20.
2 to 20.
2 to 20 and probation, possibly. Okay. So we'll talk about all of that.
Yes.
All right, anything else then, before we get the jury seated?
But I didn't think it was just.
All right, I'm gonna step down, just let me know as soon as the jury's seated, and I'll be back in. Well, that was kind of so-so. Good afternoon, everyone. There we go. All right, so I'm Raquel West. I'm the judge here in the 252nd District Court, and the first thing I want to do is say thank you all for being here. We have many weeks where we have lots of people not show up, and it's hard for us to do our job if you aren't here, and so we really, really appreciate you coming. This is a felony criminal court. Everything that we hear in this court is really serious, and we need you so that the wheels of justice can keep turning. What I'm going to do and the process that we're going through this afternoon is called voir, and all that means is to speak the truth. I'm going to have you all in just a minute take an oath, and all that oath says is that you promise to answer questions truthfully this afternoon, and that's it. And then by the end of the afternoon today, you will know if you'll serve on this jury that we're going to have this week. We do not anticipate this trial lasting longer than a week, and so we need your availability this week if you're on the jury, but at least that gives you a sense of what we're looking at. We don't anticipate going into next week or anything like that. So I am at this point going to ask you all to please raise your right hand. You can stay seated, but please raise your right hand. Do you and each of you solemnly swear that you will true answers give to all questions propounded to you concerning your qualifications as a juror, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. So the qualifications that I just mentioned, when you used to come for jury duty, I guess really pre-COVID, you used to go down to the big jury and paneling room downstairs, and a judge would come down, go through some qualifications with you, and then you would get sent to the court. We skip that now, which at least kind of saves you half a day. And so I need to go over those qualifications with you. And what I'm going to do at the end of this process this afternoon is I'm going to remind you of those and ask you at that time by a show of hands if any of those qualifications you think might apply to you, and if so, we'll discuss it at the end of this process. So just kind of keep in mind as I go through these, and then I will remind you of them at the end of this process this afternoon. The first is that you have to be 18 years of age or older. You need to live in Jefferson County, Texas. And so if you have moved permanently out of Jefferson County from the time that you got online and did this to now, we need to know about it. If you're moving next week, we should be fine. We just need you to be a permanent resident this week. The second is that you must be of sound mind and good moral character. I'm going to assume that all of you who showed up to do your civic duty and be on jury, you are of sound mind and good moral character. You need to be able to read and write the English language. If you have served on a jury, not just this process of jury selection, but if you were actually on a jury in the last 6 months and that trial went into a second week, then you could get a pass for this week. So within the last 6 months you were on a trial and it was longer than 1 week, you can let us know about that. You cannot have been convicted of a theft of any level or a felony of any kind. You also can't be under legal accusation or indictment for a felony or a theft of any level. So that's really it for the qualifications. So keep in mind, again, if you think that one of those might apply to you, then I'll ask you at the end of this process and we'll discuss it then. Today for your service, you are going to receive a whopping $20. After that, you actually get $58 a day if you're on the jury. Obviously, that is not meant to compensate you for your time. We know your time is more valuable than that. That is what the state gives us to give you, really just as a token of appreciation, again, for you being here. You are welcome to keep that There are also 2 different funds that you can donate that to if you would like through that iJury system. The first is the Compensation to Victims of Crime Fund, and then the second is the Children's Welfare Service Fund. And both of those are organizations that help people locally who have been affected by the criminal justice system. So again, that's it for the qualifications. I'm going to go through some introductions and then go through some general legal principles with you guys that apply in all cases. And then I turn it over to the lawyers. And they will both be given an opportunity to talk to you, visit with you, and again, at the end of the day, we will get our jury. A lot of people think that this process is a selection process. It's really not. It's really a deselection process, which means the lawyers at the end of this time are going to be given a few minutes to go through their list after you've answered questions, and they get to make a certain number of strikes. And they can strike people because they didn't like their answer or they feel like they might lean towards the other side. And then what happens is really it's the first 13 because we get 12 and an alternate. And it'll be the one starting at number 1 and going through till we get those 12 after those strikes are made. What I'm going to do is introduce the lawyers and everyone here involved in the case. Then I'm going to ask all of you if any of you know any of us and how you know us and things like that. Just because you know someone involved in the trial does not mean that you cannot be a juror. We need to know who you know, how you know us, and then ultimately if you think that that relationship would in some way make you feel like you couldn't be fair in this case. So we have representing the state. Well, first of all, let me go through this. The case that we're going to hear this week is cause number 24 DCCR 0094. And it's styled the State of Texas versus Austin Robert Jones, who was charged by indictment with aggravated assault causing serious bodily injury. The range of punishment provided by law for this case is between 2 years and up to 20 years in prison, and also probation is an option. And so the lawyers will talk to you more about that, and I will a little bit more in just a few minutes as well. I'm going to now introduce Mr. Kobe Hoffpower as Assistant District Attorney for the State of Texas.
Good afternoon.
And then sitting with him is Ms. Kyle Gasper.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And then representing Mr. Jones, we have Mr. Ryan Gertz.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And sitting with him is Mr. Benjamin Jeffries. And then the defendant, Mr. Austin Jones. So what I'm going to do is go row by row and start with the first row and just ask by a show of hands if any of you know any of us. You will also see on my far left, your right, is the court reporter. And Ms. Tanner is here not just taking down everything that I say or the lawyers say, but also everything that you all say. So it is important if you're answering a question that you speak loudly and clearly so we can all hear you. You'll also notice that we're going to call you by your name and your juror number, just so that we can try to make sure that the record is clear as much as possible who's talking when. So I'm going to start with the first row on this side. By a show of hands, does anybody on this side know any of us? All right. First row on this side. Let's see, number 9, Mr. Capps.
I don't know if something like this counts, but I want to let you have a consultation with you before you were a judge.
Okay, is there?
A long time ago, probably 15 years ago or something.
Yep, that would have been a little while ago. Is there anything about that that would make you feel like you couldn't be fair in this case? Thank you, sir. Anyone else on the front row this side? All right, let's go to the second row on that side. Second row coming over this way. All right, let's go to the third row then. That side, let's see, and is it number 31?
Terry Wilson.
Mr. Wilson, yes, sir. And who do you know?
You.
And Mr. Wilson.
One of your jurors.
Oh, you've been a juror before?
Yes.
Okay, and how long ago was that?
I'm not sure. I know the case. It was Joseph Colon.
Oh, you were on a big one. Yes, sir. That was a capital murder death penalty case in 2017. So that's been some time ago, and that was a difficult one. Is there anything about that that would make you feel like you couldn't be fair in this case?
No.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else on the third row? That side, third row coming over here. Mr. Getz, you know everyone, correct? Okay, is there anything about any of those relationships that would make you feel like you couldn't be fair? Thank you, sir. Anyone else over there? All right, back row then, coming across all the way. Anyone on the back row? Okay, sir, let's see, is it 49? What's your number or name? You're Mr. Young? Okay, and Mr. Young, who do you know, sir?
Well, I was a jury for you a couple of months ago.
A couple of months ago? Golly, they called you back fast, didn't they? That case didn't go into a second week, did it? Okay. Anything about that would make you feel like you couldn't be fair in this case? And I'm going to apologize now because you're going to get to, both of y'all will get to hear the same spiel that you heard before. So sorry about that. The jokes are all the same. And speaking of jokes, obviously everything we do in here is very serious. And I don't want you to think that me or either the lawyers, if we are making bad jokes, that we don't think that what we do is serious here. The whole point of this afternoon is to get you guys loosened up and to talk so that we can get to know you. And so just that's kind of the whole process. This afternoon's different, obviously, than the rest of the trial. But really, ultimately, the lawyers are trying to get to know you, how you feel about certain things. Everyone has personal experiences that they go through in life that would make them potentially not a good juror in a certain type of trial. The example I get that they've already heard before is, let's assume that you went to dinner last night, and when you got back, your house had been ransacked and burglarized and precious, irreplaceable things had been taken from you. And then you show up the next morning for jury duty, and it is a burglary of a habitation case. It may be a little soon for you to be fair in that type of case. You may say, you know what, I don't think I could ever be fair. That would just personally traumatized me and I can't do it. Or you may be able to say, you know what, that was my circumstances. I can listen to the evidence in this case and not allow my circumstances or experience to go into my thought process and deliberation in this case. That's really what they're trying to get to know about you. So just kind of keep that in mind also. So let's see. This afternoon, a couple of just general things. The lawyers, it can be a little frustrating, this process that we go through, because the lawyers are not allowed to discuss with you the actual facts of the case that we're going to be here for. And so they're going to ask you probably things hypothetically and kind of generalities, but nothing specific about this case. And so it can be frustrating for you because some of the questions might lead your answer to be, I don't know anything about the case. They're not doing that just to frustrate you. I promise the law does not allow them to talk about the specific facts until the case really gets started. That will be tomorrow. Our trials in the criminal system are done in two phases. And so the first phase of the trial is the guilt-innocence phase. And then if there is a finding of guilt, so if the jury finds the defendant guilty, then you would move to the punishment phase. And the law provides that the defendant has the right to choose who punishes him, either the jury that found him guilty or the judge. And in this case, Mr. Jones has elected that if he is found guilty, he would go to the jury. So that means that we're going to discuss with you this afternoon a little more about that punishment range that I talked about. And so again, the punishment range is anything from probation up to 20 years in prison, really. And what the law requires for you to be able to be on a jury on this type of case is that you can consider the entire punishment range. Sometimes that can be difficult because it's very hard to consider sometimes the lowest end or the highest end without knowing anything about the case. But that's just the way the legislator has made it. And so really what it means is that as a juror, you can listen to the first phase of the trial, all the evidence that's presented. And if you find the defendant guilty, you can then listen to any additional evidence in the punishment phase. Take all of that into consideration. Consider the entire punishment range once you know everything, and then come up with an appropriate punishment with your fellow jurors. The reason for that big punishment range is because every single case is different. Every defendant's different, every complainant or victim, the set of circumstances, all of those things are different. And so you really can't know until you hear everything why it might be on the low end, the high end, somewhere in between, until you hear all of that. And I'm sure they'll, again, discuss more of that with you during their time. You do not have to have any special knowledge on any type of cases. You don't have to have been a juror on any type of cases. You're going to get everything you need in order to reach a verdict here from either the evidence that's presented, or at the end of the trial, you receive what's called the court's charge, which is a written document that contains everything you need. It has the law, the instructions, any special definitions, everything that you need to kind of put together with the evidence to reach a verdict. We, in fact, don't want you Googling anything or trying to find the definitions of things or anything about this particular case or anything like that. Everything, again, that you need is supposed to come from here in the courtroom. Let's see. Okay, before I get into the legal, some legal terminology, the last thing is, if there is anything that you're asked and you are not comfortable talking about in front of 53 or 4 of your new best friends, all you have to do is say so. And at the end of the process, we can bring you back in individually to either ask you some questions about your answers, or you can let us know something that you think is important, but you're not comfortable talking about. Also, sometimes at the end of this process, you might be sitting there thinking, I can't believe they didn't ask this, or I feel like maybe this is important, but I don't know. Please tell us, even if it's in private, because what we don't want to happen is for you to end up on the jury. We're halfway through the week and you say, you know what, I can't do this anymore. I should have told you, but I didn't. That could potentially require us to stop the trial and go through this whole process all over again. So we'd rather know what it is. Maybe it's not something that's super important. Maybe it is. Give the lawyers and I that opportunity to discuss it with you. So I'll give you that opportunity at the end as well. And so now I'm going to go through just kind of quickly some general legal principles that apply in every criminal case. The first is the presumption of innocence, which I'm sure you've all heard of. Our law provides that all persons are presumed innocent and that no one can be convicted of an offense unless each and every element of the offense is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The law does not require the defendant to prove his innocence or to produce any evidence at all. That presumption of innocence is sufficient to acquit the defendant unless all the jurors agree that they are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the case has been proven. So if you were going to vote right now whether or not the defendant is guilty or not guilty, what would your vote be? Not guilty. See, it's not hard. The law says that the prosecution or the state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty, and they must do so by proving every element of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt. And if they fail to do so, then you must acquit the defendant. I've now used that term beyond a reasonable doubt a few times, and there used to be many, many years ago a definition that was actually given to jurors as to what that meant. The highest courts in the state of Texas, however, have abolished that, and we are no longer allowed to define for you what beyond reasonable doubt means. I really think that means two things. First, it means that you decide for yourself kind of what that level is. There are some other legal levels, and I'm sure the lawyers will talk about those, that have definitions that are able to be given in different types of courts, but not here. So you ultimately decide for yourself what you think beyond a reasonable doubt means, and then you decide whether or not the state has proven each element of that offense beyond a reasonable doubt. Our law also permits a defendant to testify on his own behalf. However, that same law, which you've all heard, the Fifth Amendment, says that if the defendant elects not to testify, then you cannot use that against him. You're not allowed to discuss it, talk about why he didn't testify or what he might have said. While you may wish you could hear him, that's human nature. You have to be able to put that aside and not use it against him or as a fact towards guilt. There are many, many reasons in cases after a consultation with lawyers why defendants would elect not to testify, and that's something that they handle privately with their lawyers. So that's really it for me with regard to what I'm going to say. I'm going to turn it over to the lawyers. The last thing I'm going to say, which I have stolen many years ago from Mr. Gertz, and so I get to sit up here and steal the good stuff, and he just has to take it every time. This is truth, though. A lot of people think that if you sit there and you're really quiet and you kind of sink down in your seat and you don't say anything, that you're going to get to go home and not come back tomorrow. And it's really the opposite. It's the quiet ones that most of the time end up spending some time with us this week. Again, kind of bad joke, but that's just really encouraging you. Talk, share with these attorneys. We're going to go through with Mr. Hoffpower first. We'll take a short break, and then Mr. Gertz will have an opportunity to visit with you. And then again, by the end of the day, you'll know if you're on the jury. Right, Mr. Hoffpower, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please, the court, counsel, good morning. Oh, good afternoon. How y'all doing? You doing better than me? Good morning. Thank you for being here. I want to reiterate what you just said. We can't do this without it. We appreciate you coming. I feel like we say that ad nauseum for a purpose, right? We have to have you here for that. Not a lot of people even come, not a lot don't answer that. Y'all did, we appreciate it. I always like to tell them, be like, hey, once this gets through, hopefully, it's like, bring your friends next time, all right? Tell them it's not that bad, I promise, okay? Now, make a decision afterward, none, all right? I'm not telling you, but bring them, we need them, all right? And that's the best way we can keep something like this. Our system is not perfect, okay? But it's the best one in the world because we have this, all right? Citizens are the judges. You are the judges of the facts of the case. You make the decisions, okay? So not a lot of places in the world have that, all right? And a lot less than used to be, okay? So we appreciate it. I don't want to go on that any further. I do want to reiterate as well with Judge has said, when we joke, it's not because we don't take this serious. I practiced in front of judges my second time with her. We don't do that in this court and on the court. We're not laughing because it's a funny situation. It's not a funny situation. None of these are. And when I get to talking about what kind of case this is, you understand that like laughing, that's not why we're laughing, okay? We take every one of these serious. However, okay, this portion is the only time lawyers, me and Mr. Gertz, get to talk with you about certain things, and we can't talk about the facts, and it gets frustrating. I get that. So when I ask you things, you're like, well, if I knew more, I know, I wish I could tell you, all right? I just can't, all right? However, if you're uncomfortable, we go, and if you want to talk about something in front of everybody, we can take, we go in front of the judge. It happens all the time. It wouldn't be unusual, okay? Especially when we're dealing with a case like this, all right? I'm gonna go into that really quick, all right? Once again, though, when we joke, it's not because we take it lightly. It can be further from the truth, okay? Now, I want to reiterate what she said again. If we're talking, and I want y'all to talk, all right, because that's the only way we know what you feel about these things, all right? And if you don't say anything, we have to assume. And what does assume mean? I don't want you to say what it is. You get where I'm at, right? What does assume mean? Right? Makes us both look bad. Okay? So, all right, I'm gonna ask questions about y'all. I understand speaking in public is before fear. It always is, right? And we're weird because we don't mind it and we kind of like it, all right? But we understand that not everybody likes that thing. However, I want to ask questions about you, so I want you to know about me. I'm born and raised in Windy, Texas. I'm in Jefferson County, just over the county line, all right? I went to Lamar. All right, graduated from Lamar, went to South Texas and Houston, and I've been a prosecutor my entire career for 20 years, okay? Love it, still love it, all right? And I've been in this county and 4 other counties in the state of Texas, so I've worked all over the state, okay? Now, I want you to know a little bit about that, because I'm gonna ask you some things. In your jury questionnaire, y'all put on there some things, right, where you work, and questions about like, if you've been a juror before. Okay, and we talked, some of y'all, who said on the Cologne murder, was that, all right, that's a very serious case and history and all that, okay? Any kind of case that you sat on, the reason why we ask that is you know the process, kind of, okay? We're gonna ask you about that, right? Because it's important because you sat on a case before, like a bad murder, okay? Now, That's not the only kind of cases we do here, all right? And it's particularly what I do, I do the child sex cases, all right? And I do the injury to the child, meaning child abuse cases, okay? Now, both of those are things that, when I say that, and you understand that, the room goes quiet, and everybody looks down. I understand, right? Nobody wants to be a juror on cases like that, right? Definitely not the ones that we're talking about, children or victims, okay? But it's important for you to know that this is still our system, and we still have to use this, all right? So we have to have jurors sit on jury trials in these cases, okay? Now, every time. All right, we're here on aggravated assault, serious bodily injury, okay? But I'm gonna let you know right now, I'm gonna go through the elements of the case, okay? And those are the elements that I gotta prove. Judge told y'all, I gotta prove each and one of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt, all right? Now, you don't know anything about the case, right? And I can't talk about the facts, but I can talk about the situations that we may come up, so we get your opinions on those, okay? But I've got to prove, and I'll show you an elements list. It's my job as a state to prove each and every one of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt, okay? And I'll go over that with you as well. But every one of those is my job, all right? This is not family court. This is not probate court, all right? We got the highest level, right? Because it's important because we've got somebody's liberty, right? This is what we're talking about. And it should be that way. That's what makes our system what it is. But it never shifts to the defendant, all right? I am responsible to prove each and every one of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt. And that means every one of these. Now, what if I don't prove one of those, and I prove, say, 9, but I didn't prove 1? What happens? Is it not guilty, right? Because why? Whose job is it? Mine. Does it ever change? No, and it shouldn't. That's not how our system works. My response. Okay. Now, let me point at this to you. All right, one of those elements I got to prove this defendant, in this particular case, on or about a certain date in Jefferson County, Texas. That makes it happen here. It's in our jurisdiction. And the felonies, we have the criminal district court, the 252nd district court, and we also have a drug court. Okay, we have 3 different felony courts. Now, the next one is did intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly, okay? Any one of those 3 ways in which it's committed, and we're going to go over the definition in just a second. Okay? Let me finish up. Called serious bodily injury. I'm going to go over that definition with you to a complainant, all right? When we talk about the facts, we'll name those things. That's got to tell you about it, all right? But we're going to go through those elements. Now, quick pop quiz. What if I don't prove in Jefferson County, Texas? Not guilty. Seems like one of them, like we're in Jefferson County, you know, the cities we live in, all right? We're talking about your juror for your jurisdiction, right? If I don't prove that element, not guilty. That's how it works, right? That's how it works, and it never shifts, and you hold me to that burden, all right? Never shifts to somebody to prove it's my job, all right? If I don't do it, you do it yourself. Everybody agree? Everybody okay with that? Yes. All right, good. Now, in this particular case, the complainant was not yet 3 months old at the time of the alleged physical abuse. I do need to tell you that part of that because it's important, because you need to know what kind of case we're going to be hearing, okay? So, what do we know about 3 months old? What do you know about 3 months old? Sylvester. All right, is a 3-month-old ability to walk around and talk like I'm doing here? No. Okay, I'm talking about infant, okay? Now, because of the nature of that, that's why I got to talk to you about your experience with children, okay? Your experience with infants, all right? And your knowledge of what, you don't have to be a doctor to be a jury on this case, but you need to, if you have children or you've never been around children, you understand what I'm saying, why those are pertinent and why we got to ask the questions. Do we understand? You with me? All right, we're good. Now, what's going through your head? Mr. Davis, when I said a 3-month 3-month-old was a victim. What happened when I said that? What did you think? And be honest with you, be honest with you.
Something happened to a 3-month.
Right, did you feel happy about where you're sitting right now?
No.
Alright, you don't want, nobody wants to do this, like I said before. The point of it is though, is this our system, right? So, I don't wanna be here talking about this, alright? So I know you wanna be sitting there, but I don't wanna be talking about this because something happened to a 3-month-old, alright? I don't want that to happen, nobody wants that. But the problem with that is, that's not how life is, and these things happen, all right? Somebody's gotta be a jury on it, right? I know nobody wants that, but sometimes we have to do things we don't wanna do, all right? Do I understand that? So if everybody here is like, I couldn't do that, which I know all of you, when I said that, said, whoa, sometimes in the brain, you're like, how am I gonna get that? Whoa, I don't want that. I know, okay? And I don't wanna be here talking about that, but we think it happens, right? So we have to have jurors on, right? So somebody's gonna have to sit on a jury for these kind of cases, right? Or then our system doesn't work for cases like this. Y'all get it? You with me? Right. Now, we've already talked about that, you understand that. All right, now, raise your hand. Who watches CSI? Who watches NCIS? Get them up, come on. Who's got all of their, like, what used to be called TV on tape myself, but I mean, all the video on demand stuff? Who's got 4 channels running and recording all of them, right? Because why? On Saturday, I'm watching 10 in a row, right? Who does it? I know, raise your hand if you do that. Come on. And up to 2, come on, you don't have to say it, but we know that, right? Now, everybody understand that CSI, Law and Order, Special Victims Unit, I will give them that, like that's what I talk about, that's the cases I try, that's kind of the thing. Especially with this, in regards to infant, right? It's unique, it's not because of the nature of who the victim is. Okay? Now, everybody understand, that's television, and none of us look like that, I promise. None of it, you can see, okay? Or if it is, I wanna know where it's at. Right. Now, none of us look like that, and none of that happens. Criminal justice moves slow. Everything in law moves really slow. Criminal justice moves slow. Never in the history of this, any of this, it's the time of first do it happened, a person was arrested, they were tried already, they got sentenced in 45 minutes in conversions. All right? Just don't happen. All right? It's a lot longer, and I promise you it's a lot more boring. Okay, not because I want it to be boring, but you understand, television's gotta have some interest. Now, it's also important for you to understand that they use things on there that are just ridiculous. All right, and now, we have a very old and respected judge who died not too long ago, yes, all right, and I got the opportunity to try some cases in front of him. And I stole this from him, and when I heard him say it, I told him, like Judge said, Judge, that's the best thing I ever heard to explain this. Can I steal it? He's like, of course. So I still use it. We were in a trial there, and we were talking up at the bench, and he goes, I watched one of those CSI cases the other day, and guess what? Like, they found fingerprints on sand at the beach. Oh, yeah. They did. You understand that's ridiculous, all right? So, look, we have the ability to do investigations, all right? And you need to hold us to that standard of whether or not you did a full investigation with the abilities we have, right? We don't have the ability to pull a fingerprint off sand at the beach, right? You understand, within reason. Television and reality are 2 different things. Y'all got it? Okay, cool. Now, bodily injury, all right? In our elements in this case, is serious bodily injury. Okay? My job is the law gives us, before we get to serious bodily injury, I gotta tell what bodily injury is. Now, let's stop. Tell me what you think bodily injury is. Harm?
That leaves evidence?
That's good. All right, it leaves evidence? Okay, all right, does it have to be visible, you think? No, it doesn't have to be visible. Anybody think, y'all hear what this doctor said, it has to be visible? Does anybody think it has to be visible for bodily injury?
No.
Okay, y'all good, great, man, we're doing awesome, man. Yeah. So, means physical pain, illness, or any impairment of the physical condition. Now, the reason why, and talk, some people raise that, I'm like, so if you get hit, all it has to do for our purposes in the law is did it cause pain? It was pain, okay? Now, use this example, fancy word for pain. They gotta feel some pain. Now, sometimes pain, say, all right, somebody, your brother, I'll give you an example. Brother hits me in the arm. It will hurt. Does it always leave a bruise? Does it always mean I gotta go check, like go get an x-ray to see if my arms are broken? But for our purposes, is it pain? And that would satisfy the element, right? You understand what I'm saying? So that's bodily injury. Now, some people, it's okay not to like the law, right? But that's what the law is, all right? And that's, would check that element. Everybody get what I'm saying? Okay, it doesn't have to be visible. It doesn't have to require a hospital visit. But if the person who is what we call the complainant says, yeah, hurt, in this case, me, like, come on, dude, right? That's, for our purposes, is an assault, right? Now, does not mean serious and does not require visibility. Now, we just went through, what about, we don't need to go through any more examples, but I need to let you know serious bodily injury. All right, Mr. Castillo. Right, is that right, Mr. Castillo? Yeah. Okay. And you, serious bodily injury, what do you think? What do you think that when you hear those words?
Enduring thing.
Enduring pain, maybe chronic pain. Is that correct? Everybody here? Chronic pain, okay. This is the definition we're given in. Anybody else have anything different? What do you think about that? Mr. Gridziak. Oh, man, I was practicing, I don't know if you get that. What do you think, in regards to that?
Bodily injury, serious bodily injury.
Yes, sir.
Something broken, something you can't move.
Okay, like a broken arm?
Yeah, right.
Sometimes, and that's more serious than punch that didn't leave anything, right?
Correct.
Okay. What our definition says, now, doesn't exactly always mean a broken bone. A serious bodily injury might be more than that, okay? It depends on what bone might be broken. What about if you broke your femur? Everybody know what that bone is? Densest bone in your body is your thigh bone. I would argue that's serious bodily injury, because what kind of force does that take for an adult to break that bone? Now, what about my pinky finger? Like broke one of your fingers. Is that the same? Would you think that would be serious bodily injury? Broken bone, well, some people do think that. Some people don't. They're like, it's a finger, man. You got 9 other ones. See?
I like that.
But I'm partial to all of mine, right? But you understand that, like, that's for that interpretation. What I'm gonna tell you is the legal definition of serious bodily injury. Okay? Now, creates substantial risk of death or that causes death, all right? Like a serious bodily injury, whatever that injury was, they could have died from it, right? So, say, cut them on their arm or a very serious vein, or like the femoral artery, right? They get cut, maybe, but that could kill you, right? Because we all know that's a serious injury, right? It doesn't, and really, it depends on the circumstances, right? And it's not, that definition is what you determine, okay? Not disagree, you know what I'm saying? Some people thought like it needs to be a broken bone, but what kind of bone? If they've got a limp that lasts their entire life, would you think that would be serious bodily injury?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, serious permanent disfigurement, okay? That would be one of those, wouldn't it? Or change the body, or if you got hurt when you were younger and then you got a shorter leg than another, those kind of things. I'm giving these examples. Everybody understand what I'm saying? Did anybody lost? We'll go back, okay? Everybody good? Now, the next one is protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. Those are words, but get the gist, right? It's not just bodily injury, it's not just pain, it's something more, okay?
So that's one of the elements. What would you like to see? Now, we're gonna talk about evidence in trial. Okay? What would you like to see in a jury trial charging aggravated assault with serious bodily injury? What do you think, Ms. Cruz?
Medical records.
Medical records? Everybody hear that, Ms. Cruz? Medical records. If I'm trying to prove serious bodily injury, I'll probably need medical records if I'm worried about what? Break, right? Would you think so? Right. And we need an expert or a doctor to tell you how serious it is to break that particular thing. And this Mrs. Menard, right? Mrs. Menard, you think x-rays, right? Anybody hear Mrs. Menard said x-rays or a medical record? Anybody else think of something else you'd like to see to prove what we were talking about, that element of serious bodily injury?
Photograph.
Photograph. All right. Now let's just not. Oh, yes, sir.
This is the psychological exam of the perpetrator.
Okay. Well, you mean like a FBI profile or
Well,
something?
what was going through trying to get what's going through their mind at the time of the incident.
Okay. Good. Now everybody hear what you said, okay? Now, how would we do that?
Therapist or psychologist or something.
Well, can we put like a helmet on and
No.
run back? Right? I'm not, you sure I'm joking like,
Yeah, no,
I mean,
I get it.
but to prove that in the court of law, right?
Right.
Or, and there's a lot of other things I'd like to have, like a time machine, or like a video of everything that happens, right? But we understand, right? But yes, a profile would be good, right? You think we get those in all cases, psychological profile? Now listen, like an FBI case in the feds up down the street over there? Yeah, right? It's not this, okay? Now, would we do that if we had the funds and all that kind of stuff? You see what I'm saying? Certain things are done at certain levels for this kind of stuff. Now, within reason, right? It kind of falls into what I'm talking about with like television, right? Like in Spanky, Miami, I get a lot of stuff that we don't have here in Beaumont, Southeast Texas, right? That's just the nature of it, right? That's not an excuse for it, but like, you see what I'm saying? If you expect that, now, if you would want that, which is fine, right? And it's okay for your opinion to want it. Anybody agree with that? Like, you want, let's put it this way. Would you require that before you can make a decision?
But it would be high and sky nice.
Right. Would be nice, right? Okay, everybody understand? Okay. Now, anything other than those things we talked about? What about, I need to make sure you understand this. We're not just talking about injuries. Talking about all other evidence. All right, police report, that's, y'all, we're right here with you, all right? So, the reason why, all right, can we enter police reports? Do we do that in the court of law? Who thinks they do? We can. All right, don't we have a deputy in here somewhere? Who's my deputy? Hold on. There he is, see, I look, man, and I'm not messing with him, all right? All right, so Mr. Belmont, right? Okay. I'm gonna use you a lot, man, I'm sorry, man, but he's not gonna let you on the jury, so don't worry about it. That's what we do. Objection. But, true, is that true? Right, there you go. Say, guess what, me and you, we're gonna explain how it works, right? All right, now, we'll go back to tell us what you think in regards to what evidence in like police report. Do we enter a police report? Or can we?
This is my first.
I know, I understand, but hey, it ain't for a cop, like, being a cop, right? And you are a certified police officer.
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, why were you trained to get a report, or write a report at the time, or right after what you observed in your duties?
For this very reason.
Right, but not for you to enter it, so you don't have to come to court, right? What happens? You come to court, right? And you can just sit in that little box up there with a nice seat, right? Because the document of the report is hearsay. Anybody understand that? Or know what that means? I know we got some lawyers, get another lawyer who, he didn't show. No. Just get somebody ask you some questions later on. But you understand that, like, we don't just turn in that police report, and our deputy Benoit doesn't get to, like, not come, right? That would be hearsay.
So he writes a report for purposes of refreshing their memory, right? They do it at the time, and then he testifies to what he saw at the report. Everybody get that? But people, you're not unusual because guess what? Everybody said, well, I want to read the police report. You said it, right? The reason why they do that is to document it, or refresh your memory, and he gets up there and testifies to what they observed while they were on their job as a peace officer. Everybody get that? Anybody confused by it? Anybody mad, you don't get to read it anyway. It's okay to be, right? It's just something we can't do, all right? Only in very unique circumstances. Okay, now what else about, so testimony, is that evidence? Exactly, and it's a big part of criminal trial, all right? That's evidence. Testimony of people, witnesses, like an officer would be, because what's their job? Investigate, keep us safe first, and first responders, but also document their investigation, right? You guys see what I'm saying? All right. Now, what else besides testimony, and what else do you think?
Witness.
Right, witness, and what kind of evidence would they be entering? Testimony, right? Same thing with an officer. An officer is a witness as well, right? Now, who thinks an officer is supposed to get way more weight as opposed to just an eyewitness to a crime? Anybody think that? No, their credibility is to be judged by you, make it on there, whether or not they're to be believed, okay? They're just a witness, right? They do the job, but it doesn't mean that they're more credible than anybody who just saw what happened. I get that? All right. It's important for you to understand. Your job, if you make it on the jury, is to judge the credibility of the witnesses. Whether or not you're gonna believe all they said, believe none of what they said, or parts of what they said. Get that? That's what a jury's for. Okay? Everybody confused? Everybody got it? All right, let's go. Now, DNA. That's another thing about TV, all right? Like DNA's floating around, you can grab it, put it in a pocket, bag. You think that's how it is? You think that it's everywhere and we do DNA analysis on every case? What about DWIs? What about the assault cases? Just a minute. DNA, do you think we do that? No. We don't, okay. However, we do it in sexual assault of the child cases for sure. Those kind of things, murder cases, right? Because, wow, that's a more involved investigation, right? Now, testing of DNA is expensive, right? And also, we can't do it on every possible case. We can't do it on like a public intoxication case. Would you need that to make a determination on that? No, right? You get what I'm saying? No, right. So DNA, if we have it though, y'all like to see it, wouldn't you? Okay. Now, photographs, we talked about that. Those are important. Why? Why do you think? Ms. Lenore, what do you think? Have a photograph. To show what happened. What's everybody got in their pocket right now? You got a movie studio in your pocket right now. You know that, right? You have all that. So there's a lot of videos around, right? So pictures are important nowadays. Now, when I started, I'm not gonna tell you where that day, but when I started, not everybody was walking around with a full computer in their pocket that makes awesome pictures and does all the things we do. We would have to, and they also had VHS tapes on the car. We can talk about that. Right? But the point is that photos are available, right? So you would expect that, correct? Okay. Now, medical records we talked about, testimony. What about confessions? Mr. Joe Gadillo? Yes, sir. Man, I was close. Now, what do you think about a confession in any kind of criminal case? You think we get a lot of those? Good amount? All right, now let me talk, what about in cases where a toddler, infant, 3-month-old, people confess to, it was me, I did it, sorry. You think that, we get that a lot? No. Okay. Why not? What do you think? right? Is that a good thing? Somebody want to admit even if they did, right? It's kind of like the other cases that I do, child sexual assault. Do you think people plead on those lines?
No.
What do you think they put on murder? No. What do you think that they would rather plead to than what I'm talking about? More people would plead to murder than they would to sexual assault of a child. Why? What is a murder? Do they have to register for their lifetime? No. Right? Everybody understand that? Okay. Now, so if we don't have that, is there always a confession? Now, what's left? What do you think? Mr. We talked about, caps?
Don't think anything's left.
Okay. Fighting witness, right? Now, in this case, 3-month-old, all right? And like we just had a 3-month-old say, it was that person right over there, I know for a fact it was. Right? You can't, right? Can they point? All right? Somebody tell me, I think I got a whole lot of nurses. Raise your hand if you're a nurse and you work in the medical field in here. There's a lot of us, right? Okay, I'm gonna use Mr. Jones, right? Now, what, have you worked with pediatrics or what's your specialty?
Strictly adults.
Okay.
No pediatrics.
Okay, but you've gone through medical training, right? I mean, it's two different things for an adult versus an infant, correct? Now, at 3 months, do you know what standard is available, what a 3-month-old can do? You think it's a lot?
No.
Okay, what about, what would be an example of like movements that a 3-month-old can do? Let me say that to Ms. Smith. Tell me.
I mean, they can lift their head, they maybe roll over, it depends on however they are in their developmental, but not much.
Do they get up and walk, or like they're down the stairs?
They 100% need you.
They lifting their head and rolling over, right? That's the extent of what they can do themselves. Is that right?
Yes.
Everybody understand what we're talking about? We're talking about an infant. Okay? I got 2 parents. Raise your hand. I got a 12-year-old, love him to death. I remember every day. I want to send him back if I can go to time machine. So he can stay 6, 7, you know, those kind of things. But you remember those things, well, why? And because we have those phones, and man, how many pictures do you take? Or you have one? I had to get a new phone, I busted it, right? For the picture, right? The point is that those are little monumental things. It's not, well, he was unique, he was speaking Spanish, like, and English at 3 months. That happened, right? Everybody get that? Okay. That's a 3-month-old. It's not walking, it's not anything. You're not walking in their little strollers, they're not bouncing, anything, right? We understand that. Okay. Now, therefore, can they point and say who did it, or they can't? Okay. Child abuse is very hard to detect. Everybody understand that, all right? Why do you think it's hard to detect, Mr. Newman?
Because that instance, a lot of kids can't verbalize, that's the main thing.
How can they verbalize at that, if you know, what would you think? The only way they can verbalize. Cry, right?
A toddler could show fear, maybe,
Right.
you know.
But can they, like a facial expression for those things, right? They're limited, right? They're learning, all right? But crying is what? That's about it, right? Or they can't move like they could move before, right? But if you can only move your head or roll over, is it easy to detect if something, an injury? It's not like they're walking to say, what? Who's limping? That's, see what I'm saying? There's not that there, 3-month-old. Everybody got that? That depends, okay, right? Like I said, Miss Smithwood? Okay, how's that been?
I think psychologically, if that child is in its development stage, and then thereafter the incident, it's not.
Okay,
Its eyes are rolling back in its head, and it cannot focus, it can't lift its head or whatever. Psychologically, it could be impaired,
right,
something happens to the brain.
right. And psychologically, could they can't go see a therapist,
They're
right?
not gonna be able to communicate that.
Right, But they can't indicate it by what they were developing. Does everybody get that? Is that fair? Baseline, and then if they can know they're going backwards or they're not progressing, right? If I get that? That fair? Okay. Now, why we just went through it. They can only cry. All right. Now, that's not nothing. Okay, Mr. Wheeler, you got kids? All right. Do they cry differently, or do you notice as a parent how they cry, or if they're crying more than that? We definitely know that they're crying more than they usually are, right? Can you notice that?
Yeah, my youngest one, he had a fractured leg and was still running around as a toddler, so he had higher pain tolerance than
Right.
one of the other ones. He cried pretty much.
And I had one like slid off the couch and spindle fracture. My son did, but he was the only thing I know is he kind of as he crawled and he favored it, but not enough. We didn't know, right? So we brought it in, right? Those kind of things we noticed, right? But the crying part,
Sometimes kids go and hurt, cry, or
right?
my 12-month-old grandbaby has her face cry
Right. Everybody,
Yeah.
right. But the point is like manipulating, not at 3 months, right?
Right.
Okay. However, the crying part is who would know that best, right? Because why? They're individuals, right? You would know, parents, moms, ones around, right? But get that? Anybody disagree? Okay. Now, what if the child's too young to communicate what happened, like we're talking here, 3-month-old? Right. Now, what if communicate who? Can they point out what happened, like, something wrong? Can they do that?
No.
Right. Now, should we hold it against the child because they were 3 months old at the time it happened? No, they're at the mercy of what? The adults or the people that are caring for them, right? For a long time, I would say past 18, right? Okay, but definitely when they are 18, okay? Should we throw our hands up and say it's too hard to determine who did this and what happened because they're 3 months old or they're 6 months old, or we can't identify that person enough to say there's no way to know what happened. Okay, now anybody think that? It's okay to think that. It's okay because it is a criminal case and this is important, all right? So, but what I need to know, okay? Because you understand it's important that you're not gonna get that in a case like this, all right? But that doesn't mean that we say, well, we're not gonna prosecute child abuse. Is that a good thing? Anybody think that? Because we're not gonna be able to get the amount of evidence we can on like a murder case. Think about that. Is that a problem for people? And it's okay to have a problem. Sir? Everybody understand that's the nature of these cases, right? Now, child abuse victims. More than 4 children die from child abuse neglect every day in this country. For 7% of these children are below the age of 3. Who knew that? So we got some nurses and the people that deal with it. Who knew it was that prevalent? All right. Anybody surprised about that? Okay. Now, the injured child can only cry. How do we determine that? What do you think? This is east. Like what we talked about?
There had to be some kind of evidence.
Right? And what kind of evidence would you, now put it in the context of this specifically, okay? What would be an important thing or that you would want to look at or know?
Take them to the doctor to exam.
Okay, doctor and medical records show.
Who the child was with when it happened.
The timeline.
What'd you say, Ms. Smith?
Who the child was with when it happened.
Everybody understand or hear what Ms. Smith said, right? Okay? Is that important?
Absolutely.
Okay, now, can they with 100% say that that's the person even though they were with them, is that proof? You understand?
Somebody else might have got them prior to him.
Okay, what about, all right, so that, what would you, do you think it's important about who had access to it?
Yes.
Okay. Who, everybody hear that, everybody understand that? Right, who had access and who didn't, all right, now, if you never were around them, could you be that?
No.
All right, now, if you've been around them, does that automatically mean that you're the one who did that?
No.
Okay, you see what I'm saying? All right, so now some people are uncomfortable, because I've been doing it a while. Some people are just, that's part of why somebody wants to be a jury, that's uncomfortable with people like, I don't know, we can't know, right? But, then what's the alternative? What do we do? We can't know? Oh, well. So we do?
No, you pay attention.
What about prosecuting? Or whether or not somebody is responsible? Is it easy to sound like it's easy? It's not easy, right? But it's hard. But is it more important, even though it's hard, make sure that it can be proven that somebody's held accountable for the injury, right?
Somebody has to be the voice for the ones who don't have one.
Right, okay, that was the fact, Ms. Holt. So, the voice, some of them don't have one, we understand that, right? But you understand where there's limiting things that we cannot get from a 3-year-old, right? There are things that you would expect, but you can't get from a 3-year-old, all you can get is from the adults that were around them, the medical records, the person who evaluated them, right? But is a video, like I was telling you, I think there's a whole lot of videos and stuff. Things that people like put, nanny cam and then go abuse their children right in front of them. No, right? So, we look at the evidence, that's all we can do. The evidence that's available. So, photos, medical records, testimony of witnesses or people who had contact or medical professionals, right? Okay. Circumstances, right? Now, some people think you say it was all circumstantial evidence. Anybody heard that before on TV? All right, everybody got that, right? And they say, well, it was only circumstantial. Guess what? In reality, that's what we get, right? Direct evidence would be a video of the crime. How many times did we get that in these cases? Not saying we don't get that cases, because guess what's on that computer in your back pocket? A phone is a video, right? That's unique and new, right? But do we get them all the time? Do people film themselves in these kind of cases? Some do, but does it mean that we don't prosecute them because we don't have a video or whatever? Okay. Now, expert opinions. What do you think about that, Ms. Johnson? Meaning, in these kind of cases, how important do you think expert opinions are? Okay, why? Right, and are they trained specifically to investigate cases like that in regards to that more than like you or I would know? Meaning like to determine what injuries, right? Yes, okay, so it would need a specific expert in these kind of cases. Would you use your doctor like your normal doctor down the road, GP, general practitioner? Right, why do you think that's?
They have trained
Right.
to deal with injuries.
Right, correct. Anybody hear what Ms. Johnson said? All right, specific, not just any doctor, right? But you got a question, Ms. Brussard?
I just didn't hear what she said.
Okay, did you hear what she said?
I didn't.
Okay, what you're saying, like, they have experience investigating and they have the expertise, the time, like that person, those particular kind of things, right? Of a person who can't say what's hurting, right? Just the injuries. So, intentional versus accident. Now, Ms. Valdez, all right, when you see that, what are we talking about? Give me an example.
Like on purpose.
Okay, on purpose meaning,
Intentional would be on purpose.
okay. Like, that's what I wanted to do, I wanted to hurt that 3-month-old. Or you think in all these cases, they're like, I've been waiting to hurt that 3-month-old. Right? Anybody here, you understand?
What about accident? Right. Is an accident intentional, knowingly, or recklessly? But recklessly is more than just an accident is nobody's fault, it just happened. You understand? If I get that, I'm gonna go over that kind of stuff, but you see how recklessly somebody made a decision. They're not saying they wanted what happened, but they should have known that that was possible. Is that fair? Right now, an accident, Mr. Guest. Yes, you tell me what you think. Tell me what accident versus recklessly, like not intentional knowingly, but recklessly versus an accident.
It's a state of mind, reckless.
Okay.
Reckless is
The state of mind. Now, is the accident a state of mind?
Right.
No. And that wouldn't be a criminal thing, right? But if it could happen and you're responsible for what that was, could that be, that's not an accident, right? You see how, but the line is, right? And you go a lot of ways, is that fair? You know, everybody here gets it? Everybody disagree with that? Okay, so that's important too in these cases. That's what makes them hard. No, I'm not telling you it's easy. That's what makes them hard. Okay? So you have to listen to that, and where do you get to make your decision what you're doing from what we talked about, right? Okay, now, what we look at, circumstances. I think circumstances are important. Anybody who thinks that, well, let me tell you, Mr. Rosado. You hear me, Mr. Rosado? What, tell me about why circumstances might be important to determine an accident versus, say, intentionally knowingly or recklessly.
Exactly what happened. Just
Right.
learn what happened, all the facts, and know what exactly happened.
Can't get it from the person it happened to, right? So who do you get it from? Stop it, what do you think?
People close to the case, the people that might know the victim.
Right, okay. Now, with the we're just talking about infants, who is most likely those people? Right, the parents, right? So they are the ones, wouldn't you think, they're the ones that can give you the circumstances of how this happened? Everybody get that? Anybody think that, that's a big one, right? They're the only ones who tell you the circumstances of what they did. Who thinks that that's important in these kind of cases? There's a couple of them. That's it. Look, we don't have anybody just tell us what had happened, other than the person, the circumstances of what it is, right? Now, it doesn't mean that it happened to your child. Do you think we prosecute everybody an injury happens to their child? Right? You think that's how we do it? Well, there's an injury, somebody did it. He died. What do we do? What do y'all think? Yes, what do you think we do?
Well, if a child is left unattended, that could be reckless.
Good. Everybody hear that? Would that be reckless, right? Can they fend for themselves? Can they do for themselves? Do they know what's dangerous and what's not dangerous? Okay. They depend on their caregivers in this place, family or directly their parents, right? Okay. Now, expert opinion we talked about. All right, now, we're gonna do a little exercise. We do this and all this because I don't have enough time, and even though we're trying to make sure, I don't have enough time to talk to each of y'all within the depth that we do, so we can make sure, jury, so that we use these questions, so that I make sure if I can talk to enough of you, and I at least have something that we can look at, right? So, all right, I'm gonna read you this question, okay? I'm gonna read you the answers to it, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go down the road, and all I want you to do is I'm gonna show you the answer. Okay? There's 6 possible answers. And what we do is I want you to give me the number. You don't tell me the word, all right? I'm just gonna go quick. You give me the number when I go down the road, okay? So we can write that down. All right, everybody understand that? All right, yes, ma'am. I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read it, I promise. Hey, look, I got these on, it ain't helping that much. All right. But that's another thing they don't tell you about that just goes away automatically. Like, whoa, what's up with that? I can't see the signs. But I digress. All right, if supported by the evidence and other witnesses testify to all the elements of the offense, okay, like my job, right, to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt.
if supported by the evidence and all the witnesses testified to all the elements of it, how comfortable would you feel finding someone guilty of injury to, not injury to, I apologize, ag assault? Okay? Without the child testimony, which we know in these cases, they can't speak, right? But some people might have a problem with that, right? Even though they don't, it's okay not to like the law, all right? It's whether you can feel comfortable with it, all right? Now, the answer to that is very uncomfortable. Number 2, uncomfortable. Number 3, somewhat uncomfortable. You see how it's going now as, there's a possibility, all right? What I need y'all to do is pick a number. I'm gonna go down and you just give me the number, okay? Now look, I've been doing this a long time. There's not one time I've ever done this one. I want 3.5. You gotta pick one. You gotta go. All right, we gotta go. I can't do that. Hey, no matter, even if I say it, they still try to get that. Man, can I get both? Like a 3 and a 4? I can't. Everybody understand that? All right, let's do that real quick. And everybody heard the question and you understand the answer, right? But you don't have to tell me the word. I'll just give you the number. How do you feel about it? Okay? Starting with your number 1, Mr. 6. 6.
4.
Okay, Mr. Doc.
6.
Okay, Mr. Castillo.
5.
Okay. Mr. Scrooge.
5.
Right, Ms. Mel.
5.
Okay. And yes, sir. I'm gonna get it for the end as a prompt. And then you two right together? Oh, Aggravated So, I'm gonna get that to 6. All right, Mr. Cap. 6. Right. Smith.
6.
Ms. Newman.
5.
Okay. You? Ms. East. And Ms. Thomas. Thank you. Right. Ms. Valdez.
5.
Right. Ms. Rosado.
5.
Okay. Ms. Thomas.
4.
Ms. Austin.
5.
5. Okay. And Ms. Ryan.
6.
Thank you, ma'am. And then we have Adana.
4.
Deputy Benoit. Mr. Jones. Okay. Mr. Gay. 6. Okay. Ms. Martini?
Mangy.
It's like, it's my writing, it's like. All right, and Ms. Brew.
6.
Okay. Right. Ms. Brooke.
6.
Okay. And Mr. Miller.
6.
Okay. Wilson.
6.
Okay. Solagano.
5.
That's pretty crazy. My name's Huffmeyer, and nobody knows how to spell that one. Anyway, these are tough. All right, 5. Mr. Work.
6.
Mono.
5.
Okay, and Ms. O'Cole.
5.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Dara, Ms. Garrett.
5.
Right. Ms. Jones.
5.
And Ms. Henry.
5.
Okay, and Mr. Wilson. Mr. Getz.
6.
And Mr. Davis.
6.
Right, Ms. Dillon.
5.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, Ms. Gregory.
5.
And Ms. Burrow.
4.
Ms. Holt.
6.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Neal.
5.
And Mrs. Zadi.
6.
Is that right?
Z.
Thank you. Terrible for that. Mr. Young. What? Oh, Henson. I'm sorry, Mr. Anderson.
6.
Mr. Young. 5. And Mr. Smith.
5.
And Ms. Colander.
5.
Ms. Smithwood.
5.
Thank you, ma'am. And Mallett. And Clayton.
5.
Thank you, ma'am. And Ms. Woolbridge.
5.
And finally, Mr. Hassel.
6.
All right, thank y'all very much. Okay, we appreciate that. Now, can child abusers, we'll start with, here we go. Ms. Bryant, can child abusers appear to be concerned about their injured child?
Absolutely.
Okay, anybody hear that? Or anybody not believe that you can't be concerned about an injured child, then you were the one that did it, caused it, right? All right, now, does that make it unique about any other kind of case? No, right? It really doesn't. Okay, but, you know, in this case, can the person say, no, you know, he did? No, right? You have to go back to circumstances and what they told, right? Now, in those situations, who's got the advantage to tell what happened?
The adults.
Think about that. Now, what happened, they're the ones who can communicate what happened, or what they say what happened, right? Now, what if it didn't match what the injuries are? What do you think? Mr. Yeah, what do you think? Meaning like, they're the ones who can only communicate what happened, the circumstances of what happened, right? Does that mean they have an advantage over, not saying that the victim, but over whether or not, you know, being held accountable, right? There's nobody who can refute it, right? Just unless it happened in front of another person, can the child refute it? No, right? So it's what they say. So what do we have to check the credibility, or, you know, did it match what happened, right? The expert. Everybody get that? You understand that? Not just the regular doctor, but like an expert can tell you that. You see, y'all understand? And in these cases, it's very important, right? Because of the nature. Okay? Now, that doesn't mean that they were able to go back in time, right? Doesn't mean they can touch the child and then see it happen. Okay? This isn't Narnia. This isn't Lord of the Rings. Okay? All we have is what they present with. I got some nurses in there. What does it mean when they present? Some of my nurses are retiring. When they present, what does that mean? When they get to the hospital or the doctor and they're evaluated, what does that mean? What does that mean? You have to tell me like.
When they arrive.
When they arrive, and that is how they were, their body, the condition of their body, what they're wearing, right? Those kind of things, right? Is that important in these cases?
Yes.
Okay. Now, no one wants to believe anybody could intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly, physically harm an infant. Everybody understand that? You understand that? I don't want to. All right? Just like I don't want to be trying this case. All right? Because I don't want it to happen. But I can wish and hope and all that. I can't stop that. Right? Okay? But it's important that you understand that. Like, nobody wants to believe that. I don't want to believe it. Nobody does. But you understand, though, to be a juror on this case, and I tell this story every time I do these kind of cases, because I had a case similar to this. Okay? In this courtroom, and Judge West was the judge. Okay? I had a case where I had an infant near that age. Well, she was 1. All right? And she presented with 2/3 of her body, 3rd-degree burns from a scalding bath. Okay? Now, she can't tell us what happened. Okay? Now, watching those injuries, however, how do you think that we could prove that? What do you think?
Circumstances,
Sure.
testimony.
Testimony, access, those kind of things, and 2 experts from Shriners. All right, you know what that is? Burn Hospital. Okay? In this particular case, there's no way she could have accidentally flopped into a scalding bath. Okay? Giving you this example because for to show you that this is important, right? Now, her burns were the proof of what happened because her burns weren't splashes. Because she was under the age of 1, right? And she didn't just ease into scalding water. However, she had a line of demarcation. Somebody know what that means? Meaning that she can't dip herself and then jump back. Yeah. The only way that could have done is somebody had to dip her in there and pull her out. And no splash burns. It was just a line of that. Right? Now, me telling you just a little bit about that you think it was possible that a child of that age could do that. It's physically impossible to do that. And the only way we know is why the burns were. Okay? 2 experts come in there and do it, did great, proved it up, and then just the juries, because it's their purview, found them not guilty. Okay? And after that, that's what happens in jury trials. But In this case, I talked to one of the jurors afterwards, who wanted to. And what she came out and told me was, we just couldn't believe anybody could do that for that child. Now, that's what being a juror is, all right? It didn't just fall out of the sky, okay? This doesn't just happen. You don't just wake up with these things, all right?
Mr. Hoffpower, you're at 1 hour,
No.
15 minutes.
So what? You have to be able to make that decision. I don't want to be there. You can't find somebody guilty. You don't believe this happens every day, 4 times a day, whatever, around our country. I don't want you on my jury. And I say that in these cases, and that's something I don't say in a lot of cases. But I don't want somebody coming out on Friday and just say, look, we saw the evidence, we just couldn't believe anybody could do it. If that's possible for y'all, you don't need to be a juror on these kind of cases, all right? So everybody raise your hand if that's not possible, because you gotta do that, all right? You can't just say like, we can witness it, we don't know, okay? If the point is like that evidence, it's what we call jury nullification, and you ignore the evidence of it, you're just gonna wanna find somebody guilty, you wanna go, right? Like it happened, but you don't wanna cause more damage, and oh well, ain't working, all right? You have to be able to listen to the evidence. Now, I'm not saying you gotta find them guilty, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying you don't come out of there and say, well, look, we just think nobody could do that. Well, yeah, I would too in a perfect world, right? But to be a juror, okay, now look, everybody don't have to be a juror, all right? Some people, it's important. It's not anything bad about it. In these cases though, I gotta know. We're not gonna do it. And that means you have to do it again, and it comes out and says, we couldn't find them because we don't believe anybody could do that. If you think of that way, you gotta tell me right now. This is too important, and this is too, it's just, you can't come out of a jury like that. That's what jurors do, right? Now, it's okay to not be able to do that, all right? If nobody's on it, religiously, if you can't judge another person, you understand that? Like, it's part of that, like, or you need 2 witnesses in a case, right? We're not talking about your faith, okay? But if your faith won't allow you to do that, you gotta let me know, okay? Because you gotta get somebody that can do that. Y'all get that? I'm not telling, it's just 2 different things, but the point is that you can't go in there and then, well, look, I can't know, and we don't think anybody could do it. That's saying what is not. You gotta be able to say, well, we can't determine who it is or what. We can't say, we just don't think anybody. You get me? They're 2 different things. So let me know right now, okay? Now, all right, we look at the evidence. Now, really quick, I want to talk to y'all about what we're talking about. We're talking about abusive head trauma, okay? That means pediatric abuse head trauma most often involves brain injury of infants and young children. Anybody ever heard of it before? Okay, that hurts, right? Now, shaking, blunt impact, or a combination can result in neurological injury. You understand that? And that has a lot to do with system, like lifting their head. Do they have the muscles of an adult? And moving their head, that's pretty advanced, right? You have to be able to prove that, correct? Okay, now, it also makes them highly susceptible to what? Those kind of things, right? Now, it's the most dangerous and deadly form of child abuse. Anybody ever heard of that? Okay, now, abusive head trauma typically involves injury to the intracranial contents or skull of an infant younger than 5 years as a result of violent shaking or blunt impact. Everybody get that? All right, shaking is when we talk about the head, the ability to hold. Now, they don't have the neck muscles, but they've got a very important connection that's in there. What's that? Spinal cord in the brain, okay? And at 3 months or 6, you understand that they don't have the development to control that. So what happens with caregivers? You think it takes a lot of force to do that? No. Okay. Now, that's what we're talking about, right? Talking about a person, you have to support everything, correct? So if you do that, they're susceptible to injury because their bodies aren't hardened enough, or their skulls even hardened at that point. No, Just an example, okay? With that, right, that's what we're talking about. Use of head trauma, okay? Meaning, or particularly if it's shaky, okay? Y'all get that? Everybody understand that? Okay, does it confuse you that that could happen? Anybody? Okay. Now, these are just, I'm gonna skip through it. We're gonna have an expert talk about that, but it's important that early diagnosis is essential, but may prove challenging. Wow, what do y'all think? Wow. Can't talk about it, and who's the person that gets them to the people that can tell you what's going on? Okay. Now, often individuals responsible are evasive. Right? Does that sound fair? Now, caregivers rarely admit to it. They're evasive, fear repercussions. All right, now what I want to talk to y'all quickly about is burden of proof. Now, it's important that we do this. Like Judge said, I have to prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay, that's the highest burden we have. All right? I can't give you a definition because they took it away, but that was before I even started practicing. But Texas law requires the state to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. However, it does not allow us to give you the definition, but it's not beyond all of doubt. Why do you think? Yes, prudence. If you had beyond all doubt, just think about it, common sense. How would that be all doubt? How would you know beyond all doubt? You saw it happen? No. But what about any kind of thing? I mean, if you saw it happen, could you be a juror on it? Okay. Right, you have to be the witness. But the other, not that big box, the little box, right? Okay, so, and that's not the standard, it's beyond a reasonable doubt. 100%, okay, that's not the standard. However, now what about not beyond shadow of a doubt? Miss Regina.
Shadow of a doubt.
Guess what? That's a trick, because that's from like, okay, philosophy. Matlock. That's a TV term. It's never been in the law ever. I know, shadow, but that's a television term. It's not legal.
I've heard the term.
Right. Now, let's let me explain it. I'm not giving you a definition of this. You'll know when you see it, and each one of y'all have the ability to do that. All right? You don't have to be a pediatric specialist. You don't have to be a doctor. You don't have to be a nurse. Right? All you need is what? Common sense. Now, when y'all went through security downstairs, did you put your common sense in a box that they stored it for you? No. You got it, all right? Every one of you got it. Every one of you can do this, okay? Now, beyond a reasonable doubt, common sense, it's important for me to talk to you about this. Now, what do you see here? Miss Austin, where my deputy, I didn't really pick on you that much. Right? You tell me what that is. Is it a gun? It's a picture of a gun. You can't shoot that thing, right? See? Okay, it's a picture of a gun. Right? Now, you can tell what that is. It's missing some pieces, right? But are you confused about what it is? Okay. Now, this is the same as trial. It's a good example of this, okay? 100% we're talking about, you have every piece, okay? But we're talking about, we can see what it is, right? But like missing pieces, like, did y'all see like, on the elements, like, I need to know what color of the shirt the guy or woman who did this was wearing, right? Is that an element? Does that mean that everything they say or do, you understand what I'm saying? Now, but evidence provides the pieces of the puzzle. You may not have every piece, but deputy, you know that's a picture of a gun, right? That's not a tractor, right? Okay. Now, best, can anyone not tell what that is? Anybody else confused about what that is? Okay, that's a trial. That's my example. I'm gonna move kind of quick. I apologize. We don't have enough time, and I apologize, especially with these cases. There's a whole lot of things to discuss, okay? And thank y'all for being so honest. We appreciate it. Anyone require the state to remove all doubt in a case? Only the standard is beyond a reasonable doubt. I got that? Who needs more? If you do, that's okay. Okay. Now, what about a higher burden than beyond reasonable doubt? Is there a higher burden in our law? Not one. The highest that it should be. Because guess what? Who's responsible? You. And change, right? And it won't change until the end of that. And then if not proved, what happens? Thank you. Not guilty. That's how our law works, and that's my responsibility, never shifts, okay? And look, you hold me to that, okay? You hold me to that, because if we're doing less than that, we're not doing our job. I'm not, you're not, everybody. You get that? It's serious because it's a criminal case, okay? This is not about money in a civil court, okay? This is about somebody's freedom or in their criminal record, all right? Doesn't ever shift. Now, does anybody, we talked about the defendant in this case. Now, anybody agree with that statement? Families are not what they used to be. Families are different, right? Does that mean they're bad? Because they're different. They just changed with the culture. Everybody get what we're saying? I'm talking about? Okay, now, they come in all shapes and sizes. Traditional marriages and social norms are different, right? Families are different. If families are, it doesn't even have to be a relation, it just be a group of people that care about each other and love each other. Right? Everybody agree with that? Okay. It's important that you understand that just because it's not Mayberry, right, it doesn't mean that that's somehow below, right? Okay? Now.
Mr. Hoffpower?
Understood. Thank you. All right. I'm going to skip through some of this stuff really quickly. I need to discuss with you the point of punishment in the case. Okay? I'm going to get to that. Apologize. All right. We talked about prior criminal jury service. Okay? But now, I need you to understand about it. It's a second-degree felony. Okay? Just went over that with you. Everybody understand, like, we got degrees. We got first degree, we got second degree, we got third degree, and then we have state jail felonies. Misdemeanors are down the hall, okay? That is county jail. Everything in here has to do with penitentiary, okay? These are felonies. These are serious crime. And I joke and I laugh, but it's all serious and all business in everyone. It's important, okay? So we don't take it lightly, y'all know. But second degree felony means what? Here it is. 2 years to 20 years in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, all right? The minimum is 2 years, the maximum is 20 years, okay? Now, can you consider the entire range of punishment for this type of offense? It's important. Anybody who cannot consider, consider is the word, all right? I'm not asking you to say, can you give somebody 20 years for if you find them guilty? That's not what I'm asking. Can you consider that the 2 years or the 20 and then make your determination, okay? I'm not asking you to say, are you gonna give them 20 years? I can't do that. That's not what I ask. Can you consider and then make your determination? Y'all get that? Yeah. Now, in this particular case, it's if we get the punishment, all right? Now, we gotta get the guilt and innocence first. That's the most important part, all right? Then we go to punishment. If we don't get there, you don't have to worry about it, okay? But I need to ask you because if we get there, you need to know. Now, probation is eligible in this particular, okay? That is possible, and you'll be able to decide in this case because going to the jury for punishment, right? Can you consider probation? The minimum is 2 years in the penitentiary, maximum 20. There's a possibility of giving a person probation, okay? Can you consider giving someone probation? That means maybe getting a sentence at penitentiary, but in lieu of that, place on probation and not being under supervision, okay? Can you consider that and make your determination? Now, here's the thing you need to understand. In cases like this, people ask, if you find that person guilty of aggravated assault of a 3-month-old, can you give that person probation? I'm not asking you to do that because that is a commitment question, right? It means you have to give. Can you do it? Now, the response to what that is like, no, I'm gonna go probation, if I find him guilty. That's not what the law says. The law says, can you consider possibility of probation or the maximum of 20 years? You get me? Doesn't mean you have to do the minimum, don't mean you have to do the maximum. So I'm not gonna, well, Mr. Johnson, can you give somebody 20 years? I'm not asking you that, I can't, because I'm not limiting you to the maximum. I'm not limiting you to the minimum, which would be probation in lieu of going to the penitentiary, right? But you have to be able to think about it and consider it, and then make your decision. Yep, everybody understand what I'm saying? So I'm not asking you, can you give them the minimum? Right? Can you give the minimum of probation after you found somebody guilty of aggravated assault with serious bodily injury? You see how that's hard? Everybody think that's easy? It's hard, right? But that doesn't mean that you can't consider the bottom, you consider the top, and then make your decision in between those things, right? It's important for that. Anybody who cannot consider the full range of punishment, and then make your decision, should we get to punishment, and make that. Meaning, like, you could think about the possibility, but you may not want to give that. All you have to do is to be able to say, I'll consider the full range, and then I'll make my decision. Everybody understand what I'm talking about? Anybody who doesn't understand? Raise your hand. Like silence. I want to thank y'all so much. I appreciate you coming in here, but these cases are hard, and listening to me talk about, look, man, I understand. I get tired of my own voice too. And so does he. But anyway, now, the point is, though, is like, thank y'all so much. It's hard to talk about this stuff. You came, I want to reiterate, we appreciate it. Bring your friends. Okay, we need everybody. All right. But I look forward to present the case to you. Thank y'all very much. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffpower. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we want to take just maybe a 10-minute break. There's restrooms on every floor, actually. When you walk out to the right at the very end on the first, second, and third floor, there's also some to your left if you go kind of in between the buildings up that little ramp. Please refrain from talking about anything that has to do with the case or anything like that. Just go to the restroom, and the bailiff will get y'all in at the appropriate time. We'll be in recess for about 10 minutes. And both doors are open. Y'all can go out both ways. And if Mr. Jones needs to go, we can allow him to go to the back. I don't want him out there with everybody. All right, we'll be in a short recess. All right, thank y'all for your patience. Mr. Gertz, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Well, good afternoon. I can tell y'all are all very excited to be here, but it's early, so we got more work to do. So I want to tell you something new that I learned here in the last few weeks. In ancient Greek democracy, they used the word idiot, which I think of as being a stupid person. But they used the word idiot to describe people who didn't participate in democracy. So the people that thought they were either too good to participate, or they were too selfish to participate, or they were too whatever, they called them idiots. So the first thing I want to do is thank you for being here and tell you how much I appreciate you not being idiots. The next thing I want to tell you is I'm going to reiterate something Judge already told you, but I like to tell it a little bit differently. But that is just a reminder that we call it jury selection, but it is really a deselection process. Mr. Hoffpower gets to strike 10 people at the end of this process for almost any reason he wants. We get to strike 10 people for almost any reason we want. And the first 12 qualified people that are left over make up the jury. And so it's not as if I get to pick my favorites and say, I want you, and I want you, and I want you. In fact, if I'm thinking in my head, I want you, he's going to think, nope, you're out, right? Logically. The point of telling you that, and Judge already told you this, but if you think you are going to sit here quietly and not say anything, maybe dip down in your chair a little bit and not say anything. Judge doesn't assign seats, really. I mean, you can sit anywhere you want, but this will be your seating arrangement. Now, I was trying a case in Newton County a while back. Thankfully, got a not guilty verdict for my client, very serious case. And this older gentleman comes up to me afterwards and says, Mr. Crouch, you lied to me. You told me that if I talked during jury selection, I'd get to go home. Also, not what I'm saying. I'm just telling you, your chances, your odds improve if we know what you think about stuff. Okay? And the reason for that is that we are trying to find people who are the right fit for this jury. You may be a great fit for a DWI down the hall in misdemeanor court, or a family law case, or a personal injury case across the hall over this way. But there may be something in your life experience, or something, some opinion you have or disagreement you may have with the law that makes you not an appropriate fit for this case. And so that's what we want to try to explore, is your opinions about some of these things, to try to find people who at least are the right fit for this jury. Does that make sense? Everybody on board with that? Let me ask you this, is that how you would want it to be if you were sitting where Austin Jones is sitting? Now, so far in this process, all you have done is take an oath to tell the truth. Remember the oath the judge gave you? All you got to do is tell the truth. Okay? Doesn't matter what the truth is. You can say whatever you think is your feeling about something, or whether you like the law or disagree with the law, or you think, we're stupid, or think this process is stupid, or whatever it is that you think. We just want to know what it is. Okay? There's no right answer or wrong answer. People tell you that all the time. There's no right answer or wrong answer. Does anybody know people that have opinions about this debate? Right? There are some people who think, chili with beans is the only kind of chili. And there are other people who think chili with no beans is the only kind of chili. Right? And at this stage of the game, we don't care what your opinion is. We don't care which one it is. But if you get in the jury box, you're going to take a different oath. And you're going to hear us talk about this with a lot of you today. But you're going to take a different oath. And that oath is that you're going to follow the law and the evidence from this witness stand and nothing else. You're going to put your opinions aside. You're going to put your feelings aside. You're going to follow the law and the evidence. That's it. Okay? Now, here's why that's important. Because if you think one kind of chili is not chili, you can't be the chili judge. You with me? If you rule out certain things because of some life experience you have, and say, this just can't be right, I can't agree with that, there's no way I can do that, and you're truthful with yourself and you're truthful with us in telling us that, that's fine, that's great at this stage, as long as you tell us the truth. Make sense? Everybody with me? So let's talk about some key concepts in criminal justice. The first one is this. To bring a felony case before a jury of 12 people, the state of Texas has to go to a grand jury and obtain an indictment. Okay? An indictment is it's like filing a lawsuit, but it's the state of Texas, with the approval of grand jurors, file a lawsuit against a citizen. That make sense so far? I think that I see Mr. Davis, you've been on the grand jury before?
Yes.
Where were you on the grand jury?
Here.
Here in Jefferson County?
Yes.
And how long ago was that?
It's in the first quarter of 2008.
Okay, so it's been a little while. Do you remember the experience though?
Yes.
Okay, you had to come up here every week?
Yes.
For like 6 months, huh?
Yes.
Okay. And the district attorney's office would present cases to you, I guess?
Yes.
And ask y'all to vote on them, essentially, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, let's talk a little bit about that process, because it's a secret process, right?
Yes.
And we don't all get to know what happens in the grand jury room, right? It's not like this, it's not televised, it's not public court, correct? Let's talk about who's not present. There's no judge present in the grand jury, right?
That's correct.
They don't use the rules of evidence, right? They just present whatever they want, correct?
Correct.
And there's no defense attorneys,
That's correct.
right? We're not allowed in the room. Now, when y'all think about somebody getting charged, formally charged with a crime, and potentially looking at prison, and they have to go, the grand jury decides, some people think, well, the grand jury decided. This person must be guilty. Did any of you know any of this? Yeah? It's kind of odd, isn't it? I mean, it's a good system. I'm not complaining about the system, but it's not what you'd think when we say a grand jury indicted this person, right? What about this? I'm going to keep going to you, Mr. Davis. I know Ms. McNeil. Were you on the grand jury? Okay. Well, let me stick with Mr. Davis. Your votes don't need to be unanimous, right?
That's correct. It's 49 to 53.
Okay. And there's a lower level of proof. Remember that? Probable cause.
Right.
Remember that?
I do.
That's lower even than winning a civil lawsuit. Does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it doesn't take a lot of proof, and there's no defendant there, there's no defense attorney, there's no rules of evidence, but the grand jury decides whether or not to charge somebody with a crime, right? The judge is going to instruct you, and this is terribly important, but at the end, the judge is going to instruct you that the indictment is not evidence of guilt, okay? Just because the judge is going to read something that says something along the lines of, just because someone has been arrested, accused, indicted, or otherwise charged is no evidence of guilt at all. Can y'all all agree with that? When y'all think about seeing something on TV and it says, oh, you know, Bob Smith was indicted for murder, or Bob Smith was indicted for sexual assault or whatever, do y'all think, I hope they went through a very thorough process and really considered all the evidence, and or do y'all think, bet he did that? Who thinks, bet he did that? A few people? Okay, yeah, bet, yeah, I mean, come on. Somebody got indicted, everybody goes, yeah, I bet he did that, right? Okay to think that. Can y'all all promise to follow the law on this? The indictment is not evidence of guilt. Y'all can all agree to that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is why. Everyone charged with a crime in the United States enjoys something called the presumption of innocence. Mr. Ogryziak, what is a presumption? Let me try somebody else.
I have a good definition for that.
Okay. Anybody want to tell me what a presumption is, Miss Bryant?
Well, pre means before,
Mm-hmm.
so it's making an assumption or forming an opinion before you are informed about what's happening.
That's a great answer. Very good. Yeah. Y'all all agree with that? Okay. I would say it's a prior, a required pre-assumption. It's a legal requirement that you presume someone is innocent. Do y'all think that's easy, or do you think it's hard? Okay. Let's talk about why. Who here is married? Okay. Guys that are married. If you come home looking like this, do you think that you are enjoying the presumption of innocence, or are we moving right to the punishment phase? Your ability to not testify may be in real jeopardy too, by the way. But here's why. People see this, and y'all all get the joke, but it's not funny, right? In a criminal case, it's terribly serious. Because you look at one piece of evidence and you think, well, I know what happened here. I know what this is, right? That's not grandma's lipstick, right? You assume that you know. That's why presuming innocence is hard, right? But if you're on this jury, you got to take an oath to do it. Anybody feel hesitation about your ability to really do that in a case like this? Okay. Ms. Smith, tell me why.
The whole thing is just a lot, it's too much emotion as a mother and a parent, and I just don't think I can be fair in this.
Okay. Okay, we may call you back afterwards and talk to you about that. Appreciate your answer. Anybody, I saw Mr. Lodano?
Yeah, I'm a visual person, and that's very indicting.
Okay. Do you feel like, though, that you could set sort of your initial opinions aside and follow the law, or do you feel like?
I mean, yes. I have prior experience. A brother of mine was unalived by a certain individual in 2010, and the man was held 2 years and then let go of second strike.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm strong feelings.
Okay. Let me do this. Let's call you back because I want to ask you more about that and talk to you about how that might impact your.
Mr. Gertz, what number was that? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lodano, 23, Judge.
Thank you.
Anybody else feel hesitation about your ability to presume innocence in a situation like this? Okay. Can y'all fill in this blank for me? Come on, I see Miss East. You're a school teacher, right? Yes. Why?
I was on a jury, the judge who said she was a
Listen, stealing my material.
I learned something.
All right, what did you learn? What's the word?
Unless.
Why is it unless? Right? And it's not guaranteed that they're going to prove it, right? All right. And don't feel bad. I've actually presented the slide once in a room full of criminal defense lawyers, and like 90% of them got it wrong. Good gracious, people. What are y'all doing? Y'all are supposed to be here helping people. But yes, it's unless. Because it's not about something that's inevitable. It's not about something that's going to happen, right? Unless they prove each and every element beyond a reasonable doubt. Your oath requires you to vote not guilty. This side was real loud. They all want to go home. I need y'all to practice over here. Unless the state proves each and every element beyond a reasonable doubt, your oath requires you to vote not guilty. Y'all confident about that? Sure. Okay. Good. Good. Excellent. All right. So here's another thing that people get wrong all the time. We talk about this concept of the burden of proof. Who's heard that? The burden of proof. The burden of proof rests with the state. It's actually two different things about proof. Burden of proof and the level of proof. They're two different things. Okay? One of them is this. Who's responsible in a criminal case? I'm going to point to Mr. Hoffmeyer if you don't get this one wrong. Who's responsible in a criminal case for proving the case beyond a reasonable doubt? Prosecutor, the state, right? And as he said, and Mr. Hoffmeyer was a great prosecutor, so he said correctly, the burden never shifts to us, the responsibility. That's what we mean when we're talking about that. The responsibility of proof never shifts to the defense. Okay? We don't have to prove anything. Why is that? Perfect, perfect. I heard some good innocence in the back. Yeah, the presumption of innocence, right? Okay, good. I like to think of it like this. And y'all will get tired of this analogy by the end of the trial, I promise. But when you sit down here tomorrow, those of you that make the jury, you start off with an empty backpack. Okay? And Mr. Vela's backpack may be different than Miss East's backpack, may be different than Miss Smith's backpack. They may be different sizes, they may be different colors. Who knows? Not important, but the important thing is that it's an individual backpack. Okay? And it's empty. Because you don't know anything about the case, right? Right now, you don't know anything about this case, do you? Any facts about the case. And so what the state is responsible for doing is filling up your individual backpack with believable, truthful, credible, and in this case, very much so, scientific evidence. And if they fail to do so, even though your backpack may be different than hers, if they fail to do so, your oath requires you to vote. Again, this side is really quiet around us. Do y'all want to start picking out seats or what are we doing? But that's the idea. And the reason I use the backpack too is because it's individual. You may be satisfied that the government has proven their case to you, but if you're not, then your oath requires you to persist in your individual vote of not guilty. Make sense? Can y'all all have the courage to do that? Okay. One time we were trying a case in here, I don't think Mr. Hoffmeyer was here, but Judge West and I were here, and we hear yelling in the back in the jury room, and this one lady in the back is saying, well, they haven't filled up my backpack. And I'm like, yes, great. So, yeah, that's what I'm looking for, right? Okay, but all of that is different. That's the responsibility, the burden. All of that is different than this, the level of proof. The level of proof in a criminal case is beyond a reasonable doubt. Judge and Mr. Hoffmeyer told you correctly, there's no definition for it. All Mr. Hoffmeyer and I can do is tell you what we think it means, and then you have to decide for yourself what is sufficient to satisfy you. Okay? So let me ask you how you think about that. Who won this horse race?
You don't know, it's not the finish line.
Okay, that's good, Mr. Davis. And I heard somebody else say that something. Say it again. This is your number 29.
The horse in the back, not the one with the blue, but the yellow.
The yellow? You think the yellow one won? Okay.
Depends on where they are in the race.
Right. Okay, that's a great answer. Yeah. Yeah. Good. Yeah. Where are the rest of the horses? Were we on the first lap? Do we know how many laps there are? Is this the best angle? I think we've heard all of those. I once had a little old lady in the back, and she said, I can't tell if there's any butts in front of it. Great, yes, that's what, yes. But you can't tell, right? Sometimes the state will show you some piece of evidence, and they'll say, look, this proves it. This is it. This is the proof. And your job as jurors in presuming innocence and requiring them to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt, your job is to ask the questions you were just asking. Where's the finish line? You know, are there other horses? Is this the best angle? All those questions. Now, setting aside the historic significance of this individual picture, can you actually answer any of those questions based solely on this picture?
No.
So even if the picture's really extreme and looks really extreme, I don't know another word. If you ask hard questions and you don't get satisfactory answers, what do you do? Not guilty. Perfect. Perfect. I like to say it this way. You must be 100% free of all reasonable doubt. I want to be very clear. Mr. Hoffmeyer said earlier, said that doesn't mean proof beyond all doubt. Okay? It's only reasonable doubts. I assure you, we're not going to be talking about unreasonable doubts in a case like this. I would suggest an unreasonable doubt as well. So on February 17th, an alien came down. And, you know, then it was the alien that did all of this stuff, and we just, you know, that would be an unreasonable doubt, wouldn't it? I can present that to you. That would be a doubt. And then you would have doubts about me, that maybe I need to go with a bailiff, right? But that's what they mean when they say it's not beyond all doubt. But it means reasonable doubts. A doubt based on reason and common sense. Does that make sense? You with me so far? Now, Mr. Hoffmeyer said if you wanted to have no doubts, you'd need to be an eyewitness. Who's a baseball fan? Got a few in here. Do y'all know who this guy is? Well, he's a particular umpire, but that's not terribly important. He's a famous umpire. He's now retired, thankfully, named Angel Hernandez. And Angel Hernandez is famous for doing things like this. That's why he's not working anymore. He's home enjoying his retirement. Okay? Do you think eyewitnesses always get it right? In fact, would y'all agree with me that eyewitness testimony is probably the worst kind of testimony you can have? I'm going to come to Deputy Benoit here. How many times have you arrived at an accident scene and this person says this person caused the accident and this person says this person caused the accident? It happens, huh? Yeah. They can't both be right, right? So one of them's either lying or they're just not accurate, right? Don't agree with that? And you know this from real life. right? You know, y'all in the workplace, something happens and people all point fingers and, oh, I was a witness, and no, you weren't a witness, you couldn't have seen that, you don't know that, you don't, right? Y'all have had this experience? Okay? So eyewitnesses don't actually make good witnesses at all, realistically. Now, you'll get to judge any witness that takes the stand. You get to judge. In fact, the judge is going to tell you, you're the sole judges of the credibility of the witnesses. You get to decide whether they're telling the truth. How do you know when people are telling you the truth? You could try. I love how doubtful you are, though. Saying that he's going to strike you now, Miss Henry. But like, say for example, if I said, you know, I was going through the intersection and the light was green, and then you get a video back, the light's red, right? That would kind of call my testimony into doubt, wouldn't it? Y'all agree with that? Yeah. Or if I said, you know, I witnessed this person doing that, or doing this or that, and I get your work records, and it turns out you were somewhere else at the time you're supposedly witnessing this, that's a way to tell that you're not telling the truth, right? That make sense? So we can use other things to tell whether people are telling the truth or not, right? And then Mr. Hoffpower also showed you a picture of a puzzle. And he asked Mr. Benoit, what's in the puzzle? What's in the puzzle here, Mr. Benoit? Okay. How confident are you that's a firearm? Not 100%? Okay. You know what there's a legal definition for firearm, right? And you know what that is, right? It's something that uses an explosion to propel a projectile out of the barrel, right?
That just looks like a gun with all it uses K2.
Well, that's what it is. It's also an analogy. Hey, but the officer told you, right? If he got on the stand and he was wearing his uniform and he took an oath and he said that's a firearm, and I said, no, it's not. The point is, just because some puzzle pieces are missing, again, they may say, I don't need to give you all the puzzle pieces. That's what Mr. Hoffpower said. I don't need to give you all the puzzle pieces. You need to just decide based on the missing puzzle pieces.
Not exactly what you said. What I said, it was just an example for trial. That's not a requirement in the law. It's just an example of trial.
Sustained, go ahead.
But if Mr. Benoit testified that this was a firearm, y'all would all think he was not being accurate, right? Agree with that? It's not a firearm. One of the things the state has the ability sometimes to do, and sometimes the whole system does this, is after we talk to you about that high burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt and the presumption of innocence and the you know, how difficult it is to prove these cases, and then we start chipping away at that burden. Okay? One way we do it is this. You're going to hear, and again, it's just what judges do, and they do it every court. I'm not being critical of this judge or this prosecutor. This person's name is Austin Jones. He's a citizen. He's grown up in Southeast Texas. He's never been convicted of a felony. He's a citizen. He's a human. And what do we call him? Hereinafter styled the defendant. Right? That's what we call him. We're taking his name away from him. Make him just this nameless person, the defendant. Doesn't that sound worse to you than Austin Jones? Right? Have y'all ever gotten these things in the mail? And it says, current resident? Y'all thinking, man, they just thought about me, they were really, this is really targeted at me! Right? When they take your name away, what do you do with it? Throw it away. It's junk. Can y'all all promise, if you're on this jury, that you're going to treat Austin Jones like a citizen and like a human, and not like current resident? Y'all all commit to do that? Okay. Is that how you would want to be treated if you were sitting here, or a family member were sitting here? Here's another word, and Mr. Hoffpower is one of the least abusers of this. I keep a tally on my sheet here for prosecutors that use the word victim all the time. Mr. Hoffpower did it 3 times. It's pretty light. I've got prosecutors that do it 25, 30 times, they get run out of space up here, you know. But when we're talking about presuming somebody is innocent, what is a victim?
The person who was harmed.
Okay. In a crime, right? Right? Now, there are certain people in certain situations where we know this person did not do this to herself, right? Regardless of who did it, this person is a victim. Y'all agree with me? But in most cases, almost all cases, we correctly use the word complainant, because victim is presuming that a crime occurred. Does that make sense? And in this kind of case, and lots of other cases, you can't presume that a crime occurred. Anybody disagree with that? Okay, Ms. Bryan.
I think in a case like this one, when you're talking about a 3-month-old child, if the prosecutor convinces me that the child has brain damage as a result of shaken baby syndrome, then I will consider them a victim of a crime.
Okay.
Period.
We're going to talk about shaken baby syndrome in just a minute, because I want to know your thoughts about that. But let me ask it a different way. A baby presents with what appears to be some kind of injuries. Do you know by looking at it whether it's accidental or intentionally, knowingly, and recklessly?
No.
Okay. That's the difference between calling it a crime and calling it not. Now, it's definitely an injured child, so there's no question about it. And the child may be an accident victim, no question about that. But we can't presume that a crime occurred just because there's an injury. Do you agree with me?
I'd be hard pressed to be convinced that a 3-month-old could give themselves brain damage by shaking their head in an accident, in a true accident.
And in an accident, that the person who, however it was, happened to them, that still, like she said, that's just gonna be hard to believe.
Okay.
Because the person who's doing the accident, you're trying to say that maybe they don't have any, this common sense that if I do X, Y, Z, this possibly could happen.
Sure.
So I guess I'm confusing, I'm not.
Sure, and again, we can't get into the facts of this case. Let me tell you a story about a different case and give you an example. And thankfully there was video of this. My client was trying to hold a baby, and very bright, but trying to hold a baby, and also trying to do the double, remember I don't know if they have this anymore, my kids are now 16 and 18, I don't know what cribs are like now. But remember the double, you had to push both buttons to lower the, how are you gonna hold a baby, he realized very quickly, how are you gonna hold a baby and pull both of those levers at the same time? Now, experienced moms and parents might either put the baby in first or might set the baby somewhere else where they're safe and go and do it with 2 hands. But if you're trying to hold the baby and you do this, and you drop the baby, now you've got an accident, right? Now, it might not be smart, it's not a crime, would you agree with me?
That's not common sense though.
Well, listen, if common sense were the standard, I would probably be on an island in Hawaii for the rest of my life, because that can't be the standard, like, right? I mean, everybody would be accused of crimes if it came down to common sense, right? What do they say, common sense is not that common? Y'all agree with that, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And y'all, some of you, I know you're in the medical field, and you're in the medical field, and you're in the medical field. You all see stuff all the time, and you're with adults, and you're like, what in the world were you thinking, right? Like, why would you think that was okay? You agree with that? So, again, I think you're gonna find the facts in the case are complicated, and we can't talk about the facts in this case. I'm just kind of giving you one example of how that might occur, an accident might occur. What about this? Anybody ever been falsely accused of something they didn't do? Okay, raise your hands. Okay, how does that make you feel? Mad? Okay. Horrible? Okay. Miss East, how about you? How does that make you feel? Very mad?
Especially when it's in a courtroom, supposed to tell the truth and someone,
Says something that's not true?
happened in my divorce case.
Yeah. And when somebody accuses you of something you didn't do, how do you defend yourself? How do you really defend yourself? Unless you got video, or unless you got, some kind of really exculpatory evidence. What do you say aside from, no, I didn't? Right? It's hard, right? Let's talk about this person. Do y'all know who this person is in the shaking hands with Governor Perry? Does that ring a bell? Councilman? You know who that is? Okay. So Michael Morton, let me tell you his story. Michael Morton got up one morning at 5 in the morning and went to his job stocking groceries at a grocery store. And while he was there, his wife was brutally murdered in front of his 2 or 3-year-old son. And he had an alibi, like people knew where he was, his time card showed where he was. His son had actually told law enforcement, the mean man with a mask did this to mommy and daddy wasn't home. Nonetheless, Michael Morton was accused, tried, and convicted of murdering his wife. And he was sentenced to life in prison. And he spent 25 years in prison for something he didn't do. And eventually, some good lawyers got him a lot of stuff retested in the case. And it turns out that the real killer was this guy, Mark Allen Norwood. He was a serial killer. And while Michael Morton is sitting in prison, Mark Allen Norwood is killing women in Texas, another one just in the next county, in New Mexico and in California. And my question for you is this: which thing in your mind is worse? Okay? An innocent person getting arrested and put behind bars, or a guilty person going free? I'm sorry, I heard guilty person over here. Who was that? Raise your hand. Oh, come on, help me. Okay. Ms. Bro, why do you think that?
For me, it's the guilty person behind the bar, being free, their conscience is not really honest, and it's just being petty for them.
Okay, thank you.
For being not honest.
Thank you. Anybody else? Which one's worse? Ms. Henry?
I'd say the innocent person, because they're losing years off their life because they didn't do something. And I think at that time, around that time, they didn't have all the DNA things to do to test. So he just sitting there while his other man killing off other guys, everybody else. Now his life is gone. He lost 25 years with his son.
He did. He did. Yeah, his son got adopted by another part of the family, and I mean, he basically lost his son in the process. And the key thing was that, and again, unrelated to a case like this, but the key thing in that case was they knew a bunch of this good evidence that would have been helpful to the defense, and they just didn't turn it over to him. So.
I think both were injustice.
Yeah. There's no question about it. You're doing what Mr. Hoffmeyer asked you not to do, and you're picking 3.5. That's what-
Well, it's not on a scale. It's
Yeah, I understand.
more.
Both of them are bad. I think the reason I'm asking though is trying to understand your individual thought process about it, because both of them are bad, right? But if somebody didn't do something, yeah. Mr. Hoffmeyer mentioned the Matlock word of shadow of a doubt. And another defense lawyer came up with this, so I can't take credit for it, but he said it's the kind of doubt that follows you home at night as a juror. So that's what that is. You're gonna go home after you vote, and you might still have doubts. You can't come back the next day and change your vote. Mr. Wilson knows that. That was a tough deliberation, wasn't it? Tough case.
We didn't have a lot of evidence.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It was a tough case, wasn't it?
Oh, true.
I sat through the whole, I had a co-defendant in that case, so I sat through the whole trial. The lady driving her car around the campus. Yeah.
For me.
Yeah. I thought she had the best alibi in the world, because what kind of getaway driver drives around, right? That's not helpful. But these are hard decisions though, yes, Ms. Bryant?
I don't think it's that simple. I mean, I think it depends on the threat that person poses to society at large. While both are bad, and I agree no one should spend a lifetime in jail for something they didn't do, I can also see a reason for wondering, protecting the innocent. We have an obligation to protect children. They're the most vulnerable members of our society. And I feel like if it were a case where somebody the evidence suggests, I know I'm not supposed to use the word suggest, but
You can use it.
if the evidence suggests that person is gonna go out and harm a lot of other people after this, I'd rather leave them in there and let them out. Yeah. And child abusers tend to be prolific in their abuse.
Okay. Let me ask you this then. Would the flip side be true? If somebody was accused of child abuse and there was no evidence they'd ever done it before and no evidence they'd ever done it since, would that be really compelling evidence that they didn't do this?
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Smith? Thank you, Ms. Bryant.
Well, in that case that you used an example, they quit looking for, once they had a guilty person, they quit looking for the real person who did it. And he kept murdering people, so that to me is the worst. A guilty person, well, I guess that.
Well, and sometimes when I say a guilty person goes free, I guess what I mean is you get in the jury room and you go, I think he did it. I'm almost certain that he did it, but I still have doubts. I'm gonna have to let him go. That's the guilty person going free. I don't mean to say Mr. Norwood being the guilty person going free. I'm saying I'm sitting in trial and I'm listening to all this evidence and I'm just not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt. I think I know what happened, but I don't know. And then the question is, can I really follow the law and hold them to their proof responsibility, their level of proof, and make them prove it to be where I don't have doubts, where I don't have reasonable doubts? Does that make sense? Maybe I need to clean this slide up a little bit.
I agree.
Do you agree, Ms. Smith? All right.
That whole example.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, what has been shocking to me in my career is when we present a case that we think somebody didn't do something and somebody's accused of a crime and either a jury agrees with us that they just didn't do it, or even the prosecutors agree with us and say they just didn't do it. On this many occasions, have I ever heard of them going back and getting the real killer? Never. Now, maybe in other cases, but my experience, and I've had a lot of them, they never go back. Norwood is in jail now, though. He may be dead now. Okay, so this is where we get into kind of your personal experience for a minute. I'm gonna ask it pretty specifically, but this is one of those times where if you have a life experience that you don't want to talk to 53 of your newest best friends about, that is completely fine. Usually that's more of a problem in the child sex cases, but I want to extend that to you right now. If you feel like it's something you don't want to talk about, just tell us, I've got an issue, but I want to talk to you about it afterwards, okay? And yes, ma'am? You're on that list? Okay. We'll call you back, Ms. Bryant. Anybody, I haven't even asked the question yet, but I appreciate you. No, it's great. I love that you're volunteering. That's good. So my question is, do any of you, either yourself or an immediate family member, have experience with child abuse? Okay. Number 27, thank you.
Mr. Gertz, are you gonna go ask the
You want
second?
me to get more specific?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let me ask the next question that the judge is gonna make me ask.
And you can ask it in a minute if you want to take that down, but I'm gonna wait till you ask it for my
Okay.
notes.
I'm gonna ask it this way. That will impact your ability potentially to sit through a case involving an allegation of child abuse. I guess that's the follow-up question. So have a life experience with something like that would make it difficult for you to sit through this kind of case. And I don't mean emotionally difficult by itself. I mean, I would have trouble either emotionally or being fair to one side or the other. Does that apply to either of the two of you? I got you. Okay. Okay. Anybody else?
I don't think my experience will improve.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Okay, so next topic. Ms. Bryant, you brought it up. Mr. Hoffpower called it abusive head trauma. That is a relatively new word that the American Academy of Pediatrics came up with about 6 or 8 years ago. For years, they called it shaken baby syndrome. And what was happening, seemingly, was that it turns out a bunch of these cases don't involve shaking. And they couldn't explain that. And so they had to change the word, because people would say, well, this wasn't shaking. Doesn't make it not abuse, it's just they had to change the word. So now you saw his definition, and it's right out of the American Academy of Pediatrics language, and it's either shaking or some kind of impact injury, okay? And it's basically just head trauma, and there's different kinds of head trauma, okay? But I guess my question is, who here is actually really familiar with shaken baby syndrome? Okay? Juror number 29, tell me how you're familiar with it.
Took a class on it in school.
Took a class, the whole class was on it?
Not like specifically, but we had like a good month and a half that we just went over it.
Okay, what did they teach you?
It was a development class.
Okay.
So they told me that they explained how it happens and that you have to like actually, really shake them. And yeah, that's really about it.
Okay. Who else feels like they have?
Mine's not.
Miss Holt?
Mine's not shaken baby, but my husband has a traumatic brain injury.
Okay.
So I have experience.
From some type of abuse?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. But it wasn't shaking?
No.
Okay, interesting. Okay. Miss
I was
McNeil,
on a shaken baby syndrome case.
you were on one? You were on a juror? Well, you know how to pull the card, don't you?
I know all about it.
Okay. So you know about the triad of symptoms and all that fun stuff? Okay. So what we're talking about, when they talk about shaken baby syndrome, it's an idea, it's a theory, that if you show up with 3 specific symptoms, subdural hematoma, retinal hemorrhaging, and brain swelling, then it can't be anything else. Not one other thing in the whole world can cause that except shaking of an infant. And what I think you're going to find is that there is also not one real study that supports that notion. Not one. And you know why? You can think about why. What would we do, right? Well, we're going to take these 5 babies and shake them, and we're going to take these 5 babies and drop them on the floor, and we're going to take these 5 babies and beat them with a hammer, and let's just see how it plays out, right? We wouldn't do that, would we? Y'all agree with that? So let's go back to the eyewitness thing for a second. Do you think that parents or caregivers who are dealing with the trauma of an injured child, do you think they're the best people to give a history of what just happened? No? Okay. Anybody think they are the best people to give a history? Those of you that are in the medical field, y'all know what I'm talking about history, right? Patient history, per patient history. Y'all write that lots in your life? Patients don't always get it right, do they? And they don't remember stuff accurately either, right? Y'all ever had a bruise or something and you don't know where it came from? As you get older and start taking medication, some of us. And again, I'm not trying to equate those injuries. I'm just saying sometimes the patient is not very good at saying, let me tell you what happened. Right? Just like people in car accidents are not very good at saying correctly, let me tell you what happened. So here's my question. A citizen is accused of intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly causing serious bodily injury to an infant by shaking. Those are the elements that are pled in the indictment in this case. Who here will assume, based on that allegation alone, that the defendant must have done it? They're going to call him the defendant. Anybody? Okay. Who's going to require actual evidence? Okay. Who's going to require actual evidence that A, that's what really happened, and B, this person, the citizen accused, is who did it? Good. Who here thinks doctors always get it right? I got the nurse practitioner gave me the fastest look. That was great. Let me ask you this. When you go to the doctor and the doctor gives you either A, you're feeling really bad and the doctor says you're fine, or B, you go to the doctor and he or she says this is really bad, and you are like, I don't want to hear that. What do you do? Google, yes, who said Google? Yes. Hey, that's what my clients do. Have you filed this motion? Yeah, that doesn't apply to your case. Stop Googling. But that's what we do, right? We go get a second opinion, right? You could. You could. If you don't have lipstick on your collar. But yeah, I mean, that's what we do, right? We go get a second opinion. And do y'all think that one field of doctors outweighs any other field of doctors? For example, do y'all know what a neuropathologist is?
Yeah, so you're,
Okay.
Their specialties are different.
Specialties are different. Right. Okay, good. Do you trust, if you go and you got to get you got something broken or something, do you want the radiologist to look at the x-rays or just the surgeon? Okay. If you, if a child has a brain injury, would you want like a neuropathologist to look at it, or are you just going to go with a pediatrician? Okay. Would you want, maybe if we're going to try to assign some explanation to it, would we want to have somebody that's an expert in biomechanics or something like that to be able to explain what happened? Right? Mr. Getz, you've tried civil lawsuits involving car wrecks before, right?
Yes.
Biomechanics experts would be valuable in those cases, would they not?
Yes.
Because they can tell you what action and reaction happened, right?
Right.
In a way that maybe the doctor at the ER can't tell you. All agree with that? Okay. We talked a little about this, but what I want to posit to you, Mr. Hoffpower put up some statistics and some information about what they now are calling abusive head trauma. And what I want to suggest is I expect you're going to hear that this is not a foregone conclusion. It is a very controversial topic. people have been wrongfully accused and exonerated, including in the state of Texas. Court of Criminal Appeals has ruled numerous times that these kind of cases are not valid. Now, it doesn't say anything about this case. You're gonna have to decide about the facts of this particular case. But I want you to, part of that presumption of innocence, part of that beyond a reasonable doubt, is you can't just take, the doctor comes in and says, this must be what happened, at face value. Can you all agree with that?
So what are they saying happened?
What do you mean?
If these people are being exonerated, what happened? Where's the proof that it wasn't them?
A bunch of pathologists, doctors that do autopsies, have all changed their mind about this. And so now the pediatricians and the pathologists are doing this, and the courts are like, whoa, we can't be putting people to death or putting people in prison for the rest of their life. If one set of doctors says can't happen, the other set of doctors says it had to have happened this way.
Your Honor, I want to make sure we're not getting confused about shaken baby versus abusive head trauma. That we're not using that language, so we're discussing it, that's not what we're saying. So all this, I don't want the confusion of somehow that these are trash cases somehow when we're talking about abusive head trauma. And he agrees that shaken baby is not. So I mean, if there's an argument about case law, I'd rather not do it in 4 hours.
Sure.
In regards.
I guess my only response, Judge, was Mr. Hoffbauer put the statistics up earlier and said these cases are this like this. The reality is though the indictment in this case does not read abusive head trauma. It reads, and we had a whole conversation about this last week, that it reads by shaking. That's what it says. That's what he has to prove. There's no.
He's not charged with abusive head, shaken baby syndrome. That's just the language.
The word syndrome is not in the indictment, so I think it's probably best to move on.
So let's talk about punishment for aggravated assault for a second. Mr. Hoffbauer mentioned this to you, and I think he was running out of time, so didn't get to really address this, but the range of punishment as this case is pled, if you were to find a citizen guilty of aggravated assault, as this case is pled here, is between 2 years and 20 years in prison. And if you find that the person has not been convicted of a felony prior to trial, then that means that probation is an option that you are lawfully and legally required to consider in this kind of case. And so here's what I want to ask you. Y'all ever been to a restaurant and ordered off of a menu? Few or many occasions. Most of you, many occasions, yeah. Some of y'all like the buffet, evidently. But you order off of a menu, right? And when we're talking about will you consider, can you consider, you got to be able to consider 20, and you got to be able to consider 2, and you got to be able to consider probation. And the reason I use the example of a menu is, have you ever seen something on a menu that you're just not going to consider ordering? Yeah. For some people, snails, right? Just not going to consider it. It's not going to happen, right? Y'all with me? For me, it's liver and onions. What were people thinking coming up? And so by consent, see, some people like it. But that's for me. If I get to the restaurant and the menu says breakfast is eggs and lunch is a club sandwich, but I'm there for dinner and it says liver and onions and that's what we got on the menu, I'm sorry, I'm going, y'all, I'll pay for the iced tea and I'll be out of here, right? Because I'm not going to consider it under any circumstances. I've had it one time in my life. I remember having it. I don't ever need to do it again.
You had the wrong cook.
I know, maybe that's true. And Ms. Emery wants to convince me. Yeah. But that's my question to you is this. My question is, can you all, if you and 11 other jurors listen to all the evidence in the case, and let's not even say this case, just a case. You listen to all the evidence in the case, and you believe that a citizen accused intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly caused serious bodily injury to an infant by shaking, can you consider probation? Anybody who feels like they can't consider it, raise your hand. Ms. Bryant?
Yeah, I'm gonna object just for the purposes of consider the full range, not specific one or the other. That's up only. Make sure that they understand it's not commitment of can you consider this?
That's what I asked.
Well, the entire range, which includes probation.
That's all.
And that's what I asked.
Yes.
So, okay, so I saw Ms. Smith, we're gonna be calling you back.
Can you
later.
go by numbers as well,
Okay, number
please?
10, Ms. Smith, and then I saw number 19, Ms. Austin. And I saw number 21, Ms. Bryant. Anybody else on row 2? I'm gonna come back to Mr. Davis is number 41, Judge. He's got his hand up. Anybody else? Just I cannot consider it, I'm not gonna give it consideration. I'm getting up and leaving the restaurant.
Even for probation?
For probation, yeah.
I have a question. Does this mean after we're presented with?
Yeah, so that's why I asked the question a very specific way. So, again, not this case, but assume that you and 11 other jurors believe that the state has satisfied you that a person accused has intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly caused serious bodily injury to an infant by shaking. Can you consider probation? That's the question.
I don't see how anyone could.
Okay. So that's.
Well, and the question, let's do it this way as well. Can you consider the entire punishment range, which includes probation, up to 20 years and everything in between? And then we can get into more specifics with regard to what you can't consider potentially privately.
Okay,
Let's do it that way.
Okay. Okay, so who can't consider the full punishment range, including probation? Okay. I'm gonna give you a new numbers, Judge. Number 3, Ms. Doctor. Number 23, Mr. Ladano. Number 45, Ms. Holt. And number 32, Solizano. Okay, and then did I see your hand up, Ms.?
It did, but it went back down after, it's just the probation part that gets me.
Okay, but you
That's
have to
part of
say,
it.
I can consider
Yeah, I
probation.
can do the 2 years and the 20, it's just the probation.
That's what, yeah, the entire, so if you can't consider the entire punishment range, which is from probation up to 20 years, we need to know. And then the specific of what you can't consider, we're gonna bring you back in and discuss. So if you cannot consider the low end or the high end or whatever it is, we need to know.
Always want to make sure it's clear, cannot consider, but we're not asking you could give, that you just look at it all and then make.
We'll do that on, just
That's it.
get your,
So say juror number 15, and then juror number 29, where are we? No? No, you can't consider the whole range? Okay. So, 29.
got it.
Anybody else? I hadn't raised your hand yet. Mr. Gay, 26, thank you. Right. Well, again, you only get to this discussion if you and 11 other jurors believe that someone did this. You wouldn't be able to consider the full range, is what you're saying. Okay. Judge, that's Ms. East, number 13. Anybody else? Okay, last question. Is there any reason that we haven't talked about right yet that Mr. Hoffpower hadn't talked about with you, or I haven't talked about with you, based on your life experience or something, some other thing that would make you not fair and impartial in a case involving this type of allegation? Okay, good. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate the opportunity to present this case to you for those of you that make the jury. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gartz. So I want to, real quick, before I visit with the attorneys about our list and who we want to talk to privately, go back and remind you first of those qualifications that I talked about. 18 years of age or older, living in Jefferson County, not under indictment or allegations for theft or have a felony or anything like that. Is there anyone who thinks one of those qualifications might apply to you?
I did serve a deferred adjudicated probation for a felony charge like years ago. I don't know if that.
Deferred, no, you didn't get a conviction, then you're all, good. You satisfied? Okay. All right, anybody else? All right, so then the next thing is, well, let me do it this way. I'm gonna ask you all to be just quiet for a few minutes while I have the attorneys come up. We're gonna go through the list. And then after I call out your names, if there's anybody then who has something else to tell us, I'll give you an opportunity to do that. But I am gonna ask you to please remain very quiet so we can discuss it real quick. Mr. Gertz and Mr. Hoffpower. Okay, I've got 3, 10, 13, 15, 19, 21, 23. Can I ask y'all to please be quiet? 23, 26, 29, 32, 41, and 45. Anybody else? Anything I didn't call? That's what I got. That's what you had to. I'm going to go through that list of who we need to visit with or who kind of asked to come back and visit with us, and then I'll see if anybody else needs to talk to us about anything else. I've got number 3, Dr. 10, Smith, 13, East, 15, Valdez, 19, Austin, 21, Bryant, 23, Laudano, 26, Gay, 29, it's not happening. That, 30, Mello, 32, Solorzano, 41, Davis, and 45, Holt. So is there anyone whose name I didn't call that is sitting there thinking, I need to tell you guys something, or you didn't ask a question that's important that maybe we need to know about? Yes, ma'am, what is your number?
47.
Your Miss, is it Zadie?
Yes.
Okay, and would you want to talk about that in private?
Yes,
Okay.
So there are 2 dates, so I'm not sure what my number is.
Okay, let me go back and look. So Davis, is that what you
He's
said?
41, Judge.
41 Gilbert Davis is who we need. Okay? So anyone else that would like to come back and visit with us? All right, so obviously that's kind of a good amount of people. This process takes a little bit. It's already 4:20. I'm going to tell you now, it is likely that today we're going to go past 5 a little bit, but we're going to try to get through this as quickly as we can. I'm going to ask those whose names I called, please, when you take a break, stay right by the door. And that way the bailiff can get you in and we'll get you out, and then you can go take a break. Everybody else, you can kind of take a break, mill about. I'm going to ask everyone to please gather at 5 o'clock by the door. Hopefully we'll be through, but it could be a little bit past that, okay? So everybody can maybe call and make arrangements if you need to. All right, yeah, everybody is excused. Both doors are open. Again, stay by the door if we called your name. All right, good morning. Let the record reflect the state's attorney's present, defendant, and defense counsel are present.
We're
Yes?
gonna proceed in the way we had discussed,
Okay.
Your Honor. However, we believe there's more in the transcript that was covered on this, that we only got 3 pages of it. And I've got questions to ask, and I've shown her the videos.
Okay.
She's got two separate interviews, but I questioned her on those, one at Texas Children, one at Medical Center. So.
Did you so you didn't question her though, when I was reading the transcript, there was no question about what she told the detective in that interview. You talked about the doctors and the nurses, but there was never a question about the interview.
The detective I'm talking about is another detective that went, Port Neches PD detective.
Right.
Went to Texas Children's.
Okay.
She's told us in testimony.
I just think the question has to be clear.
Yes,
because when I read the transcript, it was confusing on which hospital. I mean, one question and an answer. One question and an answer. Multiple questions and kind of answering it for the witness is not going to get us there. So just take your time. We're not in a hurry and do it that way.
I'm gonna follow the transcript and our predicate manual to the letter.
Okay. And what's on the you're also not limited to what's in the transcript that you've already asked her. I mean, you can bring her in and ask her whatever you want about, but it just needs to be, did you tell this officer at this place, this? Did you tell this officer at this other place? We need to use names. Detective so-and-so, nurse so-and-so, the doctor, whoever it is, not just did you tell them? Because I think that was what led to some confusion.
Now, Your Honor, I've done that with the witness in that manner on all of this.
Okay, yeah, whenever you're ready to bring her back, that we'll get it taken care of. Anything else before we, is she next?
She's ready to be called and do that to get that over with, and then I've got my next witness.
It's fine. Anything else?
Just, I don't know what's gonna happen, so I'm prepared to object, but other than that, I'm ready to go.
Okay, to object to what?
I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know what's about to happen.
Okay, bring the jury in. Let the record reflect the jury is seated, state's attorney's present, defendant and defense counsel are present. Mr. Hoffpower, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state's going to recall Kristen Bruce.
All right, Kristen Brussard.
Please state your name for the record, please.
Kristen Brussard.
And you testified here already in this case, recalling, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you some specific questions in regards to what you told individuals, whether you couldn't remember in certain things. I'm going to go specifically on those times and ask you about them, and you refresh your memory in some of these things. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And these statements you gave were video statements. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you gave statements to Fort Natchez PD and the Texas Children's in Houston.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
right? Now, when I asked you if you gave a statement to officers in Houston yesterday, you said you couldn't remember, or you said, I don't know if I did or not. Now, since that time, you've seen a video of your video statement and you've refreshed your memory, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, and you can tell us what you did talk to Fort Natchez PD, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, yesterday, you made a statement, I couldn't be clear, I don't know, it was busy, I don't know what was going on in Texas Children's, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we may have been confusing you the way I asked it of medical center versus Texas Children's.
Correct.
And medical center, when we say that, right, Southeast Texas People's Medical Center is in Fort Arthur.
Yes, sir.
Right, now there's a big medical center where Texas Children's in Houston, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we just want to make, we're clear about that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you recall making a statement at Texas Children's to Detective Goodwin with Fort Natchez PD.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall making a statement at the same time with Lieutenant Fournette?
Yes, sir.
Fort Natchez PD? Did they come and talk to you at Texas Children's on July 22nd, 2022?
Yes, sir.
And that was videotaped, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you told them things about the case that they asked, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what did you tell them of that statement?
They had asked me what I think had caused this, and I told them that the only thing that I could think of was Austin bouncing Palmer.
They asked you to demonstrate the way in which Austin bounced Palmer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you show them in that statement?
Yes, sir.
Did they ask you anything else about what happened leading up to the time you were in the hospital?
Yeah, they basically just asked me what all I thought could have caused this, and I told them that, I didn't know of anybody ever dropping her. I know I never did, and if someone ever did when I was around, I wasn't sure of.
Did you go further and say, Austin was the only one who bounced her? You didn't bounce her, Carmel didn't bounce her?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, was that a long video statement that you gave?
It was lengthy, yes, sir.
Right, it wasn't 3 hours or anything?
No, sir.
It was about the hospital, and they were polite and they understood the stress of it,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay. And you talked to what happened and what you observed and what you remember about what had happened.
Yes, sir.
Not what caused anything, what circumstances and how you ended up at Texas Children's.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, also ask you questions, I want to make sure you understand. There's no, I didn't intend to confuse you in regards to the medical center versus Texas Children.
Yes, sir.
But I asked you questions about whether or not you gave a statement to officers or hospital personnel, and your response was, I don't think I did, or if I did, I can't remember.
Yeah, I think I was confused thinking you were talking about the medical center rather than Texas Children's, which Texas Children's I do vividly remember.
And I apologize.
That's okay, yeah.
But did you give a statement after you watched your other interview? Refresh your memory in regards to telling certain things to people at the medical center.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now that it's refreshed, did you give a statement to not officers or CPS, but the hospital personnel?
Yes, sir.
Did you give a statement to Cassie Thompson, who would, an RN?
I believe so.
Okay. Was it an in-depth interview, like an investigation, an interrogation?
No, sir.
Okay. Is it fair to say it would give a history and the nature of who lives with Palmer and who has contact with Palmer, and if there's been a recent fall, all those kind of questions, right?
Yes, sir.
And you told that to the detectives in your written statement, in the video statement?
Yes, sir.
And did you make any statements in regards to you recall saying that you don't know about it, but you also told them at medical center in Port Arthur the similar story about the bouncing?
Correct, yes, sir.
Meaning that they asked similar questions about it, and you said the only thing I could think of is the bouncing
Right, yes, sir.
that Austin does.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you didn't tell of any other thing that happened or you thought were possible?
No, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Pass it along.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffbauer. Mr. Kurtz?
Yes, Judge. Excuse me. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Show me what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit number 5. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
Do you know all the people in this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the scene as you recall it when this photograph was taken?
Yes, sir.
Has it been altered in any way?
No, sir.
So I can lean slightly blurry, and I apologize about that. But, has it been altered in any other way?
Besides a filter, no.
Okay, thank you. Judge, we had offered Defendant's Exhibit number 5.
It's admitted.
Kristen, do you have a medical degree?
No, sir.
On February 17th of 2022, had you had any medical training?
No, sir.
When people were asking you questions about what could have caused, and I hate using air quotes, but I'm gonna use them right now, what could have caused this, did you have any medical knowledge about connecting certain activities with certain injuries?
No, sir.
Do you have any kind of expertise in physics or biomechanics or chemistry or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay, so you were relying on seemingly a law enforcement officer and a nurse telling you this injury must have been caused by a certain thing. Do you know who would have done this?
Objection, Your Honor. I don't think that was her testimony. She wasn't making a determination of, just asking if she told.
It's not about her testimony. Overruled, go ahead.
I can't remember what the question was, but when you were being asked these questions, when you were being posed these questions, trying to get you to say who did what to whom, or who did anything to Palmer, that was a police officer and a RN, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And they were telling you they thought it must have been caused by a certain mechanism, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
They were assuming that it must have been caused by shaking of some kind, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they were trying to get you to say that he shook the baby, were they not?
I didn't feel forced to say that. I came forth and said that myself.
Okay. You never witnessed him shaking the baby, did you?
Shaking, no, sir.
Okay. And you never saw anybody drop the baby, correct?
No, sir.
But that doesn't mean it didn't happen when you weren't there, correct?
Correct.
And again, there's other mechanisms potentially of injury that you're not really aware of either, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Were y'all having problems? Do you remember reporting to your pediatrician that y'all were having problems with feeding Palmer?
Yeah, she was eating fine, she just was having trouble gaining weight.
Okay. And did y'all find that she was occasionally get wheezing and coughing and making noises like that when she would eat?
I don't recall that.
Okay. You don't recall telling the pediatrician that?
Not about her wheezing or anything, no, sir.
If it were in the medical records that you said you told them that, would that be?
I mean, I would believe it, yes.
Okay. All right. Judge, I pass witness.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Hoffbauer?
Your Honor, no question.
All right. Any objection, her being
No
excused
objection.
but not released?
Really, exactly.
All right.
Excused but not released.
If they need that, all that means is that if they need you back, you'll be required to come back. So just make yourself available. Okay. Thank you. And keep in mind all those rules also that you're under.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You may call your next witness.
State calls Dr. Colson. He's outside.
All right.
Please state your name for the record, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Dr. Michael Colson.
Now, you're a doctor in the state of Texas, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you a certified physician in the state of Texas?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How did you become a physician? Like, what schools did you go to, and what is your educational background?
I started at University of Scranton up in Pennsylvania, and went to University of Guadalajara in Mexico, medical school, and I did some residency training at University of Maryland in Baltimore, and then finished up here at Baylor College of Medicine.
Yeah, now, when you came, what year was that when you finished in Baylor?
In Baylor, I did an anesthesia residency from '89 to 1992.
Now, once you completed that, did you go out on your own, or did you work in a hospital? What?
I was working in the hospital at that time.
Did you have a specialty or a discipline that you were?
It's basically dual specialty. They have anesthesia and emergency medicine.
Now, have you been an ER doctor from the time you got out of Baylor and finished your residency to today?
Yes,
right?
sir.
So you're an ER doctor today?
I've been doing ER for the past 20 years.
Have you worked other states, or you've been to Texas and you've been here the whole time?
Mostly in the state of Texas. Yes.
How, and where do you work today?
I work at Medical Center at Southeast Texas in Port Arthur, and up here in Beaumont, it's freestanding ER, Beaumont 24.
Okay.
And I work over in Orange at a freestanding ER.
So you work all over in this area, right?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been in this area specifically? Like, when did you start at the medical center?
I've been in here since 1995.
And where do you live? You live in a community?
I live in, I've got a place here in Port Arthur, and primary residence is in Houston.
Okay. Now, doctor, your position is an ER doctor at medical center, right?
Yes, sir.
Does that mean that you are on a shift similar to what the nurses would be on?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you work as a team for that shift?
Exactly.
Is that fair to say? Were y'all doing that back in 2022 in February?
Yes, I was.
And were you working that day or that night?
Yes, I was.
Now, would you explain, do y'all have multiple ER doctors at the medical center at all times, or are you the only physician?
Usually we have one physician on, and we work with nurse practitioners that are on.
Nurse practitioners are almost doctors, but they're not, right? They can prescribe, but they can do
They help
limited.
us out quite a bit, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, but what about RNs and nurses?
Quite a few RNs, nurses too. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And
do they have a certain disciplines? When you have a triage nurse, you may have a specialty nurse in another area, breathing, respiration, that kind of stuff? Or is it one-stop shop and then you get a specialist to come in?
Well, the patients come in from the front, they get a triage nurse, and depending on the case, if it's very serious, they'll bring the patient back to the treatment room very quickly, and then they'll call me.
So being on call, you have to get down there, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is it a pretty busy hospital?
It can get pretty busy. We see quite a few ambulance traffic.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And that's where they go because is there a hospital down there other than, there used to be another one,
There
St.
used to be
Mary's,
St. Mary's, you're right,
Right.
and they did close that.
right?
But
Okay.
they do have a small St. Mary's down the road, but it's more like outpatient services.
Now, so you've been working as an ER doctor, working shifts like you did on February 17th, 2022, for a while at that time.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're an experienced doctor.
Yes, sir.
Now, on that night, in February 17th, 2022, two young parents brought in a infant that was one day from being 3 months old by the name of Palmer Jones. Do you remember that patient and that visit?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Now, in normal thing, let's talk, before we get into the specifics, if an infant's brought into your ER, are your staff and you trained how to, triage, evaluate, are they trained in doing that for, as opposed to adults or people that are older, an infant is different, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir. The infants can't talk, and we've got to go by vital signs and the story behind what happened.
Okay. Is your timing heightened, meaning like the clock starts? I mean, when you bring them in, because you got a limited time if they have pretty serious injuries, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir. Right. If the baby's in distress, we have to work quickly.
Okay, do you remember if Palmer Jones was in distress when she was brought in?
Well, as I remember, the baby, they said the baby was crying quite a bit, and we didn't really know exactly what was going on, but we had to do some further testing.
Okay.
But we did work pretty quick.
Right.
Yes,
Now, what further testing, you have to be notified by the triage nurse, is that right, or the charge nurse?
The triage nurse told me about the baby.
Okay.
So I went in there immediately, and the baby did look, they was in pain, crying quite a bit.
Okay.
So we started doing some testing really quickly.
And when you go evaluate, do you physically evaluate, do you observe anything you're checking for? Any possible vitals?
Yeah.
Is that a standard evaluation?
Yes, sir. We gotta do a history and a physical examination on the baby, make sure there's no broken bones or bruising. See if the baby's dehydrated, you can tell.
Do you could tell in Palmer's case that she was dehydrated?
Well, it's the.
I apologize, were you saying that, or is that just a test you do with a hog?
Well, like if the baby's vomiting, or not taking fluids in, you gotta assume that he's probably dehydrated.
Right.
And we gotta do more testing, and we could start an IV line and get some x-rays.
Do y'all have, in the medical center in Port Arthur, do y'all have a special like NICU where you could send a baby separated from adults or any other bit?
Well, depending on the case, we usually, like if the baby's really sick, we find something that's very detrimental to the baby, we'll transfer the baby to Texas Children's Hospital.
Through your evaluation after your triage nurse, and that's Cassie Thompson on that night, correct, notified you that you needed to come and observe and do a quick check and order testing, and did you order CT scans or x-rays?
Yes, yes.
Is that important?
I ordered a CAT scan, x-rays, chest x-ray, some blood work. We started an IV line.
Now, at that time, she's critical, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and being critical at 3 months is really dangerous, obviously.
Right, we have to work fast to try to find out what's causing the baby to be crying and be in distress.
Now, how long did, in this case, how long did those tests, were they completed and you had the results to review?
We had everything back probably within 30 minutes.
Okay, that's quick. Okay, now what did you find in those test results?
The radiologist called me up and he said that the baby had some blood inside the brain area.
Okay.
So at that time, you know, I talked to the parents and said, you know, was anything else that could have caused this? Did the baby fall down? And I really didn't get an exact answer. And I told him we're going to have to transfer the baby immediately to Texas Children's Hospital.
Okay. And let them know that y'all's protocol has started and y'all were moving the pieces to get that done. Is that right?
Exactly.
Okay. Now, after reviewing those scans, were those only, the ones you've already said, are those the only injuries that y'all determined at the medical center in Port Arthur?
That was the biggest one that as I remember. Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, it was a serious case. What I'm asking is, was only the ones you just said, or were there other ones within that diagnosis or what you saw?
Well, the bleeding in the brain, I think that's the most serious. We had to get the baby out quickly.
Did you tell the jury why that is important, and that's when the clock starts and you gotta get it there?
Well, if we don't know exactly how when the blood was in the brain, it could expand. If it expands, it could put pressure on the nerves, and the baby could stop breathing. So we got to get it to a neurosurgeon over in Houston and see if they have to do any surgery to release the pressure. But that's why probably the baby was crying so much.
Now, was there any seizures or anything in regards to why you evaluated Palmer?
Did not see any seizure.
Were you given information about maybe that had happened earlier in the day or anything like that?
Well, like in the past, when I talked to the parents, they said that the child did fall down. I think maybe about a month earlier before they came in, and the baby sustained a subdural hematoma on the brain also. So the baby had a previous injury.
A previous cranial injury?
Cranial injury, yes, sir.
Now, with that, now look, as the 3 months old, we're talking about 90 days she's been on the earth. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so a month before, I mean, that's only 60 days. Now, is it fair to say she's more fragile at 60 days as opposed to 90 days?
Exactly. Yes,
now, not that she's not fragile at 90 days. Is her skull fully formed and developed at 90 days?
No, sir, no.
So the fact that you found brain bleeding, is that up the ante, meaning that it's dangerous for a lot of reasons?
Very dangerous, yes, sir.
But it's dangerous for a 90-year-old too, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, even for a 90-year-old, yes, sir.
So y'all got to work to get her onward to Texas Children's.
Right. I was on the phone immediately and talked to one of the neurosurgeons, and we transferred the baby out.
Gotcha. Had you done that before, and you knew who to call, and you have to release, if I'm not mistaken, Palmer to go to Texas Children's? Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And they have to accept her?
Yes, sir. They got accepted.
Now, did y'all do anything different in the way you set up transportation on that day for Palmer?
As I remember, we did buy a helicopter. You know, we got the baby out quickly, as most efficiently.
That's most efficient and it gets you there quick. Now, if you know, Texas Children's got a team waiting to get there and get to an ICU or an NICU there. Is that right?
Exactly.
Yeah. You didn't follow and
They'll be evaluated by a neurosurgeon immediately, yes, sir.
did you feel that that's what Palmer needed?
Yes, he did, yes.
Or she,
Because we couldn't, do any more at the medical center. Because if we didn't get him over there in time, you know, the bleeding could progress and it could be a life and death situation.
could this have easily been a death case as opposed to just serious bodily injury case? I mean, it's on that line, would you, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And honestly, the fact that we've got the greatest hospital in this country for this kind of, for patients, pediatricians, that helps in keeping, Palmer in this case, we got them there, right? And close, right? But any hours, there's no way to tell, when it's too much for that, but she presented with a very dangerous condition. And you got her to the hospital to where they get help.
Exactly, yeah, they've got all the facilities over there, and they see a lot of those cases, and it saved the baby's life, I think, for sure.
Yes, sir. Did you do anything else with this investigation, not investigation or treatment, I apologize, but treatment of Palmer after that day, right? Did you treat her when she got out of Texas Children's?
No, I'm not sure what they did over there, sir, but,
I understand.
sometimes they don't release the information, like, you try to make a phone call over there, and it's a HIPAA violation, and, you can't really find out, but if I talk to the surgeon, directly, but, they've got a busy schedule, sometimes they won't.
It's not always available, is that right?
Exactly.
Okay. Right. Now, all the things that you told us here today,
Yes.
You keep medical records on a regular course of business, across the woods,
Yes, sir.
A regular course of business for Texas Children, the hospital does. Okay, and we're showing you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 5. And are those medical records from your facility? Take a look at it.
It's from Medical Center of Southeast Texas, yes, sir.
Right, and the patient in there is Palmer Jones, is that right?
Correct.
And you keep that in regular course of business of all patients y'all treat in the hospital, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so everything you said in here, what was done in here, to your knowledge, or you said in the courtroom, is what's included in these records, is that right?
Yes, sir.
That's what it's.
Thank you, Mr. Ertz.
Hi, Doctor. How are you? I'm good. Did you review these medical records prior to your testimony here today?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I have a copy of them. There's two different sets of medical records from the medical center. Did you review both sets?
The set when he came in when he was like about 2 months of age, that's the first fall, or?
Well, I don't, that's what I don't know about. That's what I'm about to ask you about. I have a set of records from February of 2022 and a separate set of records from June of 2022. I'm not aware of any records from January of 2022. What, are those records that you're referring to?
No, the one that I'm referring is when he came in with subdural hematoma. Supposedly fell off off either the bed,
A changing table or something like that?
changing table. I think
Okay,
it's-
so I think we're slightly confused. May I show you something and see if this clarifies what we're talking about?
Sure.
Because I think we're creating confusion here. May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
And Judge, these aren't in evidence, and I don't even have them printed, because I wasn't anticipating you talking about this, so.
Go ahead.
So there's a statement here, and this is from June of 2022, and talking about this. Is this maybe what you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that wouldn't have been before the February incident, that would be after the February incident, is that correct? I'm sorry to do this to you, but you gotta say yes or no.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay, you don't actually have to say yes or no, you just have to answer out loud, because she has to take down everything you're saying.
Right, yes, sir.
Okay, so when you're talking about the fall and the subdural hematoma and the hemorrhaging behind the left eye, that's all stuff that happened in June of 2022, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so that's separate than the February incident, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so when you told the jury a moment ago that maybe a month before the baby had presented with a subdural hematoma or something, that was just a timeline error, is that fair to say?
Yeah, yes, sir, timeline error, yes.
Okay, so in February of 2022, no one told you, and it's not reflected in the February records right here, that anyone told you about a previous fall or anything like that, correct?
At one point, that I remember that the baby did fall down, you know? It was previous to when I seen the baby. But I'd have to get the correct timeline on it.
Sure. I just, and I'm sorry if I'm being confusing, but I want to make sure we get this right, because in the February 2017, February 17th, 2022 records, there's no mention of a previous fall. And that's why I want to understand where you're getting that information.
Well, there was a record in there that I reviewed by Dr. Suarez. Like he, I don't know if you have a copy of it, that he was the ER doctor, and he found the subdural hematoma. And that's the date that I remember seeing. Would have to pull that one up.
Okay, Matt, may I approach the witness again?
Sure.
And I hate to hand you 117 pages of stuff, but you know how to read this better than I do.
Yes, sir.
Do you mind, this is the February records. I think that's just February, isn't it?
No, sir, this one here on the date.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Let's see here. See, fall bump on the head. So that was 6/17/22.
6/12?
6/12/22. Okay, so the baby came in after, the timeline's a little bit off.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
Yeah, I see.
All right, and I'm not fussing with you. It's complicated records and you see lots of patients and everything else. I just want to make sure for the jury that we're all on the same page. Let me ask you this. Can a fall from a relatively short distance, like a bed or a changing table or something like that, can that cause brain damage, brain injury?
It's possible.
In an infant?
It sure could.
Okay.
Depends if they fall on say a tile or.
Sure.
Carpet may absorb it a little bit better, but.
Sure.
Tile is dangerous.
But a lot of what happens, and I'm not asking you to become a physics expert, but a lot of what happens is, it's not so much how hard the surface is in terms of the brain injury, it's about what happens inside your head when you're moving at one speed and then you immediately stop moving, correct?
The height and the impact, yes, sir.
Right, and that's a lot like driving in a car. If you're wearing a seatbelt, you stay with the car if the car stops. But if you're not wearing a seatbelt, you keep moving and the car stops, right?
Exactly.
Same concept.
Mhm.
And your brain works the same way, doesn't it, inside your head? If you hit the floor and you stop moving, your brain keeps going. It doesn't have a seatbelt, does it?
That's right, especially the baby, there's room to move and it will hit the skull.
Yeah, and the reason it has room to move is that the top of the baby's skull hasn't fully hardened at 3 months, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so there's a little bit of extra space, right?
Mhm.
And so they can be particularly susceptible to a short fall or being dropped or something like that, right?
That's correct.
And you mentioned a radiologist talked to you and said there was a brain bleed. Did the radiologist use the word subdural hematoma?
He told me it was intercerebral bleed.
Intercerebral bleed.
Wasn't subdural. But on another record, the one that Dr. Suarez did see, I read it was a subdural hematoma.
Okay, but that's the June records now. We're
That's
back
the
to June records. Okay. What I'm talking about is back in February, right?
Right.
So the radiologist comes in and says, we've got intercerebral bleeding. That's a fancy word for saying there's blood inside the skull,
Right.
between the brain and the skull, right?
Exactly.
Okay. And did he use any words to describe it, like diffuse or bilateral or large or acute or anything like that?
He said it was bilateral and diffuse. It was pretty big.
Okay. Let's tell the jury what that means. Tell the jury when we say bilateral, what are we talking about?
Means that it's, you have two separate parts of the brain, one on the left and on the right, and they did see it on both sides.
Okay. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that's where the injury is, right?
Well, it came from an impact injury, like a fall.
Okay.
But it's hard to say exactly where it hit. It's hard to say.
Sure. And let's use an analogy with the jury again for that same kind of concept. If I cut my arm right here, blood's gonna come all the way down, potentially my arm, right?
Correct.
Now, that doesn't mean I'm injured down here, right?
That's right. We gotta wipe everything off and see where it's coming from.
Right, okay. So same concept on my brain. If the brain is bleeding and it sort of actively bleeding, that blood is spreading inside. It's looking for a place to go, right?
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
And so it can be diffuse and bilateral, but that doesn't mean that the injury is this whole space. It can mean that the blood is expanding, not the injury.
Mm-hmm.
You agree with that?
That's correct, right?
Okay. And so let's say that I fall and I hit my head here, and it causes an internal bleeding injury. That blood can spread in between my brain and my skull, correct?
That's correct.
And there's different layers in between my brain and my skull. You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
There's a subdural layer,
Epidural layer.
epidural, subdural, and then subarachnoid layer.
Exactly.
And then you get down to the brain tissue, right?
Right, brain surface.
And there's little connectors inside your brain that connect, kind of make the brain sit still inside your skull. Do you agree with that?
I agree, yes, sir.
And what do we call those things?
They're basically like pia matters, pia matter, and it helps keep the brain stabilized.
Stabilize. I like that. That's good. Okay. And so when I have an impact from a fall or something, that can shear those stabilizers, correct?
Exactly.
And that can cause brain bleeding, correct?
Sure could, yes.
Okay. And that would be true in infants or adults, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, good. And here, your focus was primarily on trying to save this kid's life, correct?
Yeah, once I found that out, I wanted to get the child out as soon as possible.
Sure. So when we figure out we've got a brain bleed, we've sort of ramped up the temperature in the room, so to speak. Do you agree with that?
Exactly. We move much quicker. Right.
Yeah, and we gotta be laser focused on how do I get this kid to somewhere where we can get this pressure off the brain.
Exactly.
Good. Judge, I pass the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Hoffpower, anything else?
Just really quickly, Judge, the last portion of the questions you're talking about, what you observed was from the February injury, right? Where we knew that That's when he presented the bleeding of the brain, subdural, and all those things, right? That's what I meant. That last part was about the February injuries you observed as the head doctor in the ER, right?
That's correct.
And it was a dangerous situation, and you had to move quickly.
That's correct.
Is that what you did?
Yes, sir.
Anything else, Mr. Gertz? All right.
No, Judge.
Any objection to Dr. Colson being excused?
No, Judge.
Thank you, Dr. Colson. And Dr. Colson, you are placed under the rule, and so that just means you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone other than the lawyers or investigators until the case is over. And don't watch any of the proceedings here in the courtroom or on YouTube.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Doctor. Judge, at this, we have both of my last witnesses all on ones, so we need to take a break. I want to let you know the length of the witnesses.
I mean, we just got started. Let's keep going, and if we have to take a break, I'll try to find a time when you're transitioning to a different question. Just keep up with where you are. Well, maybe we should have taken a break. Let's go ahead and do that. I mean, we're just sitting here. So it's 10 o'clock. Let's take about a 10-minute break. We'll try to get started at 10 minutes after. Please keep in mind all the instructions you were previously given. If everyone else would please remain seated, you're excused for about 10 minutes. All right, let the record reflect state's attorneys present, defendant and defense counsel are present. Is there anything we need to take up before we bring the jury back in? Mr. Gertz? All right, we can get the jury back in. All right, let the record reflect the jury is seated, state's attorneys present, defendant and defense counsel are present. Mr. Hoffpower, you may call your next witness.
State calls Detective, excuse me. Good. Would you please state your name for the record, please?
My name is Mark Goodwin.
And Mr. Goodwin, where do you live? Goodwin, sorry. Where do you live, sir?
I live in Fort Hays, Texas.
Okay. Now, are you currently employed with Fort Hays Police Department?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Were you at some time a police officer in Fort Hays?
Yeah.
Okay. For how long were you a police officer?
Off and on from 2003 until 2024, January 24.
So, a little over 20 years you were officer.
Correct. Reserve time plus full time.
Did you hold a certified peace officer's certification that whole time you may still hold one? Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
But you're no longer an officer, right?
Correct. I'm not commissioned.
What do you work at today?
I work at a chemical plant.
And at the time, though, of February 17th, 2022, were you an officer with Fort Hays Police?
Yes.
Okay. What were your duties at that time?
I just moved into the investigations division.
Okay. Did that make you a detective or a sergeant?
A detective. Detective.
Detective, okay. Now, tell us what that means and what that division investigates.
When you're an investigator or detective, patrol will go out and normally take the initial call, the initial investigation on any incident in town. And once a report is generated, they get assigned to investigators depending on the type of crime.
Okay. Now, do y'all have certain divisions of crime, like property crime, or special crimes, those kind of divisions?
We're a pretty small department in Fort Hays. There's 4 investigators total, and they pretty much divide the type of crime per investigator. So it's not a different division, but an investigator will have different types of crime. I had crimes against persons plus various others as far as, I didn't work property crimes, but DWIs, I had all the sex crimes, some other types of crimes, evading, things like that.
Y'all got, would you say it's a mid-size police department? And Beaumont Police Department is pretty large, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Fort Hays just doesn't have that big of a police department.
No.
But you have divisions and you have responsibilities that are delegated, is that right?
They delegate the responsibilities, yes, ma'am.
Now, were you assigned a case on February 17th or the day after that in 2022 involving an infant who was roughly 3 months old named Palmer Jones?
Yes.
Okay. How did you get that assignment? How did you get notified about it?
Captain Fournette had informed me that, CPS was gonna be calling for, with information related to a child who had some injuries who had, been presented at the medical center of Southeast Texas in Fort Arthur.
Now, will you tell the jury that the location of the medical center in Port Arthur, how many agencies are around there and that are all their jurisdictions are close, right?
Pretty much, excluding Beaumont, which has their own hospitals here in Beaumont, Jefferson County, Port Arthur, Nederland, Fort Neches, Groves, they're all centered around the medical center.
And that's, if I'm wrong, but that's the only hospital, right? An ER, is that correct?
I believe there's probably a smaller one now, but then it was at least the main one, the largest.
How do you, and when the case goes to ER, y'all may get two different agencies to get called out.
Yes.
And in this case, were there, Port Arthur PD get called out?
Yes, Port Arthur PD responded, and found out that the incident potentially occurred in Fort Neches jurisdiction, so therefore it was turned over to us.
Is that a normal thing y'all do in this Jefferson County?
Yes.
Now, so once you got assigned, on what date, if you know, were you assigned this case?
I believe the 18th, if I'm not mistaken.
So that would be the day after allegedly what happened. All right. So when you're assigned a case like this, what's your protocol called? What do you do in these cases?
Interview witnesses, gather evidence, and present what we gather to the district attorney's office for review.
Now, in a case like this, is there also simultaneous investigation with Child Protective Services, or what we call DFPS now?
Yes.
Okay. Now, your investigation is to determine what, as an officer, a peace officer?
Try to get as much evidence as to who may have committed a certain.
But it's about whether a crime is committed, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is CPS or DFPS, is that their job?
I'm not sure exactly.
The job is for the best interest of the child and future danger, right? So, but y'all work together, is that correct?
Correct.
You're all investigating both, but you're not working, you work together in these cases, right?
Correct.
Especially with a 3-month-old who's not verbal. That's kind of a unique case, correct?
Yes, you can say that.
Now, so did you coordinate with the investigator with CPS?
No.
Okay. What did you do next on the case?
I was contacted by a CPS representative who gave me the information that she had. I contacted the mother of the child, and Captain Fournette and I drove the next day to the hospital in Houston to interview with her. I'm planning on interviewing both her and the father of the child.
Okay. So y'all, and so that's for a couple of days after this happened, there's still at Texas Children's, and you and Lieutenant went up there to interview, is that correct?
My captain, yes.
Your captain, chief, I didn't mean to say, but now y'all went up there to why is it important y'all get up there as fast as you can?
To try to get the information while it's fresh on their minds.
Okay, and your experience as a detective or officer, it loses that. Days go by, months go by, is that right? It's pretty fresh in their mind. Is that important?
Sure.
Now, did you collect medical records, talk to a doctor at that point?
I believe I don't have it indicated in our report if we spoke with any medical professionals at that time, but I got with we had a release for the medical records to be sent to us so we could include it with the case file.
And that's because of the injuries. Who's best in your experience to determine what happened and the possibilities of what caused those injuries?
In a case like this, it'd be the medical professionals.
In this case, it would be Texas Children's, right?
Correct.
That's for the prestigious hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you talked to Kristen Brussard, was she in custody or was she in handcuffs at that time, or was it voluntary for her?
It was voluntary.
And why did y'all go to just get the account of what what they remember to the refresh of their mind?
Correct.
Okay. Did you get to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was it a long interview, like 4 hours, or was it a shorter interview?
No, it was relatively short, I believe.
And you gained that information about the case?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what did you do next after you interviewed Kristen Bruce?
When we left, I don't remember if it was on the way back to town, but by the end of the day, I was contacted by Mr. Jones, and I was able to go to his residence and speak with him.
So on the same day, now, I want to be clear, Mr. Jones, is that Austin Robert Jones?
Correct.
Okay, do you see Austin Robert Jones here in the courtroom?
I believe that's him, but I couldn't be positive. It's been several years.
You
He's
believe
sitting
that,
at the desk, so.
the middle person, would you describe an article of clothing on the person you're talking about?
He's in the light colored shirt with dark hair at that time.
Believe is not, are you not sure enough, 100%?
Okay, I'm not sure enough if that's the defendant or not.
Now, did you speak to Officer Robert Jones
Yes.
that day? And he called you to come talk?
I believe I had left him a voicemail on the way back, or when I got to the office, and then he called me back and agreed to speak.
Now, was that a custodial or an interrogation?
No, sir.
Okay, meaning it wasn't in custody, you didn't bring him down to the station?
Correct.
Okay. In fact, was there any indictment or any, charge at that point?
No, sir.
And it was pretty quick after what happened, allegedly on February 17th, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, tell me about this interview. Where did it take place?
Went out and made contact with him at the door. We stepped out on the driveway, and I believe around the back bed of the pickup truck that was in the driveway.
So, you went there, you asked, you go inside, or step outside and talk to him. Is that correct?
Correct, we spoke outside.
And just leaning on a truck talking.
Correct.
The questions you were asking him, were you specific about anything, like an interrogation, or did you just say, tell me what happened?
I don't recall exactly the questions that were asked.
Was Austin Jones cooperative and talked to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he gave you information about what he experienced or what went on? Is that right? Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you feel like it was being evasive or withholding or didn't want to talk to you?
I did not get that feeling, no, sir.
So he voluntarily gave you the information?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you were wearing a body cam issued to you by Port Neches PD, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And on a body cam, did you transfer that particular footage of the video onto a zip drive?
Yes, sir.
All right, may I approach you on?
Yes, sir.
Which show, what's previously marked as Texas Exhibit number 6. Okay. You got it. Are you familiar with, without saying the contents, but.
That looks like one that we were going with, right?
Okay. And you reviewed this video recently, is that right?
No.
Looked at it, Kevin?
No.
Okay. Now, but you did do a video and you submitted that with the case file.
That's correct.
Right. Now, were you competent to work your body cam on that day when you did the interview?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was it in good working order?
Yes.
What was the protocol for you as an officer or Neches to wear a body cam when you're out doing investigation?
Any contact with the public for any investigation purposes or anything we would have for reporting through body cam.
And you had yours on at that time, and what's included with the full contact that you had with the defendant, Austin Jones, was included on this particular stick, is that correct?
As far as I know, yes.
Has it been altered in any way?
Not by any way that I would know that it would be altered.
And it fairly and accurately represents the interview you had with Austin Jones at his home.
Yes.
In the dock, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. This time on Texas number 6, barring any objection, the state will ask to be admitted for all purposes.
Do I have no objection, Judge?
State 6 is admitted.
Permission to vote.
Sure.
One second.
Hey, Austin? Yes, sir. Okay, where do you want? You don't want,
You come on in, or
it's up to you. Or if you want to call it back truck, you can just be you, or however you want to do it, man. Appreciate you taking the time to talk to me. I'm Detective Goodwin, Fort Hays PD, okay? So we kind of, like I said, anytime something like this comes up and we get a referral, we always, follow up with it. We want to come talk to, obviously, you and the mother's Kristen, right? And we just come talk, just see, get the details of what happened, It's all preliminary right now, and obviously, I mean, everybody that's involved with this we're all parents. We all, feel for you guys, but just if you don't mind, if you could kind of tell me what happened.
So that night, I was decided to take her to the ER. I just got off work, and she took my little sister to a softball practice, and it wasn't 5 minutes when she left. The baby was almost sleeping when I got her. For my mom, and I laid her down on the couch, and I throw a little thing into another one, just laid her in there. I don't know if I made her a bottle. So I picked her up to go feed her, and she woke up and started just crying. Normal cry, nothing out of the ordinary. And I tried to feed her. A couple more minutes goes by, she just was spitting it out. So I wiped her mouth and just held her for a few minutes. She wasn't stopping, so I did like I always do. I get on the edge of the couch, or however. I just threw her legs on each side of my knee, and I would just hold her under her armpits, and I just kind of bounce up and down. I mean, not hard to cause brain damage. I don't know how this is all happening. I mean, I don't want to be something.
Yeah.
I don't shake her out of anger. I don't shake her out of irritation.
Right.
I mean, I don't know, but I was shaking her down out of nowhere. She just kind of like almost passed out, just got real limp. And so I immediately called Kristen and said, well, you need to go to the ER. I mean, she's never done this. She's not waking up. Her eyes are open, but they were kind of just rolling in the back of her head, like she was like going to sleep or something, and she was just so limp. So I called her, she got home, and she picked her up, and let's go to the ER. So we get to the ER, and started checking everything out. I was like, well, she might have been dehydrated. I'm like, okay, well, that's not good, but it's not bad. We had to deal with that. Give her some IV, whatever. And they checked everything else, said she's fine. And okay, let's do a CT. Well, CT came back, she had a blood in her brain, or in her head. And so they decided to life flight her. Then we get to the Texas Children, they said she's been having seizures. And she still has seizures. She had them for 4 or 5 more days. And what's driving me crazy is that first day or the second night, I can't remember which one it was. I was there almost a week. The neurologist said there was one spot in her brain on the side of her head that was causing the seizures and the bleeding, and he thinks it's from an impact. Well, 4 days later, 4 or 5 days later, they get the MRI, and they say she has damage all over her brain, and it's from shaking. It's not from an impact. So I asked the question, and they couldn't give me an answer. And that was the day. CPS came like 7:30 and said I had to leave the hospital.
Yeah. That yesterday.
Yesterday, so around 7:30.
Yeah.
So that's still just talk. I can't stop thinking about it. At first it was from an impact. I'm thinking, okay, no one's ever dropped her. Me and her have never dropped her.
Right.
That we know of, and she's been, to my parents' house, her parents, my aunt and uncle down the road, my other aunt and uncle down the road, and I mean, they have kids. They don't have any small kids. They know how to handle a baby.
Sure.
They would have told us if they had dropped her.
Has it been like family mainly, other than you guys that have kept her? Yeah.
Even for a few hours, it's family.
Yeah.
Just our immediate family, my aunt, uncle, and my parents, both of our parents.
Right.
But there's no, he can't tell us why she has all this damage in her head besides shaking. And I have, I do shake her, but the way they make it sound is you have to sling her around like a rag doll and make her brain move.
And you never done anything like that with her?
The only side to side that I have done is I'll go from leg to leg, but it's no more than
like changing positions.
I mean, it's not like he's slamming her up and down.
Yeah.
And the reason I do it, kept doing it, is because she seems to enjoy it. She'll stop crying, and what I'll do when I shake her, is I'll turn on the TV or the iPad, and I'll put her in front of the iPad when I'm shaking her, and she's just fixed on my iPad, and she don't cry, she don't make noise like it bothers her. So I didn't think it was any harm.
Yeah.
And then we found out she has 2 cracked ribs on the bottom. And the only thing I can think that would cause that is when we just went to pick her up, because she hasn't gained weight since birth, and she started gaining weight just recently. And then this formula we had her on that she was gaining weight with the rice syrup was a recall. So that's causing, I'm sure, causing some issues. They think she has a lung infection now, which could possibly be from the formula. But the only thing I can think of with the ribs is us just picking her up like we normally do, because it's just the 2 bottoms. Or, because we'll lay her down when she feels her gassing real tight, and we'll lay her down and we'll just press our thumbs in the middle, just kind of rub down towards the crowds, kind of make her fall or whatever. Or we'll get her legs and do a little bicycle and push it in. And even, my parents said they've done that to her because that's what we do. And because I watched a lot of YouTube videos when I first had her, what to do when she's gassy, when her stomach's tight, or she's throwing up all the time, spitting up the food.
Right.
And it, just on that, it just says, don't burp her as much, let it settle and burp her. And we used to burp her when we get her feet, immediately start burping her, and she would just spit it up all the time.
Yeah.
And at first we thought that's why she wasn't gaining weight, but then the nutritionist said, well, she just needs more the rice syrup, whatever calories or protein, something. She still wasn't gaining weight for a while, then out of nowhere she started gaining, I think she gained like 12 ounces in a week. But then that day we went to the hospital, she had lost almost a full pound at the Civic Medical Center. She lost almost a full pound. And so I don't know how. They said they weren't broke, they're just cracked. I don't know if that makes it any better on our part.
Did they tell you it was 2 in the front, lower in front?
Lower, that's what I heard, was it's on each side and it's the bottom 2.
On the front or back?
I'm assuming the front, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm assuming the front.
When
He pointed here.
Okay,
The doctor,
like that.
The ICU doctor.
When you say you shake her, are you saying you're bouncing her on your knee when you say shake her? Or
I'm
just kind
bouncing with my knee,
or
and
is
when
it?
I get tired, I just kind of pick her up without bouncing my knee.
Oh, okay, so just
Most of the time it's me
like
bouncing my
that.
knee with her.
Yeah.
And like I said, the only side to side I can think about, because they said it's up and down and side to side could cause it. Well, I do, bounce from knee to knee. On the couch, it's never standing up or anything.
Yeah.
It's always in the bed or sitting on the couch.
Yeah. And it's a pretty common thing. But she's never had any kind of issues until
Cold eyes,
this
fall
first.
asleep.
Yeah.
We rubber stomach all the time. And they said one is old and already almost healed, and one is recent, more recent than the other one.
Okay.
And she's never, we let her down to change the diaper, she always cries. Right in the bath, she'll cry with big lotion and all that. But when she's well enough warm, she's fine. When we're laying there doing our stomach thing with the bicycles, she just lays there. She don't cry, she don't let us know she's hurting. So if that would never happen, we would have never brought her in. And found all this, the brain damage, and they said the seizures are something where you can't see them unless you submit to a machine. So she could have been having seizures this whole time, but we didn't know.
Yeah, maybe it's something that.
And we definitely didn't know about the ribs until we went to the Texas Children.
Yeah.
So,
well, for her sake, she's at the best place for medical care that I know of.
the only thing we're about is that some of the damage in her brain could be permanent.
Yeah. Have you been still keeping in touch with Kristen? Okay. Y'all still talking on the phone, but she's letting you know what's going on. I know with whatever CPS came up with their, that's on their end. I'm sure it's just a precaution or whatever. But like I said, I want to come out and just get the details from you from what happened. Because you were the 2 that were involved in it. A lot of this is it's the medical professionals that, they're the ones that know what they see when they're looking at all that stuff, and they just relay the information as they get it, and but and no other issues. This is the only time any of this has ever happened, and nothing's changed in your behaviors with her since day one, right? Okay.
There's not a single thing. she smiles all the time, she just started talking. We've been, moving our hand, let her follow surprise. The day that it happened, she said she was fine all day long.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with her. And then out of nowhere, she just.
Like somebody's apartment?
Yeah.
Okay.
He just got off.
Okay.
He's gonna come over a little bit.
Hey, how's it going? Okay. But yeah, I mean, she's, like I said, she's at the right place. I mean, that's, I mean.
I mean, I don't know what to do. I mean, I don't want her to be taken from us. There's no way to prove that this is an accident or how the injuries were caused. And they're kind of just taking action on the injuries, which is, it's severe, but I just don't know how they're caused.
Well, we don't want you to be intimidated by us. We're just coming in and getting preliminary, just what happened. That's all we're looking at, okay?
Well,
This is all.
I've been told I can face prison time. I can get her taken away from me. I'm having to pay a bunch of money for a lawyer.
Well, like I said, we, as this department, either me or Captain Fournette, we're kind of working together on this, okay? He's worked a lot of cases in his time, okay? And we'll be in touch with you guys, whenever we get information from, just like we are right now. We've gotten information from CPS, we've gotten information from the social worker through CPS, and then we want to come talk to you guys. So that's where we're at. All we've done is talk to you guys. So, we'll be in touch with you guys should something come up before anything should go to the next phase. We just have to hear from the medical professionals, once all that comes up, okay? Obviously, I mean, on a personal level, I mean, my prayers are with you and your family and your child. Like I said, I've got 3 of my own. I know that they're precious, okay? And if there's anything you need from us, feel free to reach out to us, okay? Do you have any questions or anything I might be able to answer for you, or that's about all, where we're at. I mean, we just have the information that's just been sent to us, and,
I can't do anything. The criminal charge, I mean, how do I get charged if they do say, okay, she's obviously been abused, one way or another? If police are getting involved now, I mean, what?
Yeah, if it gets to that point, we'll be in touch. Of course, if you're going to have an attorney, we can either get in touch with you, or your attorney will get in touch with us, or however your attorney will advise you to proceed at that point, okay? That's going to be what you hire an attorney for, okay? Therefore, I can't advise you on that part, but if it gets to that point, then we can collect statements at that point, submit it to the district attorney's office, would handle it from there. They take it to, might go to a grand jury, and the grand jury will look at what's there, and then they will decide, oh yeah, they'll move forward with the investigation, or they can cancel it right there. That's what.
Just the criminal charge, but the investigation's still going, because I know we have a Zoom court trial next Thursday.
As far as for CPS and stuff like that, or is that okay? That's. Yeah, we're not involved in that. We're only involved in if there's a criminal charge. Okay. Which at this point, there's no criminal charge filed or anything like that. Okay. So what we'll do is, if that should come up, I mean, we can get in touch with you. If I can call you personally. I mean, I've got your number. It's on the case file, or Captain Fournette. I'll get with him, fill him in, and we'll get in touch with you before anything like that should happen. Okay. But right now, but as far as like Zoom meetings and stuff, if CPS puts like what they call like a safe action plan or something like that, where they're wanting to make sure that the child's only in the custody of certain people or excluded from certain people while this is going on.
Well, they've already done that.
Well, I mean,
when she gets discharged, we're gonna go ahead lost custody temporarily till all the investigation's over with, and we wrote down my parents and her parents for temporary guardian to take custody over. And,
Is that what the Zoom meeting is?
Is that meeting is with the judge, and that's why I had to go get an attorney, because I made too much money to get appointed one. So that I was informed that I need to go get one if I want one, and obviously I do. So I went and hired one today.
Okay.
And I gotta go up there at 9 a.m. and make work or whatever.
Or whatever. Yeah.
Never done anything like this. I mean,
Yeah, I don't know what that judge and we haven't been noticed, it doesn't involve the police department, okay? So I'm sure it's something family judge or family court related to some degree, you know, but I don't know. You'd have to ask, people that give you those details will be the ones that got in touch with you on that, you know? I don't want to give you wrong information, you know what I mean, because I don't know. But we're not involved in that. Okay? Look, I can leave you one of my cars if you want, okay? It just has the number to the station. And if you have questions that come up or anything that we might be able to do for you, okay? Give us a holler, let us know, okay? Like I said, either me or Captain Fournette.
Jared's dad, his son Jared.
Yeah.
Doesn't very well.
Yeah.
But friends of mine, they live next to me.
Okay.
Lake house and stuff.
Oh, yeah? Yeah. So, and if you want to call and talk to him, if you know him, just kind of, you know, shoot the breeze. If, you know, if somebody you know, you might feel a little more comfortable talking to him, but, you know, he might just be, he's been doing it a long time, you know. I've known him since before I was a policeman. He was just starting out as a policeman, so, you know, but he'll shoot you straight, you know what I mean? Yes, sir. Any questions, so. Okay, well, I appreciate your time, man.
Yes, sir.
Like I said, hope, praying for you guys, I really am, okay? Y'all take care.
Matt, procedure. Now, Detective, that was the full interview on that video that you had with Defendant Austin. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You do that often on cases like this. Yeah. You can't make a determination, but that's because it's pretty new and you gotta get the results back of the medical examination. Is that right? Do you make the determination of whether or not a serious bodily injury has occurred? Or do you rely on doctors and experts?
Normally the medical professionals.
Is it even more important when the complainant is a 3-month-old with no verbal skills and can't tell us what happened?
Yes.
Now, you weren't there, so you didn't know, right?
Correct.
Now, you spoke with Kristen at Texas Children's, and is that your first and last interaction with Mr. Jones?
Pretty sure we may have spoken over the phone one time after that, but it was short.
What was the nature of that conversation?
I believe it was to take a set of polygraph interview, see if they'd be interested in taking it.
Now, when it comes to, once you move on from that, what are the parts of the investigation? You're collecting statements and you're requesting that all records be sent to you, because you would be the agency to, if there is a criminal case, you would be the agency to present that to the DA's office, right?
Correct.
Because why?
The police departments, I mean,
Well,
gather that information.
where did it allegedly happen in coordination with city limits, right? Now, so it's yours, and the determination was made at the medical center, like, or Arthur went out and like, no, it happened in coordination. So you would be the agency, right?
Correct.
So in cases like this, do you get medical records quick?
Not all the time.
And were you looking for any other information at all? Like, is there a protocol you follow, like we check this, we check CPS, if there's a history, those kind of things, and what else?
Hang on.
Sorry, may we approach?
Sure. stop now, or can we just wait till after? Yeah. I don't disagree. Okay.
Now, Mr. Goodwin, how long did it take before you received medical records from Texas Children's?
I don't recall exactly.
Okay, but
Imagine, I don't want to assume anything.
were you waiting on those to make the determination of whether or not you had probable cause in a criminal case?
It would play into the accumulation of the evidence.
Right. Do you feel comfortable making that determination on your own without the experts'
No,
reports?
no,
So you waited in this case, right?
correct.
Okay. Now, once you got them, did you wait on any other evidence that took a long time to come to you? Meaning, did you request records from the medical center as well?
Yes, fairly so.
And what about pediatrician that treated Palmer of the short 3 months she lived before the surgery?
I don't recall that in particular.
Do you recall anybody else you went to talk to or you needed to talk to?
I believe the CPS, whatever information that they had, they forwarded to me, which I included with the case report. I believe as far as the medical, things from both hospitals that I recall, and then I think the results of the polygraph examination.
Did you do anything more in this investigation than what you talked about here today?
According to my report, I did check cell phone records from both parties' phones or phone numbers they provided to me. The reason that I don't have the affidavits and whatever requested that search warrant, but I believe it was just to corroborate the locations and if the calls were made to each other at that time.
Is that what we call in slang a phone dump? Oh,
No, it's not a phone.
it's not a phone, how's it different?
Phone dump is if you have the actual device, whether it's a phone or some kind of computer device, and the dump is just to connect to it and retrieve the information from the device itself.
At some point, you received all the information you felt you needed and you presented that to the grand jury of Jefferson County, Texas. Is that right?
All the information that I could gather.
And that's when the decision is the DA and then ultimately the grand jury if it's a felony case, right?
Correct.
Do anything else on this case that you remember?
Not that I recall.
Thanks, sir. Passengers.
All right, what we're gonna do real quick before we, let Mr. Gertz, take a quick break. It is 10 minutes after 11. We're gonna take about a 10-minute break. If everyone else would please remain seated in the courtroom, you're excused for 10 minutes. I'd let the record reflect the jury's outside the presence of the courtroom. Mr. Gertz, what is?
Judge, I want to say for the record that I intentionally did not hop up and do anything on purpose when he mentioned offering my client a polygraph exam, which is, as the court is well aware, is completely unlawful for us to talk about in court at all, under any circumstances, ever. But the reason I didn't jump up and immediately object, so the Court of Appeals knows, is that I didn't want to draw attention to it. I came over after 3 or 4 more questions and said something to the court about it. My client declined to take a polygraph. Ms. Brussard, Kristen Brussard, did take a polygraph and she failed it. And I think we have just swung that door wide open with his second answer about polygraph results. And this is a huge problem in my mind. I've got just layers of objections that I'm gonna have to move for mistrial as well.
Hold on just a second. I want to go back. Because I might have mentioned where there were results mentioned. Hold on. So let's go off the record for a minute. Can you go back and get that for me? I just need to know what the, if there was anything that had to do with results. Okay. If y'all want to look while she's doing that at Kugler, Kugler v. State. It's 902 Southwest 2nd, 594.
Southwest Second 514?
No, 594.
That's old. Judge Selby versus State is gonna be the current case law on it.
Well, this one, let me look at
That
that.
was,
This is 95 case.
yeah, Selby versus State would be like 19 or 20.
Okay.
The question was, do you have anybody else who want to talk to you, or you got me to talk to? And so I go to CPS, whatever information they had, that they forwarded to me, which I included with the case report, and I believe as far as the medical from both hospitals that I called, and then I think the results of the polygraph exam.
Tell me the other one, Ryan Shell.
Selby, Selby, it's a little different fact pattern, but it just gives the history of.
Well, Kugler states, and it's old, but it hasn't been overturned.
Right.
That the
And
mention
it's not
of
very
the mention of one doesn't require a mistrial. There's no error in not granting a mistrial, just the mention of it. But it does talk about if there was mention of any results.
Does that mean key result or the word result?
I don't think it matters. SELBY, no.
SELBY, it may not be appropriate, Judge, because it's just about you can't use them, can't talk about it, can't say it, you can't do anything with it, is what it basically says.
In Kugler, it came out that there was a refusal, which is obviously different. But the fact that he said there were results didn't say of whose, but obviously I'm not going to allow the results of anybody's in. So that's not happening.
Well, I know, but now I feel like I'm being prejudiced because the door is swung wide open because it's an insinuation that he gave a polygraph, which he did not, based on my advice.
I don't disagree. This states when a witness gives non-responsive answer that mentions polygraph test was offered or taken but does not mention results of the test, mistrial may be denied. All right, let's do this. We're going to take a short break. I'll be right back. Court's in recess. Okay, so I've done a little research, talked with Ken, and I think there's no choice at this point. I don't think there's any way to cure the words that were said, because any type of things that I do to cure or instruct only brings up more questions and potential assumptions that would be inappropriate for the jury to think about. And so at this time, I'm going to grant Mr. Gert's motion for a mistrial. So as soon as everybody's in, you can get the jury in and I will explain that to them. All right, let the record reflect the jury seated, state's attorneys present, defendant, and defense counsel are present. And so, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes in cases, there are legal things that happen that cannot be fixed. And that has happened in this trial. I have granted a mistrial in this case, and so what that means is you're excused from your duty. We will get this case set again for another trial as soon as possible. We really appreciate your time. This is not something that any of us wanted to happen, obviously, but it just happens. And so you can, on your way out, I'll release you. You can get your, if y'all will all get your badges, y'all can just leave them on the little bench desk thing right there. And if you need anything for your employer, you can ask the bailiff and she'll let you know where you can get that on your way out. Thank you again so much. You are all excused. All right, court's adjourned.